Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter went evil and became the wrath of gods? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. I suppose I should begin my story with when I left Britain to study. I had just defeated an unimpressive wannabe Dark Lord and had realized that Dumbledore was a living barrier against such people. They lived in fear of his power and ability, so I left to get stronger. I needed the same level of power and ability to replace him as that living barrier. It was both the wisest and most idiotic thing I ever did. When I returned 20 years later, I discovered that so many things were lies. My parents, alive, well, and in hiding. They even had more children. They had hidden most of the Potter wealth from me. They abandoned me to suffer, only caring about their own lives. Dumbledore had even faked his death and left the world to fight Riddle without his aid, the coward. My friend Ron claimed that I was a coward and had left in fear. Hermione, well, she exposed the lie, but most believed Ron. In the midst of all this, Voldemort's daughter Delphine decided to act against me. For some reason, she felt the need to wait and then cause trouble. I defeated her with laughable ease. Dumbledore did speak out in support of me and Hermione. He salvaged our reputations, though I'll never thank him. When I returned, my power, which surpassed that of Voldemort, was feared by Ron. He called me a budding Dark Lord. I still had an amazing secret, though. When Tom died, I somehow acquired his knowledge, skill, and experience. I suppose that does make me a Dark Lord. Technically, I left to master lighter, more benevolent magic. Except, at the time I had returned, I was just as light as I was dark. I spent decades doing research. I was plotting the appropriate revenge against Dumbledore and my parents. I traced back my genealogy and claimed lordships for House Lefay, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Peverell. My parents contested it and I had them publicly take the same trials I underwent. They were pronounced unworthy above all others. They were publicly humiliated. I used the knowledge of Morgana Le Fay and attained near immortality. I enjoyed the best part of my revenge, living mostly a good life, for decades and eventually centuries. But my centuries of life is a story best fully told another time. And then the idiots of Britain elected Ron Weasley as minister. His first act was to label me a Dark Lord and try having me arrested. I injured the Aurors that attacked me because they were people I considered friends, but I attacked Ron Weasley and killed him. I warned the Ministry not to seek revenge for the death of a budding tyrant. They disobeyed. We fought for decades. I won, and absorbed enough magic to triple my power. As I reflect back over my life, it's the year 2500. I have lived a long and unfulfilling life. Most of my time was spent studying, bettering myself, and sleeping around. The results speak for themselves. I am the greatest wizard of all time. I have mastered every skill I have ever tried. I hold masteries in dark arts, potions, transfiguration, charms, dada, arithmancy, alchemy, wand lore, herbology, and history of magic. After centuries of being harassed by my annoying family, who feel they're entitled to everything, I finally became a hermit and began planning. I decided to relive my life, and this time, I would live on my own terms and use my foreknowledge to take everything I desired. I refused to ever be miserable again. I refused to conform to others' ideals. I'll be myself and the wizarding world can deal with it. Should they disapprove, I had power equal to that of Merlin, so I would make them approve. Now I would take my trip to July 24, 1991. I focused on the day and location, month and year, and disappeared from Castle Lefay. I arrived at number 4 Privet Drive, rendered myself intangible and entered the house. I placed silencing charms near the cupboard and extracted my younger self from it. I wandlessly and silently transferred my soul into my younger self's body. I awoke in my younger self's body and dragged it into the kitchen. I began drawing runes for a ritual of sacrifice. When I finished, I placed 7 drops of blood on each directional point. I finished minutes later and placed my old body into the circle. Potentium tuum accipio, ut mihi, I said. I passed out, but remained aware. I felt my former abilities enter into my younger body. The strength and endurance of giants and trolls, the speed of the numerous animals I sacrificed. Oh yes, I was glad I planned this out in detail. Now I could repeat the rituals to augment myself further. I vanished the signs of the ritual and the dust from my old body. I quickly removed the trace from myself and took up my old wand. I used my mastery of soul magic and magical manipulation to merge the two souls and magical cores. I quickly healed the minor damage to my body. I teleported to the gates of Lefay Castle. When I arrived, I placed my hand near the beak of the bird on the gate. It bit me and drew a blood sample. I healed the wound and glared at the bird. The gate opened and I calmly entered. The gate closed behind me. I walked to the castle front door and was greeted by the residual essence of Morgana Le Fay. "Hello, Morgana Le Fay. I'm your descendant," I said, to her amusement. "No, really?" she asked sarcastically. "I seek your blessing to take up the Le Fay lordship again," I said, to her. Confusion. "Once you search my mind, it will all make sense," I said. Before making my mind vulnerable to her, she delved into my mind. When she withdrew several minutes later, she knew my entire life story. "Impressive, Hadrian. You have my blessing, follow me. The ring is in the vault." She willed open the front door and I followed her inside and up a few flights of stairs. We arrived at the master bedroom and entered. "You know where it is," Morgana said with a smile. I calmly walked to the wall where the painting of her mother was. I opened it with wandless magic. The painting disappeared and revealed a safe. I placed my hand on it and it cut into my palm. I removed my hand and healed it while the safe opened. I removed the ring and placed it on the next to smallest finger on my left hand. It resized itself to fit. "Congratulations, Lord Le Fay," Morgana said with a smile. "Be sure to make the lives of those embarrassments to my bloodline a living hell." "Oh, I will," I said with a smirk. "I'll let you go and reacquire your other lordships." "Do you intend to make the castle your home once more?" Morgana said. "I do. That time chamber is very helpful. I'll see you then, goodbye," I said, before I teleported to the gates of the lost Peverell Castle. When I arrived, I repeated the blood testing process and allowed myself to be bitten by Thestral and entered the property. When I finally neared the castle front door, I was greeted by the residual essences of Ignatus and Cadmus Peverell. "Greetings, young wizard," Ignatus said. "I take it you're here to attempt to claim the lost Peverell lordship?" "I am. I have already done so, in another timeline. Ancestor, my father. Another of your descendants, abandoned me and faked his death. The entire family spent their lives harassing me and seeking to overturn your future selves will by trying to force me into surrendering the lordship," I said, to the anger of Ignatus, whose eyes glowed. Cadmus seemed just as angry. "Cadmus, your descendant Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as the Dark Lord Voldemort, turned your family artifact into a Horcrux." "Well, the ring it was placed in anyway," I said, enraging him. I made my mind vulnerable to them. "I don't expect you both to believe the words of a stranger, however. You may search my mind with legilimency to confirm my claims," I said, and Ignatus promptly did so. "I'm not a legilimens, but I trust my brother," Cadmus said when Ignatus finished. "It's all true. Your descendant created 7 Horcruxes. Hadrian here can destroy them all in record time and he plans to do so. He has my support. What say you, Cadmus?" Ignatus said. "I, too, support him. Let's get our young heir on his way," Cadmus said. They both nodded and opened the door. The lordship ring flew to me and levitated in front of me. I took it, and placed it on my middle finger. It resized itself to fit. "Good luck," they said in unison, and disappeared. I closed the door with magic and teleported to the gates of Gryffindor Castle. When I arrived, I mentally prepared myself. I thought I might have to deceive Godric Gryffindor. I decided to get it over with and I repeated the blood testing process. After completing the annoying, slightly painful process, I entered the castle grounds and began my trek to the front door. When I arrived, many minutes later, I encountered the essence of Godric Gryffindor. "Hello, Master Gryffindor," I said respectfully. "Hello, young wizard. I take it you have come to claim the lordship," he said, inspecting me critically. "I have. I recently traveled back to this time and I need its resources to battle a Dark Lord," I said, to Godric's interest. "Last time, the war occurred. There were thousands of casualties and it was a struggle, due to poor leadership from the leader of the light side. The Dark Lord is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin and he created 7 Horcruxes," I said, enraging Godric. I was secretly glad that casual mention achieved the desired result. "I will pass on the lordship to you," he said, to my surprise. "You have demonstrated courage, daring, and nerve by coming back in time. You did so to make the world a better place. I do advise you to conquer Slytherin. House and control its influence," Godric said. The ring appeared in front of me and Godric gave me a nod. I placed it on my index finger and it resized to fit perfectly. I acquired the lordship in under 2 minutes with a half-truth. "With this ring you have influence greater than a headmaster. It also gives you several other privileges. Private rooms, the ability to give or take points, all privileges of a headmaster, a vote on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, with veto power. You can even remove privileges from teachers. If you get a majority sharehold of the school you can dismiss or appoint members of the board, or even abolish the board in its entirety," Godric explained, though I already knew all of that. "I'm a descendant of Rowena too," I said in amusement. "Good, then you'll be closer to controlling Hogwarts," Godric said. "Yes, I will. I'll need to undo the damage ineptitude has done," I said, to his concern. "The defense against the dark arts teacher position is cursed and the history class has a ghost teaching. The ghost puts people to sleep in class. It hasn't produced any masters in centuries," I said, though I omitted telling him of my mastery. I achieved it with self-study anyway. "A good plan. It saddens me to hear the state Hogwarts has fallen to. I'll let you continue your reacquisition of your lordships. You can also summon us at Hogwarts, in more tangible and combat-capable forms," Godric said. "I wish I'd known that last time around. I could have used them as soldiers and saved a lot of lives." "Great. I may do so in the future, and I do need to go. I'd like all my former political influence back before sunrise." "Good luck, and goodbye my heir," Godric said, before fading away. I teleported to Ravenclaw Castle. When I arrived moments later, I quickly let the raven bite me to test my blood. I healed the injury as the gates opened. I used my ritual-enhanced speed and arrived at the castle door in seconds. When I arrived I saw Rowena Ravenclaw waiting. "Hello, Master Ravenclaw," I said respectfully. She eyed me critically. "Hello," she said coldly. "You're here to lay claim to the lordship, I suppose?" she asked. She didn't seem very impressed by me. "I am. I just recently arrived back in this time, using chronomancy. I decided to reclaim all my previous titles," I said, trying to impress her. "Impressive. Chronomancy is an extremely difficult skill to master. Most can only travel hours. So, why did you time travel? I assume it was still frowned upon in the future." By the year 2500 it was a lost art, replaced with powerful artifacts that enable time travel. As for the question of why, quite simply, my mother, your descendant, and my father James made my life a living hell. In the future, they even tried forcing me to surrender the Ravenclaw lordship to one of their spoiled brats. I had no reason to stay in that time. I kept getting slandered by idiots who called me a Dark Lord. I doubt most of them could spell Dark Lord, I said, before pausing. That, coupled with the fact that I can prevent so much pointless death and destruction, motivated me to time travel. The senile old man who currently mismanages Hogwarts ruined it, my life, and the war effort last time. He wasn't proactive, effective, or willing to do all that is necessary. In short, I've returned to fix this world, and everyone will just have to deal with it, I said, somewhat angrily. How is he mismanaging Hogwarts? Rowena questioned. He's removed several classes, allowed a ghost to teach history, hasn't even bothered to try removing a curse on another position. He put bait for a Dark Lord in the school, put a dangerous artifact where anyone can find it, and a dangerous beast where first years could stumble across it and get mauled or worse. He seems content to sit back and let events happen, even allowing students to be petrified and even die. He's done all this, while people call him light and a good headmaster, I said, causing Rowena to become increasingly angrier. This curse, I suppose it hinders the quality of education? Rowena asked. I nodded yes. What was this bait he used? A philosopher's stone. Contained in a mirror that traps you by showing you your greatest desire. It was stored where students could find it before being moved. I began to realize that she was interrogating me. What was the dangerous beast? A Cerberus, which could be accessed with a first-year spell. How were students petrified? Slytherin's basilisk was unleashed by his descendant, a Dark Lord. They only saw its reflection, I said, to her rage, which she quickly suppressed. How did students die? One died in the 1940s by looking the basilisk in the eyes. Another died due to a killing curse from the same descendant and Dark Lord. She seemed satisfied by my answers. Very well, you have my blessing. You are, of course, expected to remove these threats. I do apologize for the questioning. I was merely making sure you were telling the truth, she said, though she didn't sound apologetic. The lordship ring appeared in front of me and I placed it on my littlest finger. It resized itself to fit. I'll let you go collect your other lordships, Rowena said before disappearing. I decided to teleport back to Privet Drive and nap until my family woke me up. When I arrived, I placed a silencing charm on my feet and walked up to Dudley's bedroom. When I was near the door, I rendered myself intangible and entered. I quickly cast a sterility curse on him and left. I went to Vernon and Petunia's room next. I entered it same as I did Dudley's room. I quickly cast sterility and impotence curses on Vernon. I sterilized Petunia, too. I teleported into my cupboard with a pleased smile. When I arrived, I willed myself to sleep. While I no longer needed sleep, due to a few rituals, I could still choose to sleep some. Sometimes it was just too hard to fill the hours with interesting activities. I had somehow resisted the urge to outright kill the Dursleys. So far, I had taken 10 years of life from Vernon and Petunia and reduced poor Dudders' lifespan by half. I just pocketed my letter from Hogwarts and began walking back to the kitchen. I set the mail down near Vernon and cast a spell on Vernon, Dudley, and Petunia. I checked the letter for spells and found none. I teleported to Castle Lefay. When I arrived in the master bedroom, I stored the letter in the side table. I quickly found a piece of rubbish and ripped the soul fragment from my forehead while blocking the pain with magic. I grabbed the piece of rubbish and teleported to the ritual room. When I arrived, I began drawing a heptagram with runes at each corner. When I finished, I placed 7 drops of blood at each of the 7 corners. I modified the ritual so I only get bloodline abilities. Potentium tuum accipio, ut mihi, I said calmly. I passed out but remained aware. When I awoke, I decided that I should claim 2 of the 3 hallows. I, Lord Peverell, head of the most ancient and noble house of Peverell, hereby claim the allegiance of the Elder Wand and Cloak of Invisibility and strip all others of their false claims to my property, I said calmly, making sure I got the words right. The wand and cloak appeared in my outstretched hands. I stripped down and walked to the bathroom. I spent 5 minutes memorizing my malnourished body. I concentrated on my magic, let it fill my body and transform me into my Magimagus form. A dark phoenix. This form was a symbol of my corrupted and lost purity. It had black and gold plumage, and a golden beak and talons, with green eyes. I willed myself to burst into flames and I did, a burst of black flames. I really should have positioned a book near me to read. Oh well, I have only myself to blame. Chapter 2, July 25, 1991. I've spent an entire day helpless, alone with my thoughts. I could tell the regeneration was working. Before I began my burning day, I was extremely bony and unhealthy, and now I could feel that the phoenix's magic had healed my malnourishment. Instead of a weak, pathetic-looking phoenix, I looked strong and proud. I suspected I would be completely healthy and have a decent amount of muscle when I resumed my human form. I'm about to find out. It's time. I transformed back to my human form. I saw that I had a much more muscular body, with a very defined abdominal area. I currently had the body of a triathlete, which will be extremely advantageous. I'm 5 feet tall, which is good, because I hate having to look up at people. I quickly put my clothes back on, grabbed my wand and teleported to Lil Hangleton, directly by the Gaunt Hovel. When I arrived, I absorbed the magic imbued in the location and restored my power. I entered the shack and peeled away the floorboards. I opened the gold box and levitated the ring out of it. I absorbed the magic from the curses, then checked the ring to verify they were removed. They were, so I made a duplicate and put all kinds of horrible and humiliating curses on it. I began backtracking and reapplying removed defenses, adding hidden surprises. Basically, it will permanently atrophy Tom's magic and only his, by 10%. Best of all, it's such a complex spell, he won't even be aware. I even put other embarrassing magic on the location, which target only Tom. I teleported back to Castle Lefay. When I arrive, I quickly cast the spell to convert the soul fragment into magical power. When the influx of power restored me to a more combat-ready level, I decided to go ahead and claim the other founder artifacts. I concealed my identity and teleported away. First, to acquire Slytherin's locket, which I did, completely undetected. Then, Hufflepuff's cup. And finally, Ravenclaw's diadem. When I finished and teleported back home, I converted the soul fragments into magical power. Doing this restored my power to a tolerable amount. I decided to store Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket in Castle Lefay, and stored Ravenclaw's diadem in Ravenclaw Castle. I can't allow these powerful artifacts to be used against me. I spent 2 hours, placing protective enchantments around the cup and locket. Among the protections is the Fidelius charm. I repeated this process on the diadem at Ravenclaw Castle. When I finished, I returned home to find dinner ready. House Lefay house elves are experts in remaining unseen. When I finished eating, I decided to retire early. I did need to regain my full strength, after all. July 27, 1991. I had spent the last 2 days warding my properties, to the best of my ability, which is considerable. In my spare time, I had been working on a side project, which should help me in my revenge, especially in turning public opinion against my enemies. I'll enjoy showing that toy to the world. Now, I just have other matters to attend to, modifying the memories of a lot of people. July 31, 1991. Finally, the day had arrived and I could begin my plans. I managed to magically persuade the Dursleys to stay at their home. I also masterfully altered the memories of my neighbors, family, teacher, and students at my previous schools. My patience is finally rewarded by an extremely loud knock. I felt the house shake, slightly, even in my cupboard. My pre-programming of my aunt kicked in and she answered the door. Yes, I heard her ask, in annoyance, her displeasure obvious in her tone of voice. I'm heir to pick up Harry Potter. I heard the oaf say, yeah, I'll never forgive his betrayal. It was the most unexpected. There is no one here, by that name. She lied, just as intended. Hagrid pushed his way in, closing the door behind him. Where is he, Muggle? I'll get him, she said, fearfully. Just wait in the living room and I'll fetch him. It sounded like Hagrid complied, with the reasonable request. I really wanted him to see my living conditions. Petunia opened the cupboard door. Get out, she whispered harshly. I obeyed, while wanting to kill her. Go into the living room. A freak is here to take you to the other freaks. I went into the living room and feigned surprise at seeing Hagrid. And here's Harry, Hagrid said, with a happy smile. I looked at him in confusion, as if I was wondering how he's so tall. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby, Hagrid said. "Ye look a lot like her dad, but ye've got her mom's eyes." I eventually got tired of mentally translating his words, and compelled Petunia to ask us to leave. Understanding him was easier when I was dumber. "Right. Well, off you both go. Have fun at Freak School," Petunia said. And we do. Hagrid filled me in on Hogwarts, the magical world, and my fame, again. I pretended to fascinated, though it wasn't that hard. I sent off my acceptance letter and we began the trip to Diagon Alley. After hours of essential torture, we finally arrived at Gringotts. I thought about revealing my ability to disapparate or teleport. I verified that Hagrid can't disapparate, which I never proved before. "Morning," Hagrid said to a free goblin. "We've come to take some money out of Mr. Harry Potter's vault." "You have his key, sir?" "Got it here somewhere," Hagrid said, before proceeding to empty his pockets. "Got it," he said, finally. "That seems to be in order," the goblin said, after inspecting it. "And I've also got a letter here from Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid said importantly, throwing out his chest. "It's about you-know-what in Vault 713. The goblin read the letter carefully. "Very well," he said, handing it back to Hagrid. "I will have someone take you down to both vaults." Griphook. We arrived at my trust vault, minutes later. "So, does this accrue interest?" I asked, already knowing. "No, this is a trust vault. It fills up at the beginning of every month, with the same amount currently inside it. Consisting of 100,000 galleons, 300 of sickles, and 2,000 nuts. You do have to leave one of each in the vault." Griphook said. I feigned interest and feigned being impressed. "Impressive. My family must have been extremely wealthy. Worth around 40 million galleons." Griphook said, trying to impress me with his knowledge. "I'll wait outside until you're done." When he's out of sight, I stored it all in a custom money pouch I created. I managed to gain an intimate understanding of Gringotts in the future. They only checked for thieves every 10 years. Vault owners can withdraw as much or as little as they desire. The best part? My parents or Dumbledore can't interfere. Not without exposing their crimes. I know for a fact that my idiot father never considered getting financial reports from Gringotts. And Dumbledore's influence isn't as great as he seems to think. He had to pay huge bribes to fake his death and keep his assets accessible. We traveled to the vault to get the stone and then exit the bank. "Might as well get her uniform," Hagrid said, nodding toward Madame Malkin's. "Listen, Harry, would ye mind if I slipped off fair a pick-me-up in the leaky cauldron? I hate them Gringotts carts." "Of course, Hagrid," I said, concealing my excitement at the distance from him. I walked into Madame Malkin's. "Hogwarts, dear?" she asked, when I started to speak. "Got the lot here?" Another young man being fitted up just now, in fact. Madame Malkin led me to the stool, beside Draco Malfoy. She slipped a long robe over my head, and began to pin it to the right length. "Hello," Malfoy said. "Hogwarts, too?" "Yes," I replied, in a convincing friendly tone. "I'm gonna befriend him, if only to keep the annoying Weasleys away. My father's next door buying my books and mother's upstreet looking at wands," he said, in his annoying voice. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one. And I'll smuggle it in somehow. Have you got your own broom?" Malfoy continued. "No," I said. "Play Quidditch at all?" "No, it doesn't appeal to me," I said, in a bored tone. "I prefer academics." "I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree. Know what house you'll be in yet?" "Probably Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Though I've only heard a little about the four houses," I said, getting his attention. "You should go to Slytherin. You have to answer riddles to get into Ravenclaw Tower," Draco said. "Oh," I said, amused by his crude and heavy-handed manipulation. "Well, I do despise riddles. They're extremely annoying and pathetic," I said. Enjoying a private joke. "Yeah, and Merlin was a Slytherin. He's the greatest wizard of all time." "Interesting. I just found out that I'm a wizard. Apparently my parents were killed in a war and I was sent to live with my muggle aunt, I said, observing Draco's reactions. Interest, though not as much as before. What's your surname? Draco asked. Potter. Why? I asked. His jaw dropped and his eyes went to my forehead. He quickly covered up his surprise, though far too slowly. Just wondering. I'm Malfoy, by the way, Draco Malfoy. Draco said. Feel free to call me Harry, I said, in a friendly tone. Only if you call me Draco, he said, in return. By this time, I noticed Hagrid, with 2 large ice creams. Unfortunately, so did Malfoy. I'm treated to his snobby, elitist drivel, until, finally, Madame Malkin rescued me. That's you done, my dear, Madame Malkin informed me. Thank you, I said, politely. Goodbye and nice meeting you, Draco. Goodbye, Harry, Draco said, before I left to get parchment and quills. I'll go back later, for dress robes for Wizengamot meetings. Hagrid repurchased Hedwig for me and I managed to convince him that I stopped to get a wand already. I told him that I was too excited to wait. Hours later, we finally finished shopping and Hagrid just left me near the train. I verified that I was out of sight and teleported to Castle Lefay. When I arrived, I stored my things in my trunk and began mentally planning out how I'll spend August. I know that I'll need to create 2 time turners, maybe even 3. What can I say? I'm a fan of overkill. And I learned they could be extremely useful. And they made excellent gifts or bribes. Apart from that and continuing my other side project, I'm not sure what to do. I know that I'll empty my vault the 1st of August and September. Got to mess with my family who cut me off. I just thought of another project to occupy my time with. I teleported to the library. When I arrived, I summoned the book I need, Secrets of the Darkest Art. I also summoned other books about soul magic. Animus Redo Invalesco was invented by Nottawood on the Dark Lord Potter fansite, though I didn't actually use the incantation. Chapter 3 September 1st, 1991 I had spent all of August working on my projects and planning, and decided to concentrate on building up my family's wealth. When I got around to checking the Peverell finances, I learned it was worth only 10 million galleons. I was confident I could build up its worth to be the wealthiest. As such, I had established my network of contacts. They were all ready to buy the stock when I gave the word. I was sitting on the Hogwarts Express as I contemplated this, having avoided seeing the Weasleys with an anti-Weasley ward that I had designed on the compartment. I considered placing them all over Hogwarts. It would be hilarious. I had anonymously reported Molly Weasley for endangering the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy by mentioning the word Muggles, the platform the Express was on. To do so, I had disillusioned Hedwig with obscure family magic and even provided a pensive memory of the event. I did enjoy hitting Ginny with a tripping jinx while she chased the train like a dog and waved at her siblings. I needed the entertainment and wandless magic is untraceable. 1 hour later, there was a knock on the compartment door, and I saw Neville Longbottom looking tearful. Ah, that's right. He had lost his toad. Sorry, he said, but have you seen a toad at all? No, perhaps you could ask a prefect or older student to summon him, I suggested. Thank you, he said, before leaving. Roughly a minute later he returned with a girl. She had a familiar-looking head of bushy hair. Have you seen a toad? Neville's lost one, she said, in her annoying and bossy voice. I haven't. I suggest you take my original advice of having a prefect or older student summon the toad, I said in annoyance, causing Hermione to go red with embarrassment. We just wanted to try finding him first, she said. Ah, her youthful arrogance and pride. Well, it's your time. Feel free to waste it all you want, I said, still annoyed. Hermione may have not been a problem at first, but as soon as I had killed Ron, she distanced herself from me. That hurt. I had really wanted to sleep with her and get it out of my system. How rude. Hermione snapped, dragging Neville out of the compartment. He was such a pushover. I wondered whether to help him. He was one of my few supporters, even after I had killed Ron. I decided to go ahead and change clothes. A simple wandless switching spell and I was done. My actions seemed to prevent my location from becoming known to Malfoy. Oh well. A voice echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately. They really needed a faster form of travel. I rose from my seat and joined the idiots in the corridor. The train began to slow and then finally stopped. People began pushing their way to the door and out onto the dark platform. I saw Hagrid carrying his lamp and heard his voice moments later. Furs years over here. He thankfully didn't address me directly. Come on, follow me. Any more Furs years? Mind your step, now, Furs years follow me, Hagrid continued. Several minutes later, we were currently standing before the Sorting Hat, it having just finished its song, which I tuned out. I fortified my mental defenses, occlumency only being one of them. I rudely rebuffed Ron's attempts to befriend me. The annoying son of a bitch kept trying to start a conversation and referred to me as Harry, presuming familiarity with me. I watched the sorting with interest, making sure there were no differences. So, Harry, any idea what house you'll be sorted into? Draco asked, annoying Ron with our friendship. Slytherin, probably. It sounds like the house most compatible with my personality, I said to the shock of Ron, who was eavesdropping. He was prevented from making a scene by Hermione. Millicent Bulstrode became the first Slytherin. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor. Malfoy, Draco, McGonagall called out. Draco swaggered up to the stool and got sorted almost instantly. Slytherin. Draco went to join his friends at the Slytherin table. Finally, after Sally Ann Perks was sorted, I was called up to the stool. I stepped forward and was once more treated to whispering. Potter. Did she say? The Harry Potter? The last thing I saw before the hat covered my eyes was the mindless masses craning to get a good look at their beloved savior. This will be easy, the Sorting Hat said to me. I see you will allow me to sort you into Slytherin now. It's the only fit for you. It's where you should have gone in the first place. Slytherin. The hat shouted, to everyone's shock. Only Slytherin applauded and they did so very loudly. I walked to the Slytherin table and sat next to Draco. Well, I think I made several Gryffindors cry, I said with a smirk. This caused Draco to laugh. And several Hufflepuffs, Draco added with a smile. Yes, I said, as Ron was sorted into Gryffindor. Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin and sat near me. The sorting was finally over. Dumbledore rose to his feet. He beamed at the students, his arms opened wide, like he wanted to hug everyone. Way to make people think you're a pedo, Dumbledore. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down. Everybody clapped or cheered. I, along with most of Slytherin, looked at him in disdain. Is he mad? I asked Draco, already knowing he was a little. Yes, Draco said, to everyone's amusement. The dishes in front of me began to magically fill with food. I began loading my plate with the healthiest foods. I was aware of everyone studying me. They weren't exactly being subtle about it. Everyone is looking at you, Harry, Draco informed me, unnecessarily. I know. I'm having a good hair day, and just radiating sex appeal. Apparently, I said with a smirk. Everyone quickly stopped looking at me. Well played, Zabini said in amusement. I have no idea what you're talking about, I said in false confusion, though Zabini wasn't deceived. So, Harry, which classes are you looking forward to? Draco asked. Several people started eavesdropping to gather information about me. Pretty much all of them. And yourself? Potions. A friend of my father teaches it, and I've been tutored extensively in the art since I was younger, Draco said, trying to impress me. Interesting. Do you intend to pursue a mastery in it? Most likely. I have been told that I have a natural talent for it. Do you plan to pursue a mastery? No plans as of yet. I'm waiting to see which classes I like and have a talent for. Ah, Draco said. He looked like he was about to continue. That's right, Theodore Nott said, interrupting. Weren't you raised by muggles? He was trying to isolate me by pointing out that I wasn't raised the same as the others here, and lumping me in with muggle kind. Unfortunately, I said, getting several raised eyebrows. I seemed to hinder Nott's momentum. What are they like? Zabini asked, honestly curious. No different from the muggles who tried purging the world of magic, I said, observing everyone's reactions. The ones who could read between the lines were shocked, Zabini among them. The revelation pretty much ended any attempt at conversation with me. The rest of the feast passed without incident. The desserts, of which I didn't partake of, finally disappeared and Dumbledore rose to his feet again. The hall fell silent in respect. Ahem. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley brats. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridor. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. This time, I just raised an eyebrow. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore cried. They should just do away with the stupid song. Nobody liked it. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, snake-like, into words. Everyone picked their favorite tune, and off we go. I just lip-synced it, to the amusement of Draco and Zabini, who realized there was no sound coming out of my mouth. The song ended the same way. Ah, music, he said, wiping his eyes. A magic beyond all we do here, and now, bedtime. Off you trot. The first years rose and began following Gemma Farley through the crowds out of the Great Hall. We arrived at the Slytherin common room minutes later and see one Severus Snape waiting. Before you run along to bed, I have an announcement for you all, Snape said, before pausing. You will not show weakness or division outside of this house. Doing so gives the other houses an advantage. Outside, if you see them in trouble, you will aid your worst enemy. Inside, you may wage war upon each other, as much as you would like. That will be all. Good night, Snape said, before sweeping from the room, robes billowing. Hold up, firsties. Marcus Flint said, revealing himself. There's someone here who doesn't belong, he said with a cruel smile, looking directly at me. He was backed by Peregrine Derrick, Lucian Bowl and Cassius Warrington. All of which were arrogant, talentless trash who relied on their family names. Gee, I wonder who he's talking about. I deadpanned, amusing several people. I'm talking about you, Potter, you filthy half-blood. Does Flint not understand sarcasm? Uh-huh. So, it's just you and your boyfriends there? Because I'm tired and I'd like to get your public humiliation over with as quickly as possible, I said, enraging them into trying to attack. I restrained the idiots with telekinesis and I lifted them up into the air. Put us down, Potter. Say please, I demanded. No, they all called out. I turned them upside down. Eventually, I'll drop you. And if your stupidity so far is any indication, it will destroy what's left of your brains. Turn us back and we'll say it, Flint said. Say, please turn us back, I said in a bored tone. Please turn us back, they said, almost in unison. I did. See, was that so hard? I asked, monitoring Flint's thoughts. Please put us down, they said, after somewhat subtly strategizing. I let them go and they screamed. I caught them moments later and sat them down gently. Several more students arrived as I gently sat them down. You're all just time to witness Potter's humiliation, Flint said to the dozens of students who had arrived in the common room. "Sadly, you just missed theirs. But I have a feeling part 2 is coming soon," I said in the same bored tone. That was the metaphorical straw that broke the metaphorical camel's back. They moved for their wands. I quickly, telekinetically, launched them into the air and blasted them into the wall above the doorways. They fell to the floor, a few crying from pain. "Don't worry, they'll be fine. Now," I said, turning to Gemma Farley, who had a calculating gleam in her eyes. "Can we be shown where we sleep? Boys' dormitories are to the left and girls' to the right. You'll find your things are already there," she said. A quick scan of her thoughts revealed that prefects reported to Snape. I walked down the left hallway, searching for the first-year dorms. Draco followed, trying to leech off my newly acquired influence and saintess. My display had essentially made me the dominant figure in our year, at least for the boys. I would, of course, should defend my position against all challengers. I found our dorm a minute later. My bed was stood in the center like a throne. "Found it," I called out to them. They entered moments later and saw I had already selected my bed. Only Zabini and Nott seemed to realize the significance of my actions. Draco selected the bed near the wall, not comprehending that I represented the power, and he seemed to be distancing himself from it. Zabini took the bed nearest mine with an amused smile. Nott distanced himself from me due to his pure blood pride. Tonight had been a productive night. "Good night, everyone," I said with a smile. "Night, Harry." Draco smiled in return. "Good night, and feel free to call me Blaze," Blaze said with a very pleased smile. "Only if you call me Harry," I said, already aware of his forming intentions. To ride my coattails and benefit from my rise. I mentally asked Hogwarts to inform me when everyone in Fred and George's dorm was asleep. Hours later, I received confirmation that they were all asleep. I confirmed that everyone in my dorm was asleep and got out of bed. I placed them all into a deeper sleep and then concealed my identity. I then teleported into their dorm. When I arrived, I placed them all into a deeper sleep and searched through Fred's mind. Once I found the map's location, I retrieved it, erased their memories of it and everything it had revealed. I also placed a couple of surprises in their minds. I wanted revenge. They had sided with their brother and became a minor nuisance to me, as did most of their family. I also cursed them with sterility and impotence, having verified that they hadn't even masturbated. I also removed their memories of ever having erections. As an afterthought, I tied the spell to their life, magic and souls. When I was done, I asked Hogwarts if everyone in Ron's dorm was asleep and received confirmation. I teleported into the dorm. When I arrived, I placed an untraceable and permanent tracking charm on Pettigrew. I also placed them all into a deeper sleep, having forgotten to do so. Now, for the fun. I placed a mental limiting curse on Ron. I wanted him to fail his classes and be publicly humiliated. I placed a curse that would create a psychological block on his magic. Actual blocks and bindings could make him stronger. I cursed him with an increased temper, though not to the point that he could cause permanent damage. I cursed him with impotence and sterility. I reduced his penis size to that of his littlest finger and restricted it there. I obliviated him of his memories of being larger, even if it wasn't by much. I cursed him with the vices gluttony and sloth. I soon got bored and then decided to curse him with all the 7 deadly sins. I also carefully tied these curses to his life force, soul, magic and ambient magic. I decided to take precautions and placed a limiter spell that terminated him if he somehow got stronger than I could accept. With me having cast these spells with the Elder Wand, I had given him a death sentence. I teleported to the burrow. When I arrived, I went directly to his parents' room and obliviated them of all incidents of Ron's accidental magic and former penis size. I repeated the process on Ginny and decided that I would repeat it on the rest of their family before I returned to Hogwarts. I arrived back in my dorm at Hogwarts 1 hour later. When I arrived, I bounded the Marauder's map to my blood and therefore bloodline. I had altered myself enough for it to be considered unique. I lied down and quickly fell to sleep with a pleased smile on my face. Chapter 4 Whispers had been following me since I left my dormitory that morning. I was hoping it wouldn't happen again. I just smiled and waved, whispered and pointed right back at them. Though, I did enjoy banishing Peeves temporarily. I casted a spell that prevented him from speaking about it. In the future, poltergeists are better understood, and I casted a spell that would cause him to fade from existence. Every time he tried to expose it, I could instantly destroy him. Which, I had to admit, it was extremely tempting. My work on Fred and George's mind took effect, and they pranked me in every other first year. I pranked all the Weasleys at Hogwarts. I dosed Percy with Amortentia keyed to Minerva McGonagall. I dosed the twins with Amortentia keyed to Snape, and George actually managed to kiss him. Snape beat them both 2 seconds later, to everyone's amusement. Especially the Slytherins. I was really glad I decided to brew some in my spare time during August. I had been using my advanced knowledge to dominate in my year, even earning 50 points in 1 week. I performed a spell with my right hand, then with my left. I impressed every teacher here, except Snape. Not yet. Anyway, I was currently in his classroom, and he had already commented on my celebrity status, which caused me to recheck my mental defenses. Especially my occlumency. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began, being dramatic. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron, with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching minds, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." He was a jerk, but he could certainly promote his art's importance. If he were only less demanding, critical, and a genuinely good person. Poor Hermione looked eager to learn. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" I made eye contact and felt his legilimate probe. "The draught of living death, sir," I answered respectfully, to his surprise. "Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir," I said, respectfully and with false confusion, which I made apparent in my thoughts. Why is he questioning only me? "What is the difference, Potter, between monkswood and wolfsbane?" "It's the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite." Snape observed me critically, but I seemed to have impressed him, at least somewhat. 10 points to Slytherin, Potter. "It seems you have inherited your mother's talent for potions," Snape said, before pausing. "You will all be working on a cure for boils. Potter, you will be working with Goyle. Draco, you will be working with Crabbe." He continued pairing students up, and Goyle looked at me in confusion. "Don't worry. I'll make sure we get good marks," I said, to his relief. We seemed to be allowed to start, so I divided up ingredients. I handed Goyle 3 snake fangs. "I want you to crush these 3 into a fine powder. Let me know when you think you're done. I'll be crushing my 3. When we finish separately, we'll combine our work." Goyle obeyed. I quickly ground my 3 snake fangs into fine powder, and Goyle finished around the same time. He ground them perfectly. "Excellent." I combined mine with his and added 2 measures to the cauldron. "Now I want you to add your 2. This way, we both contribute equally." I observed several students as they looked at Goyle in jealousy, as he added his 2 measures. I also saw that Snape seemed to approve of my behavior. When he finished, I heated it to 250 for 10 seconds, while timing myself. I discreetly guided him through the process of casting the potion-making spell. He did so successfully. "Excellent. Now we leave it to brew for 33 to 40 minutes, I said, to his confusion. "I'll keep track of the time. I'll have to improve his mind. He can't read or write, and I shudder to imagine his skill in simple maths." "Excellent, Potter. It's perfect so far," Snape said, somewhat grudgingly, before walking away. I spent my time discreetly observing Ron Weasley. He was Mackin. Hermione do all the work. glaring at her when she woke him up to suggest he helped her. He wouldn't physically attack her. Not with Snape present. I watched Snape remove points from several Gryffindors with amusement. I did not care about their plight. Most of them betrayed me. Those deductions combined with the prank war with the Weasleys had severely reduced Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup. I decided it was time to continue and saw Neville ruin his potion. Goyle and I both lifted our feet, so our shoes were not ruined, and we continued with our work. We each added 2 horned slugs to our cauldron. You, Weasley, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said, momentarily drawing my attention. I watched Ron punch Snape. Huh. He's so expelled. The rest of the class looked on in shock. Snape restrained him with conjured ropes. 30 points from Gryffindor, Snape said in a cold fury. I watched him radiate dark power, with eyes glowing a sick purple. Several people looked terrified. We took the cauldron off the fire and each add a porcupine quill. I was quite pleased, with my cursing of Ron, best of all. It was untraceable. I stirred the potion 5 times, clockwise, and waved my wand over the potion. I placed some in a vial. Very well done, Potter and Goyle. It's truly perfect, Snape said, though I can tell he wants to hate me. 5 points to Slytherin. Thank you, sir, I said respectfully. Leave it here. I'll store it all into vials, Snape said. I concealed my surprise. Yes, sir. It was medical grade, but I had expected him to disregard its quality out of hatred for me. As I left potions an hour later, I did so quite pleased with myself. Over 40 points were deducted from Gryffindor. I had personally gained 15 points for Slytherin, which should help to secure my position in Slytherin. It proved I was a value add. I decided to head to the library and do homework until just before dinner. I wanted to store my book bag in my dorm. Time skip. Dinner time. I finished my homework in record time and implemented a plan of mine. I had provided entertainment for dinner. I was certain many people would find it amusing. I was currently eating at the Slytherin table, waiting for the show to begin. You look pleased with yourself, Blaise observed. Well, I did earn a decent amount of points today and I've already done all my homework, I said as an excuse. Blaise looked skeptical, though he was intelligent enough not to say so. I saw Fred, George and Percy rise from their seats and walk in front of the high table. I wonder what the Weasleys are doing? I asked with false confusion. We're poor. We're poor. Our mom's a dirty whore. She gets buggered on the floor, while screaming for more. We don't have any money. We don't have any class. Like our dad, we're a pain in the ass. They sung together, shocking everyone, especially the teachers. We're brats. We're brats. Some would call us prats. We love each other a lot. In a more than brotherly way. The twins sung, before kissing while they dry humped each other. I'm loud and obnoxious. My rule-abiding drivel makes you nauseous. I am and shall die a virgin. Penny Clearwater doesn't put out, Percy said, before fake crying. Thank you all. Music really is a magic beyond all we do here, he said, wiping his eyes and succeeding in making everyone laugh. That's quite enough, Percival, Dumbledore said angrily, rising from his seat. Indeed it is. They all realize you're a joke and did the natural thing. They laughed. You, who destroyed our last chance to be free, a brave rebel who wanted us to take our rightful place at the top. Gellert Grindelwald, Percy said, to everyone's shock. You will be destroyed, Albus Dumbledore. Your name and legacy will go first, then Nihilus shall bathe this world in his darkness. He will break that half-blood fraud Voldemort and he will break you, Percy yelled. He quickly aimed his wand at Dumbledore, but got stunned by Flitwick. I love me. I had just threatened Dumbledore and Tom, humiliated the Weasleys and essentially began recruitment. Though I highly doubted that I would even be a traditional Dark Lord. Followers are potential betrayers. And battles can be won or lost. I watched Dumbledore levitate the unconscious Weasleys out, followed by McGonagall and Snape. Oh yes, that went well. That was interesting, Blaise said, neutrally. Yeah, another Dark Lord. Dumbledore looked like he was about to wet himself in fear, I said, to the amusement of Blaise and Draco. Yeah. I wonder when this nihilus will reveal himself, Draco said. Hopefully soon. Maybe he'll reveal his ideology too. That can tell a lot about a person, I said, thoughtfully. He dislikes Muggles and Dumbledore, so that's a start, Blaise said, with a smile. Agreed, I said, to their surprise. He's obviously a nutter. He shouldn't be in charge of a school. Besides that, it also sounds like he may have some dark, life-ruining secrets. I'm eager to know them, I said in explanation. Yeah, that will be entertaining, Draco said. Blaise nodded in agreement. Well, I'm going to go read. With Binns and Quirrell's substandard teaching, I need to self-study, I said, to their amusement. Have fun, Blaise said, not interested in joining me. Later, Harry, Draco said, getting dessert. I rose from my seat and walked out of the Great Hall. When I was out of sight, I teleported to our dormitory. I quickly put on my nihilus disguise and shape-shifted to an older form. I grabbed my information on Dumbledore and teleported to near Rita Skeeter's home. When I arrived, I placed my wards and disillusioned myself and began walking to her home. When I neared her home, I made myself intangible and entered. I saw her working on her next piece. I blocked her connection to her magic. I had no desire to deal with attacks by a weakling. Hello, Rita, I said, in a deep, somewhat distorted voice. I enjoyed watching her as she tried to attack me and her shock at her inability to access her magic. Now, sit. I have a task for you. Should you refuse, I'll expose your status as an illegal animagus, and when you're out of Azkaban I'll torture you for years. Do I have your undivided attention now? Why yes, she said fearfully. What's the task? Exposing the sins of Albus Dumbledore. I'll provide you with facts, evidence and names of witnesses, I said, to her excitement. As the finishing blow, you will be given parts of a book written by your future self, I said, to her shock and confusion. Yes, I can control time. Do we have an accord? Yes, she said excitedly. Good, I said, producing the information, which she quickly read over. This is incredible. Ariana Dumbledore, a possible obscurial. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were lovers who fought, and poor Ariana was caught in the spellfire of their lovers' quarrel. I have enough here for 2 articles, Rita said, excitedly. Just remember, only facts. I want Dumbledore ruined with undeniable facts. I want people to be able to verify those facts and cause him to lose support. Cite the sources that I provided, along with witnesses and evidence, I commanded coldly. Of course, Rita agreed. I willed my wards to collapse and teleported away. I arrived in the quarters of Lord Gryffindor, removed and stored my disguise. I verified that there was no one in my dorm and teleported there. When I arrived, I quickly hid my disguise in a compartment under the Fidelius, and put on my pajamas. I sat on my bed and opened A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. My dorm mates entered several minutes later. You missed Dumbledore's announcement, Harry, Draco said. Seeing my questioning look, he continued. The Weasleys were put under an Imperius-like spell and didn't get in trouble. Dumbledore informed Minister Fudge, who thought it was a simple school prank and tried insisting on their expulsion for inciting a panic. Suffice it to say, they're not happy with each other. Interesting. It's a shame the TWNS weren't expelled. They're just bullies and not many people like them anymore. Due to my manipulations, I left unsaid. I'm sure they will be expelled soon, though. I would have to step up the attacks. I needed to turn my school into a Weasley-free zone. So am I there far too low class to attend such a prestigious school, Draco said in a snobby tone, as he began to get ready for bed. Agreed, I said, whilst I was secretly very pleased with Fudge not believing them. Dumbledore would likely reassemble the Order of the Phoenix, but I could deal with those useless idiots. It wasn't like any of them would have the nerve to kill me. Well, I'm tired and going to bed early, Draco said, unnecessarily. I guessed that when you put on your pajamas, I said in amusement and watched Draco go red in embarrassment. Good night, he said, getting into bed. Good night, I said. I began mentally planning my next actions. I needed to turn the school against the Weasleys. Several ideas came to mind and I decided to step up my game. I could position them as budding crime lords. I could frame them for smuggling forbidden items into the school. I could frame them for extortion and other crimes. I spent hours thinking up crimes and soon realized my dorm mates were all asleep. I wandlessly placed them in a deeper sleep and climbed out of bed. I used shape-shifting to conceal my identity and verified everyone in their dorm was asleep. I teleported into it. When I arrived, I placed them all into a deeper sleep. I planted an untraceable command in their minds to prank the other house's Quidditch teams. I teleported away. I had stores to rob. And I did. First, a store that was full of pornography. I disabled the cameras with a magically created EMP. I stored it in a room that I selected for framing the twins. I stole all kinds of sex toys and sex-related things. Some of them should even traumatize the teachers. I robbed a few off-licenses of all their alcohol. I robbed the Malfoy apothecary of all its superior red wine. I robbed the Hog's Head, 3 broomsticks in and leaky cauldron of all their alcohol. After I stored it all in a room, I put it along with the evidence implicating the twins in there. I put magical defenses that I knew the twins could place. I teleported into their dorm. When I arrived, I began the long process of their mental modification. I gave them knowledge of how to disapparate, sneak out of Hogwarts, disable some lesser wards and cameras. I began giving them fake and modified memories. I carefully crafted them to deceive into believing that they committed the crimes themselves. Time skip sunrise. Finally finished, I teleported to the quarters of Lord Gryffindor and removed and stored my disguise. Once more, I verified that my dorm mates were all asleep and teleported in. When I arrived, I stored my disguise in my secret trunk compartment and got back into bed. I was looking forward to this year. My plans were going well, so far, and I should be on my way to getting the life I desired. I just had obstacles to remove. A lot of obstacles. Dozens of governments. Tens of thousands of magical creatures. 2 parents. 2 siblings. Thousands of wizards. It was a good thing I did not mind destroying all the threats. What could I say? I was committed. Chapter 5, September 12, 1991. I was calmly walking down the front steps of the castle, followed by Blaise, Draco and Crabbe and Goyle. We were heading to our first flying lesson. I was hoping there would not be a repeat of last time's drama. I really didn't want to waste my time on an idiotic, unimportant children's game. I had too many obligations already. We finally arrived near the lines of brooms. We were the first ones there. Must we always be the only ones early? I asked in annoyance. Well, here come the other Slytherins, Draco said. I quickly looked to where he was looking and saw the rest of our year coming. Yes, I said, dismissively. Several Slytherins simply feared me enough to not cross me, though I really did need to extend my influence. A study group perhaps. I knew I needed to begin considering candidates for wives. It was generally better to seize early opportunities before they were all taken, though I had contingencies for that. Harry, you're scheming again, Blaise said, getting my attention. I gave him a raised eyebrow. You had your scheming expression, he added, to Draco's amusement. I don't have a scheming expression, I said in annoyance. Yes, you do, Blaise said as the Gryffindors neared us. We'll continue our discussion of you being wrong later, I said, making Blaise smirk and Draco snort in amusement. Oi, Potter. What are you doing? Befriending Slytherins? Ron called out, stupidly. Because I am a Slytherin, you idiot, I said, to his anger and my house's amusement. You watch your mouth, Potter, Ron said threateningly. I made a show of trying to do so and amused everyone. Oh. Are we telling each other to do impossible things? I asked, in obvious false confusion. In that case, lose weight, quit being stupid, lazy, useless, a waste of life and magic. Oh, And quit being a squib, I said, making my entire year laugh and succeeding in humiliating Ron. Ron moved to try and attack me, like a filthy muggle. I allowed him to take a swing and I dodged. I punched him in the nose and heard a sickening crack. I repeated the process on his jaw, getting the same result. I watched him begin crying with disgust. Ah, he's CWYING. Somebody get his mommy, he needs his handheld, I said, making all the Slytherins laugh. At least he has a mom, Seamus Finnegan said with a sneer. You know, if I wasn't dead inside, that would probably hurt my feelings, I said, as Ron got up. Are you through embarrassing yourself yet? Ron took another swing. I ducked, spun and kicked him in the abdomen and pushed magic out of the soles of my shoes. I knocked him back into Seamus and they both went flying back 2 more yards. What happened here? Madam Hooch asked angrily. Weasley attacked, I defended myself. Everyone here can verify that claim and I can even provide a memory for a pensieve. You will be coming with me to Headmaster Dumbledore's office, Potter, Madam Hooch said, before levitating Ron and Seamus. None of you are to move while I take these boys to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, Potter, Hooch said, walking away. I followed her to Dumble's office and began fortifying my mental defenses. The gargoyle let us in when we arrived. I followed her up the stairs and inside. What happened? Dumbles asked in concern. He attacked me, I defended myself, I said, getting a look of shock and surprise. Do you have a pensieve? That would probably make this easier and then I can get back to my classes. I do. Madam Hooch, you may take Weasley and Finnegan to the hospital wing. She nodded and quickly left. Now, Harry, do you know how to withdraw memories? Dumbledore asked. I do. I read about it and experimented, I said, to his concern. It wasn't dangerous, I said, before I drew my wand and withdrew the memory. I placed it in the offered vial. Dumbledore walked to the cupboard, where the pensieve was stored. Join me, Harry, Dumbledore said. All right, I said, walking over. We entered the memory. Oi, Potter. What are you doing, befriending Slytherins? Ron called out, stupidly. Dumbledore frowned at his blatant, antagonistic behavior. Because I am a Slytherin, you idiot, I said, to Ron's anger and my house's amusement. You watch your mouth, Potter, Ron said threateningly. We observed me as I make a show of trying to do so, amusing everyone. Even Dumbledore looked amused. Oh. Are we telling each other to do impossible things? I asked, in obvious false confusion. In that case, lose weight, quit being stupid, lazy, useless, a waste of life and magic. Oh, and quit being a squib, I said, making my entire year laugh and successfully humiliating Ron. Ron moved to attack me, like a filthy muggle. Dumbledore gave a disapproving look but remained silent. We watched him take a swing and me dodge. We watched me punch him in the nose and hear the same sickening crack, and me repeat the process on his jaw, getting the same result. We watched Ron as he started to cry. I still deemed him pathetic. Ah, he's CWYING. Somebody get his mommy, he needs his handheld, I said, making all the Slytherins laugh. I could tell that Dumbledore wasn't pleased with my mockery. At least he has a mom, Seamus Finnegan said, with a sneer. I'm pleased to see that this angered Dumbledore. You know, if I wasn't dead inside, that would probably hurt my feelings, I said, as Ron got up. Dumbledore looked concerned. Are you through embarrassing yourself yet? We watched Ron take another swing and him get dominated. I could tell Dumbledore was impressed by my wandless magic, channeled out of my feet. What happened here? Madam Hooch asked angrily. The memory ends. We exit the memory. As you can see, Weasley started harassing me. He escalated to violence, I said, reiterating my defense. He didn't even use magic. You're not in trouble, though I do not approve of your remarks in retaliation. Understandable, they were harsh, but true. I won't ask how he's still at Hogwarts given his appalling behavior and 2 instances of assault. I doubt you would explain it, given that it's none of my business. You may go, Harry, Dumbledore said. Quick question, I said, to his interest. Is it possible to self-study or hire tutors in defense against the dark arts and history of magic? I ask because the current level of instruction is unacceptably low quality and I don't learn anything. I would like to ideally take my O in them early and spend the time that I would have spent in those classes, preparing to take the NE in them early. I asked politely. I, of course, already knew it was possible. It's possible, though few do so. I encourage you to enjoy your Hogwarts years, Dumbledore said, making a token effort to dissuade me. I will. I just want to have plenty of career options and to make sure I get an excellent education. I prefer to spend my time wisely and constructively, I said to his approval. Well, if you decide to pursue this, feel free to come to me for advice. I'll consider that. I would be able to skip those classes if I get my O and eventually my NE? Yes, Harry. You can skip classes until then, but you have to take exams. Thank you, Headmaster. I have been studying ahead, though I'll likely wait and take the exams for first and second year at the end of the year. Anyway, goodbye and it was nice meeting you, though I wish it could have been under better circumstances, I said, beginning my walk to his door. Nice meeting you too, Harry, he said. I nodded, exited and closed his door behind me. I began my walk back to class. I arrived back minutes later and saw Madame Hooch nearing the group too. Now, she said, everybody stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. I quickly did so, eager to get it over with. Stick your right hand over your broom, she ordered, and say, up, up, I said calmly, and it jumped into my hands. Madame Hooch then showed us how to mount our brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows correcting our grips. Mine was perfect, of course. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard, she said. Keep your brooms steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly, on my whistle. 3, 2. And there Neville went again. I watched history repeat itself, but this time, I discreetly caught him with telekinesis and spared him from injury. It was dinner time and the Weasleys were due to perform their pranks soon. They should expose the forbidden items and get expelled. Then I would be one step closer to turning Hogwarts into a Weasley-free zone. It was times like these that caused me to wish I had a better evil laugh. So, about your scheming expression, Blaise said, to the amusement of my expanded group of hangers-on, now consisting of Pansy and her gang. Which consisted of Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and Millicent Bulstrode. Beating and humiliating Ron really did wonders for my influence, which was surprising, considering I used Muggle fighting. My non-existent scheming expression, I corrected, to their amusement. Blaise said sarcastically. Did you plan to beat Weasley that badly? Not really, though I do leave room in my life for happy accidents. I just knew I had just cause and could get away with it, I said, in amusement, which they shared. I hear Weasley won't be able to talk for weeks, Draco said with a cruel smirk. What a tragedy, I said with obvious sarcasm, making them laugh. Well, at least I made Hogwarts a better place. And they consider Slytherins evil. We perform just as many acts of kindness, I said, mocking the public opinion and making my new sycophants laugh. So, Blaise said, getting my attention, when you have that expression, are you scheming? No, I said, in slight annoyance. Any further chatting was interrupted by the Weasleys' prank. All the Quidditch players were charmed to be in house colors, with green skin and silver hair for Slytherin, blue skin and bronze hair for Ravenclaws, yellow skin and black hair for the Hufflepuffs. I watched those idiots laughing it up, along with most of Gryffindor. Fred and George Weasley, Dumbledore called out. This should be good, I said, in interest. The twins walked up there with arrogant smirks. My mental reconditioning seemed to have worked. They were remorseless and thought themselves untouchable. Dumbledore walked closer to them and began verbally chastising them. When he finished, he made eye contact. He was obviously using legilimency on them and possibly saw their secrets. He gave Snape a look and Snape walked over to join him. Snape walked off and Dumbledore led the twins out, with McGonagall following. Maybe those annoyances will finally be expelled, I said coldly. Doubtful. The Weasleys are strong Dumbledore supporters, Draco said. Perhaps his tolerance for their stupidity has a limit. We can hope so, at least, I said, somewhat hopefully. He did lead them out of the Great Hall, so maybe it's our lucky day. Don't get your hopes up, Harry. The Weasleys are a disease that has no cure, Blaise said, in amusement. My witty reply was cut off by the arrival of the Evening Prophet. The owl dropped it in front of me and flew away. There, on the front page, was the caption, Ariana Dumbledore, Obscurial? Interesting, I said, beginning to read. All the information that I provided her with was presented in the article. Reasons she could be an Obscurial, descriptions of her episodes, and it built up to the next article. This seems to imply Dumbledore killed his own sister. Interesting. Yeah. An Obscurial, though, that's amazing. I wish I could have that kind of power and control it, of course, Draco said ignorantly. The Ministry would probably try destroying you anyway, Draco, Blaise said with a smirk. Not if it wanted to continue existing. That would. Cause the noble families to be concerned. They actually couldn't. With the amount of influence his family wields, the Ministry would be ruined. Draco is eligible for the Black and Malfoy lordships. Even that much influence is enough to threaten the Ministry. Daphne said, impressing everyone with her knowledge and political acumen, I had found myself a wife. Interesting. Is that all it really takes to bully the Ministry? I asked, already knowing the answer from experience. Yes, Harry. It would show the other important families that the Ministry is a threat to their existence and control, Daphne explained, though not insulting my intelligence. Good. I do love manipulable governments, I said, though only Blaise and Daphne seemed to have noticed that I didn't mention the need to acquire more power. It says here that someone robbed the Hog's Head, 3 broomsticks in, and leaky cauldron of all of their alcohol, Draco aid, before continuing. As well as my family's apothecary of all of its superior red wine, he added angrily. I'm sure they will catch whoever did it, Pansy said, attempting to soothe him. Assuming, of course, they didn't throw a massive party and drink all the evidence, Blaise said, unhelpfully. He got a glare from Draco. The rest of us were concealing our amusement quite poorly. That's not funny, Blaise. Draco said harshly. It's a valid point, though, Blaise said, though Draco did not look placated. I saw Dumbledore enter the Great Hall, followed by Cornelius Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour. He walked near the high table. He was going to give a speech. Attention, everyone. Messrs. Fred and George Weasley have been expelled, Dumbledore said. His next words were interrupted by most of the hall breaking into cheers and applause. Malfoy and Fudge looked quite pleased. The others looked surprised. Dumbledore waited for them all to settle down, though he did not look happy to do so. As I was saying, they were found with massive quantities of stolen alcohol as well as other objects in their possession. What kind of objects? A first year asked. You don't want to know, Dumbledore said, his disgust obvious. Now I do want to know, I said, to my pet sycophants. No, you don't want to know, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said. I quickly looked at him in surprise, to everyone's amusement. How bad can it be, sir? I asked in amusement. Yeah, how bad can it be? We can handle it. Tell us. We could have been in danger, we deserve to know, a 7th year called out. Enough. Fudge called out. The objects were of a sexual nature. What's sex? Is it a form of dark magic? A first year asked. I quickly used my occlumency to avoid laughing. Most of the hall were not so lucky. They laughed hard and that poor first year blushed and tried to hide in her seat. Fudge seemed to have realized the effect of his actions too late and looked to Dumbledore for help. We will not explain what sex is. That is a question for your parents. After you finish dessert, please return to your dorms, Dumbledore said. They all left, no doubt so Dumbledore could try getting the Weasleys out of further trouble. That would not do. Chapter 6, October 31st, 1991. I had been relentlessly training and studying, and decided to take my first through third year exams this year, taking my third through fifth year. Exams in 1 year would have been far too difficult, bordering on impossible. While I could retain the information, it would finish driving me insane. Not because of difficulty, but because of getting sick of exams. Too much of something tended to exhaust anyone, even someone of my age and experience. All of Dumbledore's dark past had been exposed, though he held on to most of his positions, only losing the position of Supreme Mugwump of the ICW. The Ministry was investigating the allegations and evidence, so I was optimistic he would soon be removed from all positions of power. Then I could continue my plans. I was currently leaving charms, where I earned 5 points and performed the levitation charm perfectly. Multiple times, with each hand. I enjoyed seeing Ron paired with Hermione again. He, of course, insulted her, though to her face this time. Gryffindor lost 10 points and Hermione was excused from class, which she fled in tears. Sadly, most of Slytherin found this amusing and laughed. I didn't join in, I was busy playing the role of the mourning orphan. Time skip history had repeated itself and Hermione hadn't been seen all afternoon. As I began loading my plate, Quirrell ran into the hall and up to Dumbledore. He slumped against the table and gasped. "Troll. In the dungeons." "Thought you ought to know," Quirrell said, before sinking to the floor and fainting. "He is so pathetic," I said, to the amusement of my sycophants. I watched the uproar with amusement. Dumbledore ruined my entertainment with a spell to get their attention. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately," Dumbledore ordered. We all began following Gemma Farley back to the Slytherin dungeon. We arrived there minutes later and saw the food was brought there. "The feast will be finished here, everyone. Please find a seat and help yourself," Gemma said. We all promptly did so. I decided to eat a small meal and retire to my room. I had things to do, fun things, that I was looking forward to. I finished eating minutes later and walked away without a word. "Ah, is the little orphan going to cry about his mommy and daddy?" I heard Flint's annoying voice ask. All conversation stopped. I telekinetically grabbed him and crushed the bones in his arms and legs. He screamed. "Ah, is the little squib going to scream like a little bitch?" I asked cruelly, with a sadistic smirk. "Since you're an idiot, I'll answer for you." "Yes, you did," I said, to the amusement of several people. "Don't ever cross me again, you no-talent waste of life and magic," I said, before walking away. That worthless piece of trash. Now I had to create a temporal duplicate of myself to deal with the fallout. I decided I would need a future clone of myself. I watched my other self appear there in pajamas. I quickly put on my nihilus disguise, shape-shifted to an older form and teleported away. I arrived at Ermengarde, outside of Grindelwald's cell. "Hello, Lord Grindelwald," I said, with my voice disguised. He didn't look very impressed. "What do you want?" he asked in annoyance. "The death of Albus Dumbledore and the destruction of all that he loves." "I bear no ill will towards Albus. I will not help you," he said, essentially dismissing me. "Not willingly, Lord Grindelwald. But I shall persuade you," I said, before becoming intangible and entering his cell. Ah, he looked scared now. I restrained him and began charging up the spell to turn him into a white. I unleashed the spell on him and watched him become corrupted by the dark magic. When the transformation was complete, I gave him battle robes and a wand and left to let him get dressed. Minutes later. "Now, we begin," I said, before teleporting us outside Ermengarde. When we arrived, we were facing the prison. I aimed my hand palm first at the prison and pushed. It instantly fell to the ground. I loved my insanely powerful telekinetic ability. It was second to none on Earth. I teleported us away to outside Hogwarts. When we arrived, I used my senses to confirm that everyone was in the Great Hall, mourning Hermione Jean Granger. The minister, several officials and her parents were in attendance. That was fast. I decided on making an entrance. I waited outside the Great Hall for my moment. "We are here to mourn Hermione Jean Granger. She died I remotely removed his ability to talk. I projected my voice into the Great Hall. "Because of your incessant need to play God with other people's lives," I bellowed, to the shock of everyone there. I flicked open the doors and walked in, eyeing Dumbledore with a look of absolute hatred, which was sadly concealed by my mask. I sealed the doors behind me, along with all the others. I walked towards the high table, taking spell fire from the teachers and ministry officials and absorbing all the magic from the attacks, all while shielding Grindelwald. When I neared the table, I knocked them all back. Having gotten annoyed by their pitiful attempts at injuring me, I summoned their wands to me. "Such a warm and loving welcome," I said, with obvious sarcasm. Very few people laughed. All the people that I knocked back were getting up. "Oh good. I was worried I may have killed a few of you. Apart from Fudge and Dumbles, you're all people I want to live." "So, Dumbles, another dead due to your manipulations. How do you feel? Will there be a party?" "Ooh, am I invited? Or should I crash it?" I said, doing my Nutter impression. "Nihilus, I presume?" Dumbles asked calmly, with an undertone of anger. "Right in one. Somebody get Merlin's grandfather a prize," I said in amusement. "How about a night with Gellert Grindelwald, also known as me newest servant?" I gestured to my white. "A white," Dumbles said in understanding. "Yup," I said, excitedly. "Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Hermione Granger is dead, because you let a disembodied Voldemort into the castle. Because schools full of children are the perfect place to put bait for Dark Lords, dangerous artifacts, and a Cerberus," I said, to everyone's shock. "Yes. The oh-so-mighty and wise Albus Dumbledore endangered you all. But that's okay. He did a lot of good 50 years ago, and isn't that what really matters?" I said, deciding to finish with sarcasm. My continued rant was interrupted by Hermione's father, who punched me in the face. I ripped his life force out of him and decided to put his wife out of her misery too. "What do you want?" Dumbledore asked in fear. "You, destroyed. I'm actually here to help do just that. You see people, I know all this man's dirty secrets. How did I get them? From the mind of his future self. That's right people, time travel is possible. I summoned my bag from a pocket dimension. I was going to wait till Christmas, but patience is a virtue and I have no virtue whatsoever. I brought presents. Though these letters will likely bring you misery, instead of joy. I gave letters to Amelia and Susan Bones. A letter to Neville Longbottom. I took his father's wand and snapped it, to his outrage. "I'm doing you a favor, you'll see." He looked like he wanted to attack. Good. I leaned in so I could speak just to him. "Consider my debt to your future self paid. Now you can discover your true potential unhindered by a wand not loyal to you. Oh, and stand up to your grandmother. You're a lion, not a lamb." A letter to Dumbles himself. A letter to myself. Temporal duplicate. A letter to Snape. "Now," I said, getting their attention. "Who wants to read their letter first?" No one. "Read or I'll start cursing people." "I will," Amelia Bones said, angrily. "Good. Get to it, sweet cheeks," I said, causing her to blush and several people to laugh. "My letter says that Albus Dumbledore instructed Severus Snape to inform and aid Voldemort in the murder of my family, so that he could earn the Dark Lord's trust," she said, with barely contained rage. "Good thing I took her wand," I said in amusement. "Okay, next will be Neville Longbottom." Neville stood fearfully. "It says that Albus Dumbledore knew my parents could be targeted and did nothing. He didn't even warn them," Neville said, glaring at Dumbledore, who looked away in shame. "I love people who make honest mistakes. What about you, Sevy Poo?" I said, angering him and amusing most of the hall. "You had better read your letter, before I use my other humiliating pet names for you." He glared at me. "Sevykins," I said, causing more laughter. "I'll read it," he said in annoyance. "It says that Dumbledore lied to me and that more will be revealed in time. What the hell does that mean?" "I'm trying to keep people interested, so they keep watching. Snape." Seemed like he was resisting the urge to attack me. Rest assured, when all is revealed, you will hate him too. Now, sit down, Sevalicious, I said, making everyone laugh. I decided to use all the annoying, creepy nicknames that I made up for him. Now, I have built up enough suspense and Harry Potter can now read his letter. My other self glared at me. Oh well, have it your way, I said, to everyone's surprise. It is now time for the Harry Potter, boy who lived, vanquisher of the Dark Lord Voldemort, to read his letter, I said dramatically, making everyone laugh. Do you want to read it now or do I need to harass you more? It says that Dumbledore placed me with my Muggle relatives, my other self said, coldly. And, I pressed. And betrayed me and put an innocent man in prison, he said in a false but believable confusion. Everyone else seemed confused too. Yes. He committed all these crimes and do you want to know what the Ministry is going to do? I asked rhetorically. Throw Albus Dumbledore in Azkaban. Fudge proclaimed boldly, looking proud of himself. I began pacing in front of the high table. Nothing, I said, to their shock, because if you do, I'll kill millions, I said, to everyone's horror. Dumbledore is mine to destroy and I will do so soon. I want him hated and loathed, but as a concession, I will promise the destruction of Voldemort, I said, pausing in front of Quirrell and smirking at him. Dumbledore and Snape looked surprised. A black smoke rose from Quirrell and tried to flee. I used my soul magic to restrain it and my Grindelwald White removed a jar from my bag. I threw the wraith in the jar. Well, that pest should be dead within 2 years. Now, it's time for charity work, I said, to their shock and confusion. I pulled out another letter and walked it over to my other self. Open and read. Draco tried reading too. Not you, blonde with no ambition, I said, to everyone's amusement and forced him to look away. I made sure no one else could read it. My other self finished reading it in under a minute. I destroyed the letter. Now I'll cast a spell on your mind, so that no one can take that information from your mind. You're not casting a spell on me, my younger self argued. And as a dark wizard who is a master of the Imperious Curse, I respect your choice. Free will is sacred and only a complete monster would take it away, I said sarcastically. Was my sarcasm obvious enough? I asked, making several people laugh. Now, I'll cast that spell, I said, before restraining him. I performed a dummy spell, knowing my other self could protect his mind unaided. Have fun. Remember, I also prevented you from being able to inform others, in any way whatsoever, I said, to his false outrage and walked near the high table. It's been fun, but I need to go. So, in summary, no punishing Dumbledore, unless you want millions to die. You said you would promise the destruction of Voldemort. You imprisoned him, Madam Bones accused. I did promise his destruction and that of Dumbledore. When that occurs, the world will change forever. I did not, however, say that I would destroy him. I said I would promise it and I have. The final blow will just be dealt by another. It's far more amusing and efficient this way. My time travel gives me a unique perspective and advantage, I said, to everyone's anger and disapproval. Oh, lighten up. You're in no danger now. I assure you, when my plan unfolds, you will all find it hilarious. I saw them all glaring at me. How cute, synchronized glaring, I said, to their outrage. Anyway, remember my warning, I said to Fudge. It seemed I had finally pushed him too far. You're under arrest. Fudge cried arrogantly, tired of my threats and trying to show competence. I disintegrated him with a wandless spell. Anyone else? No one made a move or said a word. I unstored the wands and sat them on the floor. My White and I walked out of Hogwarts, without saying a word or being attacked. When we were out of the wards I teleported us to Castle Lefay. When we arrived, it was in the chamber where minions were stored in stasis. I led my new servant past the occupied stasis pod and to the next one. Get in, I ordered and my White obeyed. I casted a spell on it, successfully placing him under stasis. I walked over to stand in front of the other pod. I can't wait for an excuse to let you out, I said, with a smile. I teleported away. I arrived in the quarters of Lord Gryffindor. I removed my disguise and shape-shifted into a younger form. My other self arrived several minutes later. We exchanged knowledge and he went back to his proper time, which I estimated to be hours ahead. I began my walk to my dorm. When I arrived, I found my dorm mates asleep in their beds. I quickly changed into my pajamas and did the same. I felt the pull into the past and gave into it. When I arrived, I watched my past self don the nihilus disguise and I changed into my school robes. "All students, please come to the Great Hall," I heard Dumbledore's annoying voice call out. I checked and Hogwarts informs me of Hermione's death. That was unfortunate, but I had moved on and no longer wanted to sleep with her. I could do so much better anyway, and I would. I had chosen well, as far as wives go. I forced myself to begin walking to the Great Hall, when I really wanted to be in bed. I didn't care that Hermione had died. She shouldn't have wanted Ron anyway, he was a complete loser. He had only become minister due to fame for his association with me. Flashback: I had just slayed Ron Weasley. Well, a more accurate term would be that I had swatted him aside like a fly. I was now faced by a surprised Neville and a shocked Hermione. "Did you have to kill him, Harry?" Hermione asked, disgusted at my actions. "Yes, to prevent another war, I did. Our population won't survive another war. It will most likely cause the death of magic here." Hermione still seemed disbelieving. He was always jealous of me. He saw a chance to become my superior, in his eyes, as well as the eyes of the public. He is and shall forever be an insecure little boy. He was only able to become minister because of his association with me, I said coldly. "He's right, Hermione. I confirmed it with legitimacy. That's why I left my job at the ministry, due to disgust at what he became. While I disagree that Ron was always an insecure little boy, he did revert to that behavior. He simply wanted to take Harry's place in everyone's hearts. He wanted to finally be the hero, the savior, and be revered by everyone. The person you loved was gone, Hermione," Neville explained, trying to help her understand. "No, you're wrong. He matured and became a better person," Hermione said, still deceiving herself. "Honestly, Hermione, I didn't think you were this stupid," I said, to her outrage. "He ran you out of the wizarding world with a lie and deprived you of the opportunity to better yourself. You have just a 7th year education. You're behind everyone, all because of some worthless idiot who spent his Hogwarts years arguing with you. You need to overcome this childish infatuation with someone unworthy of your affections." She drew her wand in anger and I let her while preparing my shield. She sent a stunning charm at me, from 2 feet away. My shield withstood it with laughable ease. "Pitiful," I said, before wandlessly disarming her. "You were the best in our year, now you're reduced to a vapid fangirl with no magical talent. Please, see reason, Hermione. He reduced you to this. If he truly cared, he would have built you up, not have torn you down," I said, trying to snap her out of this delusion. "Go to hell, Harry," she said, before disapparating away. She left her wand. "That was a little harsh, Harry," Neville said, concerned. "I know. I was trying to make her understand." Our conversation was interrupted by a dozen pops of apparition. "Harry Potter killed the minister," one called out. They began casting spells at us and I shielded. I began pouring some of my power into it and then launched it at them, using it at a battering ram and knocking them back. I began stunning them, one at a time. Finishing moments later, I restrained them all and renovated the captain. Yes, I killed the minister, who slandered me out of jealousy and sought to villainize and murder me for his own image. He would have drugged our people into another war, over lies. I killed him to protect the innocents, who would have been sacrificed for his ambitions. If the ministry seeks revenge for this act of justice, I shall defeat and humiliate it. Don't seek revenge over the death of a budding tyrant. Give this warning to whoever is in charge now, I said, before stunning him. End flashback. I never saw Hermione again. Now I was being forced to mourn someone that I despised and sit through what I had already experienced. Oh well, at least I had my earlier entertainment. Chapter the 7th of November passed and Gryffindor was beaten down even further, this time getting dominated on the Quidditch field. Gryffindor lost around 70 points in November, 50 of which were lost by Ron Weasley, who had been driven into isolation by his fellow Lions. Yes, I was enjoying ruining his life and humiliating Gryffindor House. As I reflected over this, I was taking my trunk to leave Hogwarts for Christmas vacation. I needed to appear that I was leaving to do something secretive, which I was, but not what I wanted people to believe. When I returned, I would publicly reveal 2 of my lordships. Well, if I felt I need to. I had no intention of doing so for attention. I'm not like Draco after all. As soon as I was out of sight, I teleported to Castle Lefay. When I arrived, I sat down my trunk and extracted my nihilus disguise from it, while I shape-shifted to an older form. I used a switching spell to put on my disguise. I teleported away to near the burrow. When I arrived, I quickly discovered that it was empty. I casually knocked it down with a wave of my hand. I lit the wreckage on fire in disgust for the memories I had there. I couldn't believe that I had forgotten about them visiting Romania. If I weren't so awesome, I would feel stupid. I teleported away. I arrived in Egypt and began the short walk to the Gringotts base camp, disillusioning myself along the way. When I arrived, I teleported onto the guard tower and killed the goblins there. I unmasked them, while levitating the armor and making the goblins intangible. They fell onto the ground and I stored the goblin armor. I learned the hard way, the only way to beat their armor is to remove it from the equation. I spent the next 10 minutes snapping and breaking goblin necks and spines. I continued adding their highly valuable armor to my collection, and I was up to 15 sets. I was currently spying on the goblins, who were guarding the current treasure they had stored. I counted 10 guarding it, and I quickly snapped their necks with telekinesis. I teleported closer to them and lifted them up off the ground and made the goblins intangible. They fell out and I stored the armor. I made myself invisible and intangible and entered the vault. When I entered, I found it unguarded. I quickly performed a spell to find and remove tracking spells. Goblin magic is understood much better in the future. It even had counters. Quite a few of them were created by me, by studying goblin magic. I found no tracking spells on it and I stored it with the armor. I exited the vault and began walking to the guards' sleeping quarters, still invisible. When I neared the door, I became intangible and entered. I found all the little goblin guards, sleeping in their beds with their armor all ready for the taking. I snapped their necks and began storing my new treasure. Another 50 sets, and I was even richer now. I walked to the Cursebreakers' sleeping quarters next. I had spent too much time here anyway. I needed to get moving, but first, Bill Weasley has something I want. When I arrived at the door, I became intangible and entered. When I was inside, I looked for a head of red hair and surprisingly only saw one. I walked over to him and teleported us away. We arrived back at the dungeons of Castle Lefay. I pushed him down on the floor and backed away. He woke up, due to the pain. "Hello, William Weasley," I said, in my demon-like voice. "Who are you?" he asked fearfully, searching his pockets for his wand. "Nihilus," I said, as if that's an informative answer. He seemed to have finally realized that he's unarmed. "What do you want?" he asked, realizing he's about to die. "Information that I already have," I said, in amusement. I restrained him and then ripped his knowledge of curse-breaking and languages from his mind. That was the information that I actually needed. I never got around to studying that, especially after the goblins essentially worked against me, by hiding my parents from me. I ripped his life and magic from him and I felt his magic flow into me, restoring my slightly drained power and causing my power to even grow slightly. I disintegrated his body and teleported out. I arrived near the Dragon Sanctuary and promptly entered the Shadow Realm. Discovering my ability to access this was possibly my greatest moment. It's the ultimate infiltration tool. A shadowy mirror world of Earth. With it you can get into places without having to become intangible or invisible. You can enter doors, without the real ones opening. All these benefits, for the cost of an essentially non-existent energy drain. I spent over 50 years studying this, and it was an extremely wise decision on my part. I found the Weasleys several minutes later and pulled Fred and George into the Shadow Realm, without them waking. I ripped their life and magic from them, and they woke for a fleeting moment, only to die the next. I decided to kill Charlie too, no reason to take chances. There was a small chance that he could get in the way of a plan of mine. I pulled him into the Shadow Realm. I mentally debated with myself and then decided to rip his knowledge of care of magical creatures in dragons from his mind. He might know something that I didn't, and better safe than sorry. I successfully ripped his knowledge from his mind and learned several new things, which made it worth it. I ripped Charlie's life and magic from him. And I took their bodies to where the dragons are and pushed them out of the Shadow Realm. I watched with cruel amusement as their bodies were devoured by them. Not even Charlie was given any special treatment. I returned to the outside of the sanctuary and exited the Shadow Realm. I teleported to outside Hogwarts and re-entered the Shadow Realm. I opened the Marauder's map and saw that he was in the Great Hall. I calmly walked there, safe from detection in the Shadow Realm. I arrived there minutes later. I calmly observed the happy group at their tables. Percy was sitting with Ron. When everyone was looking away, I pulled him into the Shadow Realm. "Hello, Percival," I said, in my disguised voice. "What do you want, Dark Wizard?" he asked, in both fear and disgust. "To kill you," I said, in amusement. "Why?" he asked, fear now dominant. "No reason. Weasleys just trigger a homicidal response in me." I lied. Though, I suppose, it was more of a half-truth. I ripped his life and magic out of him and left his body to rot. It should be gone, after several thousand years, of course. I began walking out of Hogwarts, lost in thought. Now I had weeks of time to fill and no need to sleep. I decided to fill it with hunting and studying. With my future knowledge, I knew all of the hideouts for Greyback's werewolf army. I exited Hogwarts, and then exited the Shadow Realm. I teleported away. I arrived at a magically created cave system and walked in. I began removing and storing the parts of my disguise that hindered physical combat. It was so rare that I got to use my ritual-enhanced speed and strength, and I wanted to be able to enjoy this. After doing that, I began warding the area to prevent escape. I encountered an untransformed werewolf and punched him in the face with such force that its neck snapped. I kept walking. I ripped the next werewolf I saw in half and kept going deeper. Minutes later and I reached a massive area, with hundreds of the dumb dogs and Fenrir Greyback itself. "We have a visitor," he said, eyeing me murderously. "Just in time for dinner." I telekinetically restrained them all. "Impossible," Fenrir said, in shock. "Not for me," I said, though the fact was that it was very easy for me. I began draining knowledge of other werewolves from their feeble minds. I finished several minutes later. The mind of Fenrir Greyback provided me with a lot of names. I telekinetically snapped their necks and turned them into undead servants. I began walking out, while casting spells to support the cave system. I had some hastily formed plans for this place. It would be perfect for storage. When I was back outside, I began casting the immensely complex Fidelius charm. I finished minutes later, after having, of course, chosen myself as the secret keeper. I began casting protective enchantments. Protega Maxima, Fianto Duri, Repello Inimicum, Repello Muggletum, Protega Horribilis. I finished and decided to make it unplottable, and I restricted access to my descendants. I also concealed the entrance in the Shadow Realm. Yes, this location must be secure. All the protective enchantments were done in such a way, so that only those that I allowed may enter. I teleported away. I arrived at the next cave system. Seriously, what was with these savages and caves? I cast containment spells and entered the cave. I encountered no resistance and arrived at the sleeping area, where they were all asleep. I picked them all up and restrained them with telekinesis, waking them in the process. "Put us down." No," I said, in annoyance. I began draining their minds of the names of other werewolves. I finished minutes later, having gotten several new names and confirming the kills of several dozen targets. I broke their spines and reanimated the bodies, as more undead servants. I began walking out, adding the same spells and protective enchantments that I did on the other cave. When I was done, I teleported away. I spent all night killing werewolves, and by sunrise I had killed several hundred, crippling the werewolf army. I was currently standing in front of Remus Lupin's hovel, disillusioned. I began walking to the door, becoming intangible when I was near and entering. I saw him looking around, looking for the source of the noise. I seemed to have forgotten to silence myself. I should have used the Shadow Realm. I wandlessly disarmed him and revealed myself. "Hello, Remus Lupin," I said, to his shock. "Nihilus," he said, masking his fear. "I guess Dumble's reassembled the Order after all," I said, as an observation. Remus kept his expression neutral. I used my telekinesis and restrained him. I began gently draining his knowledge of the Order, precautions while transformed, and past risks of infection. I learned that the headquarters was under the Fidelius and that they had no idea who I was or how to fight me. I did get membership lists, the elder Weasleys were among them. Oops. "You know, when I came here I was considering killing you, and I still might do so. You seem to take enough precautions, so I can justify sparing you, despite the risk you pose," I said, to his shock and surprise. "Oh, yes, you're one of the few surviving werewolves in the UK. Congratulations, and yes, you get a prize." I healed him of his recent injuries, using the life force of the Weasleys. I decided to go ahead and do full healing job. I watched as his gray hair turns brown. I watched his premature age lines disappeared. I couldn't help but notice that he looked better than he did when I summoned him with the Resurrection Stone. I conjured a mirror. "Do you like?" I asked, in amusement. I enjoyed seeing his shock, surprise, and eventual joy. "Regrettably, I cannot cure your lycanthropy without a potion that takes months to brew. My cleansing of werewolves was sudden, mainly due to boredom," I said, shocking him even more. "Thank you," Remus said, gratefully. Right now, he didn't even care about my murderous tendencies. "No problem," I said. I then restored his home with a single, unimaginably powerful spell, the power of which almost knocked Remus backward. "I need to go, I have things to do," I said, before turning to leave. "Wait," he said, and I did. "Why are you killing so much? It doesn't add up. You're trying to do good things, but you cause so much death and destruction." "I've been asked that question before. I'll give you the same answer. I'm evil, a necessary evil. I'm over 500 years old, Lupin. I've seen and done horrible things. I've seen wizards ascend to godlike power and slay armies. I watched the destruction of Harry Potter himself," I said, to his increasing shock. "He was betrayed and left alone. Do you know what he did? He saved his betrayers and defeated a tyrant, only to be betrayed again," I said, to his admiration. "I even watched him save the entire world. I saw him grow to such levels of power that Muggles used a nuclear weapon on him. I was by his side when it happened, you know?" I said, to his shock. "Yes, he shielded me and the strain killed him. I slaughtered the fucking apes in retaliation." Seeing his questioning look, I continued. "They discovered our existence, and the religious Muggles sought to cleanse the earth of us filthy sinners. That is one reason that I despise Albus Dumbledore. His messiah complex got in the way of Grindelwald's war effort, a war our generation later had to fight." I paused, to catch my breath. "When the sins of Albus Dumbledore are exposed, even you will hate him. When that occurs, I will squash him like a bug. Goodbye, Lupin," I said, before teleporting away. I arrived in the Forest of Dean. I transformed into a dark phoenix and flame traveled to near Castle Lafay. When I arrived, I entered the wards and then teleported into the entrance hall. That should be enough to prevent me being tracked. I revealed too much information, although I omitted some things and outright lied on others. Still, I should have left it at the first sentence. I hoped that revealing that doesn't come back to haunt me. I teleported to my meditation chamber, near the ley lines, deep below the castle. When I arrived, I took a seat. I emptied my mind and projected my senses through the ley lines. I began searching for Remus Lupin, Albus Dumbledore, Alistair Moody, as well as most of the other Order members. I found them several minutes later. I seemed to have caught the beginning of the meeting, and Dumbles was about to say something. "Thank you all for coming to the emergency meeting. Arthur and Molly couldn't be here due to visiting their son Charlie in Romania. This Dark Lord Nihilus has been sighted wiping out werewolves, killing several hundred in a single night. He has, however, healed Remus Lupin of a lot of his damage from his lycanthropy. Remus, if you would," Dumbles said, before sitting down. "Yes, Headmaster. First, I should say that he knows all of our identities, having bypassed my occlumency, like it wasn't even there," Remus said, to everyone's outrage. "Silence," Dumbles said. "I will attest to the fact that Remus is a capable occlumens and that he didn't do it on purpose. I would never betray you all. He searched my mind and ascertained that I take precautions. He felt he could justify sparing me because of that. He mockingly congratulated me on being one of the last surviving werewolves and healed me as a prize. He also restored my house, with a single spell. He claims that he could even cure my lycanthropy, but needs months to brew the potion to do so," Remus said, getting a skeptical look from Snape and surprise from the others. "When he moved to leave, I questioned him. He did evil, but he seemed to try doing good things while doing so. He told me he was a necessary evil. He then went on to say that he was over 500 years old and had seen and done horrible things. He claimed to have seen wizards ascend to godlike power and slay armies." Remus paused nervously. "He claimed to have witnessed the destruction of Harry, sir," he said, to Dumbledore, who kept his face impassive, so Remus continued. "He claimed he was betrayed, and left alone and still saved the magical world," Remus said, getting an eye roll from Snape. "He claimed to have witnessed Harry save the entire world and grow to such power that Muggles used nuclear weapons on him." "I wasn't aware that we were here to praise Harry Potter," Snape said, snidely, getting glares from everyone. "Oh, good, I still had fans." "We aren't." Nihilus said that he was standing by Harry's side during it. He said that Harry shielded them and died from strain. Nihilus claimed to have slaughtered Muggle kind in retaliation. "He also told me one of the reasons he hates you, sir," Remus said, to Dumbledore. "Which is?" Dumbledore asked, interest piqued. "When you prevented Grindelwald's war. You caused them to have to fight Muggle kind later on. A war that Harry died during. He said that your Messiah complex caused it, and that you just had to be the hero. He said that when all of your sins were revealed that even I would hate you, and when that occurred, he would squash you like a bug. He disapparated away, and I came here." Dumbledore took it all in silence. I could tell that he had an idea why Remus would hate him. "This is concerning. We are fighting an enemy that possibly knows us all. He can time travel and seems to have power that may rival that of Merlin himself. He does, however, seem to only want my destruction. I must say, I have made a lot of mistakes and I deserve to pay for them. I have decided to accept the punishment that he has planned for me," Dumbles said, to everyone's disapproval. "You can't, Albus. We need you to defeat him," Moody said, in outrage. "Headmaster, I agree. We have no guarantee that he will stop with your destruction," Snape said, calmly. "I know, Severus, but we stand no chance. He withstood my power, as well as more than a dozen more powerful witches and wizards with ease, casually defeating them with a single attack," Dumbledore said, in a defeated tone. "You're going to leave us to his mercy?" Tonks asked, fearfully. "I decided that it was time to reveal my presence." "Why do you assume you're all targets? None of you are even threats to me or my plans," I said, coldly. "Show yourself, coward," Moody called out. "I'm not physically there, you idiot," I said, in annoyance. "None of the Order are targets. Well, I wouldn't mind seeing Snape die, but that's mainly because he's unpleasant and annoying," I said, angering said unpleasant person. Would you mind explaining? Dumbledore asked. My goals are simply your destruction and that of Muggle kind. I may finishing wiping out werewolves and may destroy Dementors and the like. How does one destroy a Dementor? Snape asked, skeptically. With a spell. I answered vaguely, to his anger. I did kill some people recently, but I don't think they were in the order. I said, to their outrage. Who? Dumbledore questioned angrily, projecting his power as a visible aura. Percival, Charlie, William, and Fred and George Weasley, I said, to everyone's horror. Why? Dumbledore asked, in both horror and disgust at my actions. Careful modifications to the timeline. I despise the Weasleys for a reason, Dumbledore. They nearly caused a third war and exposed us to the Muggles. Anyway, I have achieved my purpose for being here. Goodbye, I said, before retracting my senses back to my body. I suddenly gasped, having forgotten the feeling of that. I teleported out. I had so much to do before I returned to Hogwarts. Chapter 8, June 4, 1992. I returned to Hogwarts quite pleased with myself. During that short vacation I got a lot of studying done in addition to killing most of the werewolves in the United Kingdom, France, Spain, Germany, Denmark, Netherlands, and Portugal. Altogether, I had killed over 4,000 of the mutts. I did hear a rumor that others were finishing the job. I spent my time studying, maintaining my strategies, and watching current events. In April, I made my investments and managed to completely freeze out other investors. I learned that I had indirectly prevented Hagrid from acquiring Norbert, which I considered a positive. I preferred not to visit Dumbledore to inform him of that. In fact, I preferred not to visit him at all. I had maintained my hold over Slytherin, thankfully without revealing my lordships. Draco lost us 40 points for being out of bounds and I regained them in a day. I now had most of my year favoring me. My demonstration of leadership abilities, and my power and influence have helped me get here. I have the favor of my year and the older years are cowed by my power and displays of violence. As I contemplated this, I was waiting to be dismissed from my last exam. I had every confidence that I would pass with outstandings on all of my exams. I was required to be isolated, so I wasn't given the answers by students who already took them. You're all free to go, Dumbledore informed us, with a grandfatherly smile. I rose and exited, with the other students. When I exited I saw Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy waiting on me and looking nervous. What's wrong? I asked, already suspecting something. Draco has appointed himself leader. He seems to have gotten advice from Cassius Warrington. He even took your bed. I moved your trunk near mine. They planned on throwing it in the lake. Blaise informed me, to my increasing anger. I read between the lines. Blaise isn't outright declaring his allegiance, because he wants to see how I retaliate and then declare, and he did just enough to keep my favor and show token loyalty. The bed is symbolically my throne, and when Draco took it he crossed a line. Well, then, I'll just have to show him the error of his ways, I said. I began walking briskly to the Slytherin dungeon, followed by Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy. We arrived minutes later and I searched the common room for Draco and see him talking with Cassius Warrington. They looked at me and sneered. They were backed up by a lot of older students. Show of power it is, I decided. I removed the invisibility on the lordship ring, for House Ravenclaw. I smiled at them and walked over there. All conversation stopped. What do you want, Potter? Draco asked, with a sneer. To teach you a lesson in humility, I said, cruelly. Do you know what this ring means? I asked, showing him the ring for House Ravenclaw. He looked confused, but 10 older students decided that now was a good time to retire to their dorms. It's a lordship ring, for House Ravenclaw. With it, I have privileges greater than a headmaster. You just had to anger me, didn't you? I said, in amusement. Poor Draco still looked confused. Most of his supporters defected to my side. That seemed to have made things clear to him. It doesn't matter, I control Slytherin House now, Draco said, arrogantly, but mostly stupidly. You did briefly, it's back under my control now. I knocked him back into a wall. I control Hogwarts. I can even strip teachers of privileges. I could even expel you, snap your wand and ruin your future. I have gained enough influence to force the Ministry into complying with that ruling. Not even your father could save you, I said, causing him to become increasingly afraid. That was pathetically easy. Do you understand now? I asked, rhetorically. You are nothing but a whiny, weak, useless, arrogant, spoiled and entitled little brat. You think you deserve power, just for being born. Pathetic. You are such a stupid little boy. Power is worth dying and killing to obtain. What are you going to do to me? Draco asked in fear. It's what you're going to do, Draco. You will bow and swear upon your life and magic to never oppose me ever again. If you don't, I'll force you to live an existence where you will be regarded as little more than a squib, I said, coldly. The pathetic brat quickly got on his hands and knees. I swear upon my life and magic to never oppose you ever again, Draco said, thinking this was an act of mercy. A flash of light signaled the oath's acceptance by magic. Good, now go move my trunk back to my bed and remove your property, I ordered, and Draco obeyed. Eager to get away from me, I turned to face Cassius Warrington, who suddenly looked very nervous. I used legilimency on him. It's nothing personal, Lord Ravenclaw, just politics, he lied. You should learn to lie better, you're just okay at it, I said, angering him. Go to hell, Potter. You can't do anything to me, you're the last of your line. My family would destroy you, he said, arrogantly. I knocked him backwards, into a wall. I made sure I was extra rough out of spite. That's assuming your family isn't grateful for me sparing them of further embarrassment by you, I said, cruelly. I pick him up with telekinesis. I conjured fire and used my pyrokinesis to burn the brand of weakness on his chest. A major insult to pure bloods. I enjoyed his girlish screams. I needed to give him a demeaning name. I was leaning towards Cassie. What the hell are you doing, Potter? Snape yelled, drawing my attention. House intrigue, punishing an enemy, I said as if it's obvious, succeeding in enraging him. You will come with me to the headmaster's office, Potter. Okay, I said, not breaking eye contact with the newly renamed Cassie. To be continued, Cassie, I said, to everyone's amusement. I calmly walked over to a fuming Snape and walked past him, heading directly to the headmaster's office. I heard him follow angrily. When I arrived at the headmaster's office, I ordered the gargoyle to move and it did so, recognizing my authority. I walked into his office, like I owned it, and I did. Hey, headmaster, I said, to him. He still seemed to be recovering from his surprise at my audacity. Headmaster, I saw him hurting students, Snape said, to Dumbledore's shock. I was threatened with death, first. Anyway, I'll tell you the whole story. Warrington manipulated Draco into appointing himself leader of Slytherin, a position I actually earned and still am. They planned on throwing my property in the lake and I retaliated. I forced Draco to swear on his life and magic, to never oppose me again. I said, to their shock, it was that or use my newly acquired influence to relegate him to little more than a squib. I took this opportunity to reveal the lordship ring, making them both nervous. Then I focused on Warrington, who threatened me with death. I flung him into a wall and burned the brand of weakness into his chest. That will likely have a blood feud declared on you, Harry, Dumbledore said, in concern. I have plans to deal with that, I said, dismissively. Are we done here? Because you can't punish me, nor can Board of Governors, I said, too. Dumbledore's anger. Ah, are you angry? I asked mockingly. You sent me to live with those savage muggles. Surely you didn't think that I would let that go unpunished? I'm beyond your control and quite frankly, a murderer has no business running a school, I said, to his shock. Please, forgive me, Harry. He asked sincerely. He wanted forgiveness, but not to atone for his actions. No, I know you're still hiding multiple secrets from me. Nihilus gave me that much knowledge when he manipulated me into acquiring my lordships. He told me that you did something unforgivable. He won't tell me what for his own amusement. I said, coldly and with obvious hatred. If you want forgiveness, then tell me those secrets. That would show a true desire to change for the better. I can't do that, you're too young, Harry. Dumbledore said, not even showing genuine remorse for his secrecy. Very well. Then I'll insist on you calling me Lord Ravenclaw or Lord Peverell from now on, I said, rising to leave. How did you claim the Peverell lordship? Dumbledore asked, as I neared the door. That's none of your business, Headmaster. It's a family secret, only those deemed worthy feel the pull, I said, making a subtle insult to my family. I exited the door, despite his protest. If all went well, my family wouldn't cut off the trust vault. If they did, they would reveal their existence. I would be able to keep looting the family wealth and deprive my idiotic siblings of money for them to waste. I returned to the Slytherin dungeon, quite pleased with myself. How'd it go? Blaise questioned, as I entered. I wasn't punished at all. I can't be, not with the Ravenclaw lordship. I essentially outranked Dumbles and the board, and I actually own a percentage of Hogwarts. I could banish everyone from the school and seal it, forcing the Ministry to find another school and cost it millions of galleons, I said, impressing Blaise and Daphne with the simple and effective strategy. Time skip post-Hogwarts term. I had just read my exam results and I passed them with all outstanding grades. Slytherin won the House and Quidditch Cup, and Gryffindor came in last. McGonagall and Dumbledore were both humiliated by it, thankfully. Dumbledore wasn't daring enough to try taking the win from us. I had continued building up my power and influence and I now controlled 70% of Slytherin. I was currently sitting at home, thinking of something to do. I had already started the creation of a Philosopher's Stone, so that was done. Umbridge was supposed to have begun pushing her anti-werewolf legislation around this. Arthur Weasley began pushing his idiotic Muggle Protection Act around this time too. I decided that I would go, and my future self would go as nihilus. My decision caused my future self to appear from the future, already dressed. I teleported to my room and used a switching spell to change into clothes befitting of my station. I disillusioned myself and disapparated to near the Ministry. When I arrived, I sensed my other self enter the Shadow Realm. I began my walk to the meeting chamber. I arrived minutes later, getting several confused looks. Ah, Harry, I suppose you're here to vote and get used to your lordship duties, Dumbledore said, with a genial smile. Yes, I said, walking past him. Several people raised their eyebrows at my disrespectful behavior. Hello, Lord Peverell, Minister Bones said, from her seat. Please sit anywhere you would like. Thank you, Minister Bones, I said, politely. I walked over to where the traditionally grey families sit. I sat down near Lords Greengrass, Davis, Slughorn, and Crouch. Several people looked surprised, but soon dismissed it as ignorance. Most did. But Lords Greengrass and Davis didn't seem fooled. Perhaps their daughters had already spoken or written of me. I received a glare from Lucius Malfoy. I made sure he could see me roll my eyes. I began looking around the room, and noticed several people in the gallery. It seemed that they had brought their heirs to learn. Poor Arthur brought Ron here. He must be desperate to bring that abomination. I would have to be sure that I taught them well. Dumbledore walked in, and took his seat as Chief Warlock. This meeting shall now begin, he said, banging his gavel. We will begin with debate on the anti-werewolf legislation. I really don't think that's necessary, Chief Warlock, Dolores Umbridge's horribly annoying voice said. We will not break from procedure, Dumbledore said, masking his annoyance. Very well, she said, standing. As you all know, this legislation is designed to prevent dangerous half-breeds from attaining employment. They're dangerous and cannot be trusted to be near people, she said, sitting down. Such arrogance. She didn't even try selling it to undecided voters. Would anyone like to speak in opposition? If so, please stand, Dumbledore said. I remained sitting. I wanted them to form groups, so that I could slaughter the rest of the bad ones. Dumbledore sighed, and that caused several people smirk. All those in favor? Dumbledore asked, in resignation. I voted with the Peverell and Ravenclaw votes. It passed with a supermajority. Thank you, all. With this now law, we can... I watched her get pulled into the Shadow Realm. Predictably, everyone panics. Her mangled body appeared moments later. You're welcome, Wizarding Britain. I heard my other self say, from the Shadow Realm. Nihilus. Minister Bones exclaimed. Present. Sort of. He called out, like an enthusiastic child, and causes several people laugh. Carry on, that's the only person that I planned to kill. Bones gave Dumbles a look, and he nodded nervously. Next on the docket is the Muggle Protection Act, written by Arthur Weasley. We now open the floor to debate, Dumbles said. He nodded to Arthur, who rose from his seat. Thank you, Chief Warlock, he said, before pausing. I sensed my other self exit the Shadow Realm right beside me. Only a few people noticed. The purpose of this act is protect Muggles from bewitched Muggle objects. These objects risk our exposure and victimize helpless Muggles. I believe that this act will go a long way towards preventing our exposure and protecting them. Nihilus snorted derisively beside me, and drew attention to both of us. Oh, don't worry so much, I'm not here to hurt or kill anyone, directly, he muttered under his breath. Would anyone like to speak in opposition? Dumbledore asked. I quickly get up. I would. I said, and Dumbles nodded. This act is quite frankly idiotic. It has mediocre and light punishments. I had the misfortune of being raised in the Muggle world. I said, to their shock. If they discover our existence, they will either take us apart to learn how we work or eradicate us and justify it with religion or try the known burning method. This law has no strong punishment to discourage breaking it, and a law this important should have heavy fines and punishments. What would you suggest, Lord Peverell? Weasley asked. For first-time offenses, 100 galleons, second 500, and third offenses 4,000 galleons. After that consider time in Azkaban, beginning with a week. Several people were nodding in agreement. Doing this will strongly discourage future infractions. Malfoy stood, angrily, but Nihilus teleported to him and took him into the Shadow Realm, causing another panic. They returned a minute later. I agree with Lord Peverell's assessment, Malfoy said, to everyone's surprise. He cast a spell and briefly informed his faction of events. They obediently fell into line. Now my entire faction does. Shall we put it to a vote? Yes. Dumbledore said, suspiciously. All those in favor? I voted using my Peverell and Ravenclaw votes. I seem to have avoided having to reveal all my influence and lordships. It passed, almost unanimously. My actions seemed to have soured Arthur's victory, who was also suspicious. Oh well. I'd get over it, not sure if he would though. The motion is passed and the Muggle Protection Act will go into effect in 1 month. Dumbledore said. We all looked incredibly pleased with ourselves. Are there any other matters to address? Dumbledore asked. No one mentioned any. I call this meeting of the Wizengamot to an end. My other self disappeared into the Shadow Realm and several people immediately exited. I decided to do the same. I saw little need to build alliances right now. I didn't publicly have the influence that I needed for me to negotiate successfully. I exited the Ministry minutes later and teleported away. When I arrived, I see my future self there. I lowered my occlumency shields and he transferred his limited future knowledge to me. Apparently, he promised Malfoy the public humiliation of the Weasleys and protection for his questionable artifacts in exchange for his support. Good. That will get me inside Malfoy Manor, then I can implement the next phase of my plans. I said, with a smile. My future self left, returning to his time. I still needed to pass some time until later. I decided to reclaim all of my inheritance, again. Avalon, now currently known as the Isle of Wight, which used to be inhabited by loyalists of Morgana Le Fay until she died, due to injuries sustained in a battle. When she died, only they survived. They later forgot their proud history and suffered from Viking raids and dominion by the Normans and eventually the British royal family. While I had no issues with the royal family, I had a prior claim to the island and I was invoking it. I teleported to my room and used a switching spell to change into my nihilus disguise. I teleported onto the throne in the dining hall of Castle Lafay. I placed my palms down on the arm rests and channeled magic into them. I suddenly had my magic sense overloaded and got an instant headache. It didn't matter though, I had achieved my goal and I was already recovered. I teleported into the cavern that housed the island's ward stone. When I arrived, I found that Morgana's powerful magic had preserved it perfectly. All the supports for the cavern were unblemished. I placed my hands on the ward stone and began sensing the magic contained within. I found it was fully charged, having absorbed ambient magic and some from ley lines. Good, that solved plenty of potential issues. Then I could make my planned upgrades in my spare time. I began drawing runes for a modified ritual. I finished minutes later, having double-checked everything. I placed my hands back on the stone and mentally prayed myself. Pareto magicam et vitam, I said, channeling the spell throughout the entire island. A minute later, I sensed the spell had fulfilled its purpose. I reactivated the unplottable function on the rest of the island, as well as all the other protections. Now, one more to go. The modified Fidelius charm, and then I would turn the inhabitants into undead minions and go honor my agreement with Malfoy. Pareto magicam et vitam, consume magic and life. A spell created by me, with Google Translate. Chapter 9. I had a great summer. I finished warding my new kingdom, studied, and hunted down some surviving werewolves. When Dobby stole my letters, I had him brought to me in chains and I bullied him into compliance with my demands. I verified that Lucius Malfoy put Tom's diary in Ginny's cauldron. When Lockhart had the audacity to grab me, I punched him in the face and broke the idiot's jaw. Somehow his nose was also broken. It was almost like somebody punched him again at superhuman speed. The kind you get from rituals of sacrifice. I wonder who that was. When it was all over, I told him to never physically assault a lord, ever again. I was currently sitting at the Slytherin table, waiting for the food to appear. I had confirmed the presence of Ron, who was repeating his first year, and Peter in his animagus form. They weren't in the hall. He had to drive his father's car there. Someone, me, prevented him from passing the barrier and somehow, compulsion charm. He thought flying the car would be a good idea. Ginny was also there and I already sensed that vile object in Gryffindor Tower. Several first years were glaring at me. Let's see, Caro sisters. That was a fantasy one planned to live out this time around. And Harper, no threat from that idiot. A couple of Gryffindorks who felt betrayed by my presence in Slytherin, Ginny among them. The teachers had finally returned and the food appeared on the table. I wonder what happened, Daphne asked. Ron Weasley flew his father's enchanted car to Hogwarts and was seen by at least 7 muggles, I said to her shock and confusion. How did you find out? She asked. I can eavesdrop on conversations in Hogwarts, I said, where only she could hear me. I had only recently discovered that perk. What will you do? Daphne asked in interest. To Arthur Weasley. Nothing. Nihilus claims it will be funnier if I wait. He really hates the Weasley family and has taken a special interest in ruining them. So far it's been funny to watch, so I agree with him and he has told me of my lordships. That inspired some tolerance for his eccentricities, at least for me anyway. The Wizengamot will likely punish him without your approval, Blaise said. I know, and I will support those punishments. The point of my support, which I only did because Nihilus encouraged it, was to watch Arthur Weasley fall on his own sword and derive enjoyment from it, I said, to their amusement. That is funny, Blaise admitted with a cruel smile. Yes, it is, Daphne said, giving me a look of admiration. I might have had a chance with her, which was good considering I actually wanted her. So, I heard an outlandish rumor about you punching Gilderoy Lockhart and breaking his jaw, Blaise said. It's actually true. He just grabbed me and I counter-attacked out of habit, I said, amusing Blaise and Daphne. Serves that idiot right. I can't believe Dumbledore hired such an obvious fraud. Neither can I, Daphne and I said, at the same time. We each looked at each other, only she blushed. I turned back to face Blaise, who looked amused. Maybe Dumbles is trying to weaken us, I suggested. Either way, it doesn't affect me. I'll be studying for fourth-year exams and owls. In defense against the dark arts and history of magic. I even have something for extra credit that I think will help me pass, I said, to their interest. I'll show you after I pass. That's fine, but you can tell us now, Daphne said with a sweet smile. I thought I was in love. She was 12 years old. It was wrong. I was a 500-year-old man inside a 12-year-old and a mass murderer. Too late to worry about morality now, and I would marry her first. Blaise began to laugh a little, thinking she outsmarted me. I snapped out of my weird mental debate with myself. You're right. I can, but I won't, I said, turning it back on her, making her pout and causing Blaise to laugh harder. The rest of the feast passed in silence and Dumbles rose from his seat. I have a few announcements before you all run along to bed. Mr. Filch's list of forbidden objects has been extended to include several new objects. You can find the full list in Filch's office. He sighed. The rumors of Ron Weasley flying an enchanted car to Hogwarts are true, he said, to their shock and disbelief. The matter is contained and all muggles were obliviated. You are all free to go to bed. Lord Peverell, please remain behind. There is an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. I'll see you both in the morning, I said to Daphne and Blaise, who nodded. They rose with the rest of our house and left. Once enough people passed, I walked over to Dumbledore. I suppose the meeting is in regards to Arthur and Ron Weasley? I asked in a bored tone. Yes, Lord Peverell, Dumble said. I'm surprised they haven't just thrown him into Azkaban or sacked him, I said, to his disapproval. He doesn't deserve to be put in Azkaban and you shouldn't suggest such harsh punishments, Dumble said sternly. The punishment must fit the crime. Exposure may mean eradication of all magical species. Those fines and then Azkaban better illustrate the importance of the act and discourage repeat offenses, I said coldly. I'll find my own way to the meeting. I find your presence annoying, I said, as an excuse to leave early. I'll take you, I heard my other self say. I really needed to quit overusing that persona. Thank you, I said politely. He pulled us into the Shadow Realm and we used our ritual-enhanced speed to exit the dark mirror of Hogwarts. When we were outside we exited, disillusioned ourselves, and teleported to the Ministry. When I arrived, I saw that I was alone, so I removed my disillusionment. Charm. I sensed my other self enter the Shadow Realm and I began walking to the meeting chamber. I arrived there, minutes later, and noticed I was one of the first. I noticed Lord Crouch and Greengrass had already arrived. I walked over to sit near them. Hello, Lord Peverell Ravenclaw, Lord Greengrass said politely. Hello, Lord Greengrass, I said politely in return. I would like to discuss a potential alliance with you, he said neutrally, observing my reactions. I'm open to an alliance, but I am currently building up my influence, so I would prefer it if we can finalize any details after the end of this school year. By that time, I should be able to contribute more to an alliance, I said, to his interest. Of course, he agreed in understanding. I would like to ensure the stability of the alliance with a marriage contract, perhaps with my youngest Astoria, he said, testing my interest. I would prefer Daphne, though I would of course make guarantees to preserve the independence of your house and continuance of name and line. Perhaps with a child of ours becoming heir to House Greengrass. I feel it only reasonable, considering she is your heir. That and I will be required to take multiple wives, I said, dropping any facades. He seemed to be extremely interested, almost convinced in fact. I also seemed to have passed his test. I know he wanted to see if whatever she had told him was true. I presume Daphne is already agreeable and that I have passed your test? I asked with a smile. He wanted to see if I returned Daphne's developing feelings. While they were those of a young lady, she was quite mature mentally. Lord Crouch even looked impressed. "She is, and you have," he said in amusement. He wanted to see if I would throw Daphne away for power and if I would try taking control of his house. Because quite frankly, I probably could. I could marry her and acquire so control over the house's assets. Excellent. What are both of your views on Weasley's actions? I asked, curious of their opinions. That he should punish and should not grant himself exceptions to his own law. And yours? Lord Greengrass said. Lord Crouch nodded in agreement. I'm leaning towards fines for all the offenses and sacking him. Make an example of him, I say. They seem to be in agreement. Talking about Lord Weasley? Lord Davis asked, joining us. Yes, do you think he should be made an example of? Lord Greengrass questioned. Of course, he said, as if it was obvious, though I'm sure the light faction won't let him be punished too severely. What if one of us has a complicated bloodline consisting of multiple squibs, which resulted with that person having 12 votes? I asked. Rhetorically. That would help, but we would need more votes. You have 12 votes, how? Lord Greengrass asked, eyeing me with renewed interest. I revealed all my lordship rings. I am lord of the houses, Peverell, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Lefay and Emrys. As you all may know, Gryffindor was quite the dueler. He built up 5 votes by right of conquest. Morgana acquired an additional 5 votes. I've had difficulties claiming the Potter lordship. The ring is lost. My mother is a descendant of Morgana Le Fay, Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. Impressive. Perhaps we could get the dark faction to agree to vote against Weasley. Then we would only need to persuade some of the appointed commoners to vote against him, Lord Crouch said, strategizing. Barty must have been desperate to associate with Death Eaters. Sounds great, I said in agreement. They all seem to agree with his plan also. Who's going to approach them with the idea? Lord Crouch sighed. I will, he said, glancing over to Lord Malfoy who had just entered. Wish me luck, gentlemen, he said, rising to walk over to Malfoy. And none of us wished him luck. We are so mean, I said with false sadness, making several of them smirk in amusement at my childish antics. Lord Crouch returned a moment later with a pleased look on his face. He had the same idea. He agreed in moments. So, 21 votes against Weasley, I said in observation. Which is a formidable power in the Wizengamot, Lord Greengrass said as Lord Weasley entered. Yes. The man of the hour has just arrived, I said, turning back to the group. And his entire faction arrived with him as a show of support, Lord Davis said, mocking the very idea. Yes, so we each need to try getting support for punishing Weasley? I asked for clarification. They nodded yes as Dumbles entered and quickly took his seat. This emergency meeting of the Wizengamot will begin. We are here in regards for the hearing of Lord Arthur Weasley. He has no defense against his actions, which are a clear breach of his law, Dumbledore said. Arthur squirmed in his seat. Would anyone like to speak either for or against his actions? No one said anything. I will, I said in annoyance, rising from seat. Am I free to ask Lord Weasley questions? I asked and Dumbles nodded yes. Lord Weasley, to ease the minds of everyone here, would you be willing to swear upon your life and magic? To answer all questions truthfully or submit to questioning under veritaserum? I asked, to the light faction's outrage. His actions could have led us to be the victims of genocide by Muggles, who have weapons that can destroy cities. I think considering that, it should be allowed, given that he almost caused more death than Voldemort himself, I said, making the idiots gasp. I'll agree to it, Lord Weasley said in defeat. I swear upon my life and magic, to answer all questions truthfully. He probably believed that I wasn't going to seize the opportunity to ruin him. Excellent. Do you agree that you have a history of studying Muggle objects? Including taking them apart and even enchanting them? I asked with a victorious smile. He realized he just made a mistake. Yes, I do. Did you do this prior to and after the Muggle Protection Act and law regarding ownership of charmed Muggle objects? Yes, I did. In violation of the laws you, yourself wrote or were part of writing? I asked, to the approval of Minister Bones. No, I gave myself loopholes so I could continue my hobby, Weasley said, to everyone's outrage. You mean you betrayed the trust of your fellow lords and made a mockery of the Ministry, its laws and the people who abide by them? I said, trapping him. Yes, he said, realizing I was ruining him and beginning to cry. Can you be trusted to not engage in such behavior in the future? No. Should your laws be rewritten by a neutral party, to remove loopholes and bias? Yes. How many times have you enchanted Muggle objects? Hundreds of times, he said, to everyone's outrage. Do you realize you have gone far past the third offense, which carries a fine of 4,000 galleons? I asked. Yes. Do you accept that you are eligible for time in Azkaban at this point? Yes. I have no more questions, I said, returning to my seat. Does anyone else have questions? Dumbles asked nervously. None did. Everyone looked angry at Weasley. I made a show of looking disgusted by his behavior. I will now pass judgment on Lord Arthur Weasley, Dumbles said. Lord Crouch quickly rose to his feet. I object. He is your ally and you cannot be trusted to pass a fair judgment, he said. We all rose in support, as did the Dark faction and most of the commoners. Recuse yourself. They began chanting. A minute later. Silence. Dumbledore bellowed. I will recuse myself, since you all seem to have no faith me. Who do you consider unbiased, however? Lord Crouch, I suggested in the silence. He put his own son in Azkaban. If that doesn't prove he can judge fairly, I don't know what does. There seemed to be general approval. He's really the only viable option. Considering the Wizengamot is divided into light, dark, and gray factions. A vote. All those in favor? Dumbledore asked, in approval. I voted with all my lordships. 49 votes in favor. Lord Crouch, if you will. Dumbles said, sitting down. In light of all these crimes, I'm in favor of a 4,000 galleons fine, sacking from his position, and 2 weeks in Azkaban, Crouch said. I object. That is an excessive punishment. Madam Augusta Longbottom, proxy for House Longbottom, said angrily. His actions could have caused thousands of deaths, including your grandsons. Lord Crouch argued. The punishment must fit the crime and, quite frankly, this is a merciful punishment. I accept the punishment. Lord Weasley yelled. Perhaps I had guilted him into it. Either way, I was pleased with my work there today. Everyone looked surprised but didn't interfere with his condemnation. Very well. We will turn you over to Rufus Scrimgeour, Dumbledore said in concern. Scrimgeour rose from his seat and escorted him from the room. I concealed my pleasure at the idea of his future suffering. There is still the matter of the rewrite of the laws he wrote. Are there any volunteers? I suggest our rising star, none other than Lord Peverell himself, Lucius Malfoy said, trying to give me too much work. I have no issue with that, I said in a bored tone. I could not believe the idiot would give me that much power. I was more than willing to use that to my advantage. In fact, I would enjoy the challenge, I said, making a challenge to Malfoy. I could take whatever he can dish out. I second the motion, Lord Greengrass said with a tired smile. All in favor? Dumbledore asked, dreading the result. I voted in favor of myself, with all 12 votes. 55 votes in favor, Dumbledore said in surprise. This meeting is dismissed. Thank you, Lords Greengrass, Crouch, Davis and Slughorn, I said politely. You're welcome, Lord Peverell. I hate to be rude, but I am quite tired and eager to sleep. So goodbye and nice to formally meet you. I will contact you after Hogwarts term ends, he said, before walking away. Nice meeting you also, all of you, I said politely, first to Lord Greengrass and then to the entire Grey faction. I walked out of the meeting chamber and began walking. I found an out-of-sight place minutes later and entered the Shadow Realm. I found my other self there already waiting. We walked through the dark mirror of the Ministry and exited minutes later. We exited the Shadow Realm and teleported into the quarters for Lord Gryffindor. When we arrived, he transferred his limited future knowledge to me and returned to his time. I confirmed that no one was outside my dorm and teleported there. I walked inside, kicked off my shoes and crashed into bed. I may not have been physically tired, but my mind was. Chapter 10. I managed to avoid the drama Lockhart stirred up. Punching someone in the face tends to make things clear. That and I don't take the idiot's class. The rest of the school wasn't so lucky. Hell, even Colin Creevey hadn't been. Annoying me. I had just been sitting back and enjoying my time at Hogwarts. I focused on studying, rewriting Weasley's laws, maintaining the secret passage behind the mirror on 4th floor and enjoying the drama. When Ron tried making Malfoy vomit slugs, I allowed his magic to work just long enough for it to backfire on him. Oh, how I was enjoying my revenge. I'd even overheard that the Weasleys weren't pleased with me humiliating their patriarch. Ron had been saying that he was going to get revenge and humiliate me. I hope the idiot did. I knew what his actions would cause and I was looking forward to it. The chamber had been opened, same as last time. I had already begun hearing the basilisk and had been monitoring Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I'd been avoiding trouble and death day parties. I was currently at the Halloween feast, having a healthy snack of pumpkin juice and apples. Why do you avoid the candy, Harry? Daphne asked. He's obsessed with being healthy. He sneaks out in the mornings to exercise sometimes, Blaise said, in amusement. Why? She asked, now truly confused. I like being healthy. I have more energy, I sleep better, and I look really good shirtless, I said. The last revelation made her blush and Blaise laughed at her. And pants less, I said quietly, making her blush even more. Blaise was shaking with laughter. So, how is the rewrite of Weasley's laws going? Blaise asked in interest. Quite well, in my opinion. It solely targets objects that can be for Muggle baiting. Defines any object from one generation prior as a family heirloom, including dark objects, and protects them from confiscation. It imposes the requirement that they simply be contained, in such a way that Muggles cannot easily get near them. They are required to confirm the truth of their claims with a binding magical contract, including the claim they won't use them against Muggles. It still gives the Ministry the right to search possessions, but only on known or suspected offenders and including associates of known or suspected offenders. I said, to their approval and that of the eavesdroppers. What about the Muggle baiters? First-time offenders, 100 galleon fine. Second, a 700 galleon fine. And third, a 4,900 galleon fine. After that it's time in Azkaban, beginning with a week. Increasing by a week per offense, if they commit a related offense. After the law goes into effect, all these punishments become a retroactive punishment for all previous crimes, which is to be served immediately. That will crush dissent from Muggle baiters and fill the Ministry's coffers, Blaise said, in observation. Several of our eavesdroppers seemed to agree. It also allows people to appeal to the Wizengamot or a selected court for permission to study Muggle objects. That way, it leaves the option to eventually adapt Muggle technologies and objects to magic, which could be somewhat useful. This would naturally exempt them from fines and punishments. I don't see the appeal, but I'm sure others do, Blaise said dismissively. I don't see the appeal either, at least not at this age. I want to learn to disapparate. I could probably get away with it. I am an emancipated lord, I said with a smile. We know, Harry, Blaise said in amusement. I have overheard that Ron Weasley is seeking revenge for your humiliation of his father, he said. He will humiliate and destroy you, Blaise said, to my amusement and Daphne's concern. That would be a third defeat for the Weasley family, I said offhandedly. Blaise and Daphne got what I was saying. And the Pruitt assets and titles merged with the Weasleys when Molly Pruitt married Arthur Weasley, Daphne said in realization. Right of conquest, Blaise said approvingly. You could demote the Weasleys to peasant status. Right where they belong, Daphne said. Yes. I have noticed they act horribly, No class, dignity or maturity. I learn what I know from a book and I behave better than they do, I said, mocking them and amusing Blaise and Daphne. It looks like you're about to get another victory to your name, Harry, Daphne said, gesturing towards the high table. I saw Ron walking up there. I noticed that he was morbidly obese and was moving slow. I, Ron Weasley, challenge Harry Potter to a wizard's duel, he proclaimed, both boldly and stupidly. Almost all the children of the Light faction looked at him as if he was insane. So did most of the Grey and Dark factions. I accept, I said in amusement. I was surprised that he did this without coercion. I will not allow this to occur on Hogwarts grounds, Dumbledore said firmly. You have no choice in the matter, my other self said, revealing himself. You know that you no longer truly control Hogwarts, and getting in the way of feuds declared or otherwise is a sure way to be killed. Young Harry may not be able to kill you, but I can, and you're squib in comparison to me, he said, before forcing Dumbles and everyone to sit back down. Now, just remember Ronnie, if you back down it's a mark of shame and you cost your family their assets and titles, he said, to Ron's confusion. My other self nodded to me. I rose from my seat and walked up there. In case it wasn't clear, I authorize Nihilus to act as proxy if any of you attack me or interfere, I said with a mean smile. Professor Flitwick will officiate. My other self led him up from his seat and I withdrew my wand from my holster. This duel will be to death or incapacitation. The loser will forfeit all family titles and wealth and become a commoner, Flitwick said, to Ron's confusion. Ron glared murderously at Neville. Lethal spells may be used. Begin, when ready, Flitwick said sadly, backing away. Avada Kedavra. Ron yelled. To the entire hall's shock, nothing happened. Pathetic squib. I yelled. Aqua eructo. A massive jet of water erupted from my wand tip and blasted Ron back, knocking him into the headmaster's podium. He tried getting up. Glacies, I said, freezing the idiot in ice. Expelliarmus, I said calmly. A bright jet of scarlet light blasted through the ice and knocked him into the floor again. I repeated the spell and disarmed him of his wand. I felt 2 rings appear on my hand and I saw 2 blank ones. I won 2 lordships, but I was not a Weasley or Pruitt, so I had 2 more untitled lordships, which I could choose to absorb into another house. Well, that takes care of that, my other self said happily. He seemed to have released everyone from their restraints. Then perhaps you'd best leave, Dark Wizard, lest you feel my wrath, Gilderoy said, standing with his wand aimed at my other self. My other self waved me to sit down. But I like wrath and feelings, he said, with childlike behavior. So come here, let's duel. In fact, let's make it a wizard's duel. Lockhart remained where he was. If you win, I'll unmask and even surrender myself to the Ministry. You'll go down in history as the man who defeated the Dark Wizard who destroyed the werewolves. No one will ever forget your name, my other self said, manipulating the idiot. I accept, Lockhart said, making the biggest mistake of his life. Attack when ready, my other said, readying himself. Expelliarmus, Lockhart yelled and a tiny flash of white light hit my other self, who just shrugged it off. I was surprised that he could even do that much. My other self quickly disarmed him and sent lightning at him. Ah, he was going to pull a Grindelwald. He held the beam of the lightning curse on Lockhart, who screamed in agony as his flesh burned. He wasn't using lethal power, he just wanted to humiliate and disfigure the idiot. He stunned him non-verbally. That duel had just won me millions of galleons. The goblins should already be aware of the change of ownership. The good thing was that the nihilus persona was invulnerable to their lowly magic. The bad thing is, he would have to go to Gringotts to withdraw it and explain the new ownership. You can have all of his wealth, by the way. I won't be in this timeline for much longer, he said. Okay, I said, like I was confused that he was doing that. Bye everyone. Try not to miss me too much, my other self said, before entering the Shadow Realm. I'll go to Gringotts and have them transfer his wealth to the Peverell vault, We can't have our family getting it, he whispered from the shadow realm. I returned to my seat with a pleased smile. You know his parents will likely challenge you, right? Daphne asked minutes later in concern. Yes, I'll just need a proxy. I know Nihilus wants to wipe the Weasley name from existence. Hopefully he'll be around. Hopefully, Daphne said, still concerned. It seems everyone is leaving. Yes, I suppose we should also, I said, rising. Minutes later, and after ignoring the noise of the basilisk, we encountered Ginny's writing and the petrified Mrs. Norris. That is disgusting, I said, looking at the blood and petrified cat. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. Draco's annoying voice called out. He seemed to have pushed his way to the front of the crowd, again. Filch arrived and saw Mrs. Norris. My cat, what's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked. Which one of you little monsters killed her? I'll kill you. Argus, Dumbledore said, interrupting his homicidal rant. He swept past some Gryffindors and detached Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Come with me, Argus, he said to Filch. Filch obeyed and was led away by him. I continued onto the Slytherin dungeon. I arrived at the Slytherin common room minutes later. Potter, what are you gonna do about Weasley's parents? Not asked in interest. He was obviously gathering intelligence for his family and faction. Hopefully my proxy Nihilus will be around to deal with them. If not, I'll have to fight or delay. I will be around, my other self said, revealing himself. Why are you stalking, Harry? Daphne asked, somewhat protectively. I'm not. I bribed him into playing my game and promised him it would be extremely beneficial for him. You're welcome, by the way, Harry. Millions of galleons. All yours, all formerly belonging to Gilderoy Lockhart. I also need to speak with you, in private, he said, before pulling me into the shadow realm. I investigated the Potter finances while I was at Gringotts. Our family has spent 5 million galleons while in hiding. I also found a bribable goblin, a high-ranking and influential one. I confirmed that they don't visit Gringotts, they withdraw money with a magical money bag. This leaves plenty of fun options to finish ruining them. They seem to be spoiling my siblings and letting them have an amazing, pampered life. They were living like royalty, while I lived like a damn slave. Good. Give me that knowledge and you can return to your time, I said. With a smile. I thought I might be able to speed up my plans. My other self transferred his knowledge to me. They had bought a Muggle manor to live in for over £5 million. Several expensive cars. James had thrown parties with his Muggle friends. He had bought a yacht and a plane. What an idiot. He was a wizard. He could move almost instantly. He wasted millions on an oversized boat. I would enjoy ruining them even more now. I knew they indulged themselves and had an amazing life, but I didn't know all of this. My other self exited the shadowy mirror of the common room. I used my occlumency to calm down and clear my mind. I exited the shadow realm. Are you okay? Daphne asked. Yes, I'm fine, I said in reassurance. He just gave me a lot of information. My mind is still processing it all. Potter, there is an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. The headmaster asked that I inform you that he will retrieve you in 30 minutes' time, Snape said, not pleased with being a messenger. Tell him by that time I'll already be at the meeting, with already constructed strategies to counter whatever the Light faction is planning to do in interference, I said angrily. I could tell that Snape was amused by the Light faction's humiliation. Anything else? Snape asked in amusement. Tell Dumbles to go fuck himself with a beater's bat, I said, to everyone's amusement. As you wish, Snape said. To my surprise, he exited the common room, cloak billowing. Was Snape starting to like me? I need to go get ready, I said. I quickly exited the common room, heading to my dorm. When I entered, I removed my best robes from my trunk and closed its lid and went to the loo. As soon as I was inside, I performed a switching spell to change clothes. I summoned my future self by deciding I may need it. I grabbed my copies of the law rewrites. My future self arrived and teleported us into the Ministry. When we arrived, he quickly entered the shadow realm. I began walking to the meeting chamber, not bothering to conceal my anger. I arrived minutes later and found the entire Grey faction already there. "Ah, Lord Peverell, I see what you meant about building up influence now," Lord Greengrass said with a smile. "That was what I like to call a happy accident. I'm still working on that project," I said with a polite smile. "I suppose the Light faction hopes to bully me into surrendering the former Weasley and Pruitt lordships?" "That's my current theory, at least," I said, my anger, annoyance and stress obvious. "Most likely an accurate one," Lord Crouch acknowledged. "The Weasleys will likely challenge you also, which means you need a proxy to stand in for you," Lord Greengrass said. I could tell that he was willing to volunteer. "I already have one." "Have you heard about Dark Wizard Nihilus?" I asked to their shock. "He's a fan and hates the Weasleys and Dumbledore. He's also more of a Grey wizard. The Ministry just labels people with dissenting points of view dark, so he just called himself dark by choice." "That will likely make you appear dark," Lord Davis said. "I don't care, I'm not dark. Nihilus is a chronomancer. He told me every lordship I'm eligible for and how to claim them. He just wants to ruin Albus Dumbledore and wipe the name Weasley from existence." "Why?" Lord Greengrass asked. "Apparently the Muggle-loving wastes of life and magic exposed us in the future. Muggles dropped nuclear bombs on Hogwarts, dissected and murdered us. Nihilus claims Dumbledore did something to me, but won't tell me what it is yet," I said angrily. "He claims it will be more amusing and strategically sound that way." I watched the Dark faction enter, followed by the Light faction. "This meeting of the Wizengamot will now begin. We are here due to a complaint by Arthur Weasley, who recently lost both of his family titles and assets," Dumbledore said, making the Dark and Grey factions snicker. "Lord Peverell, if you would explain your actions." I rose, my annoyance obvious to all. "It's quite simple, really. My spies in Gryffindor House reported that Ron has been saying that he was going to get revenge and humiliate me. I patiently waited, while hoping the idiot did. I knew what his actions would cause and was looking forward to it. Arthur's idiot son challenged me to a wizard's duel, with the entire Great Hall as witnesses. What was the first spell he tried casting? None other than the Killing Curse, with the Chief Warlock himself as a witness," I said to everyone's shock. "Now, as per the legality of my conquest of houses Weasley and Pruitt. During the first flying lesson at Hogwarts, Ron Weasley attacked me and was quickly defeated. You are all witnesses to my defeat of Arthur Weasley, here in the Wizengamot. When Ron Weasley challenged me and lost very easily, failing to cast even a single spell, that was the third and final defeat that completed the conquest of houses Weasley and Pruitt. They do of course reserve the right to challenge me. I already have a proxy selected. However, in light of their undignified behavior here, my proxy will end their lives," I said, shocking them again. "I also have a complaint," I said with a smile. "Albus Dumbledore attempted to illegally prevent the duel, for the benefit of his faction. I call his impartiality into question and suggest that he step down as Chief Warlock. He obviously cannot be trusted to continue in that capacity and his actions before the duel prove it," I said, to the Light faction's outrage and the shock of Dumbledore. "I second the motion," Lord Malfoy called out. "So be it then, I will step down," Dumbledore said angrily. "I do, however, advise you to elect another Chief Warlock immediately." "Yes, and it would have to be someone who has proven themselves impartial, beyond reasonable doubt," I said. Everyone seemed to realize that I had planned this. Someone whose loyalty and devotion to justice was such that he imprisoned his own son. An esteemed former head of the DMLE and current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I have no doubt that he will not demonstrate bias or prefer a faction over another. They already knew who I was talking about. "I suggest none other than Lord Bartemius Crouch," I said, to the approval of the Light and Grey factions, as well as most of the commoners. "I accept the nomination," Lord Crouch said. I discreetly nodded to Lord Greengrass. Perhaps a vote is in order, he suggested. Yes. All in favor? Dumbledore asked in defeat. I voted with all my 14 votes. 50 votes in favor. Bartemius Crouch is now Chief Warlock, he said emotionlessly. I think I speak for the entire Wizengamot when I say you may leave, Albus Dumbledore, I said, with a falsely sweet smile. Dumbledore was glaring at me, but he stopped and exited the chamber in humiliation. Nihilus was heard laughing in the background. Chief Warlock Crouch took his new seat. Are there any other matters to address? Crouch asked. I have completed the rewrite of Weasley's laws. I'm sure you will all find it fair and well written. I combined the 2 laws into one comprehensive law, I said, to everyone but Weasley's approval. Molly glared at Arthur, who shook his head in refusal. Molly stood and I concealed my pleasure at what she was about to do. She never had good self-control. I challenge Harry Potter to a wizard's duel, she said, glaring hatefully at me. I accept and my proxy shall fight in my place, I said, in a bored tone. Where is this proxy? Molly questioned angrily. My other self exited the shadow realm beside me. That's him. He has a hatred for all things Weasley, I said, pointing at him. Muttering broke out among the Wizengamot as Nihilus stood. Begin when ready, Nihilus said in a bored tone, though I could tell he was secretly taking the duel seriously. Molly began with a disintegration curse, which hit and was absorbed by Nihilus. Are you done yet, Squib? I see where Ron got his magical talent now, he said, taunting the bitch. She flew into a psychotic rage and barraged him with all types of dark spells. He calmly endured the barrage, unaffected by its power. Time suddenly began to slow, only my other self and I were unaffected. He manipulated the magic in her incoming spells and sent them back to her and cast several dozen cutting curses at her too. He quickly released his hold on time and the spells hit Molly and her mangled body fell to the ground dead, with a disbelieving look on her fat and ugly face. That concludes the entertainment portion of the Wizengamot meeting, my other self said, coming to sit beside me. Any other matters? Crouch asked nervously. No one said anything. This meeting is now completed. My other self entered the shadow realm and I rose to leave, while concealing my pleasure at how events progressed. Chapter 11, February 14, 1993. Ever since I had learned that Neville tricked Ron into challenging me, I decided that it was time to befriend him and help him in return. As such, I had been tutoring him in several subjects and we had formed a tentative alliance. I managed to instill such confidence in him that he was progressing like he did in the DA last time. He was caught up and I had managed to convince Snape to not add unnecessary pressure on him. I hoped that in time, I could eventually persuade Neville to leave the Light faction. My rewrite of Weasley's laws recently went into effect. Surprisingly, almost everyone found it fair and supported it, without me having to manipulate them into it. I had been buying up shares of the Daily Prophet. So far I owned 20%. My returns on my investments were put to good use in my ambitious plan to own it and all other media. I decided to curse Ron some more. I made him even more lazy and stupid. I couldn't have him making further trouble, after all. The attacks had continued and Colin Creevey, Justin Finch-Fletchley, and nearly headless Nick were all petrified. I was thankfully still not a suspect in the attacks. I avoided using Parseltongue at the dueling club, which I easily dominated. I beat several fifth years, while holding back the vast majority of my immense power. My studying had paid off and I was ready to undertake my owls. It was Valentine's Day and I had been going through the day, while hoping that I didn't receive love letters and dreading it. Lockhart managed to get his way again. I thought about vetoing it, but it would have made me look petty. So far I hadn't received any unwanted advances, but I was dreading it anyway. I had already found Tom's diary, which Ginny threw away in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I was walking upstairs for my charms class, just like last time, with dread obvious in my expression. Oi, you, Harry Potter, shouted the dwarf from last time. I just stopped to wait and smirked every time he heard a Gryffindor. I've got a musical message to deliver to Harry Potter in person, he said, twanging his harp in a threatening sort of way. "Get it over with," I said, in annoyance. Most of the hallways stopped, they were no doubt hoping for free entertainment. "Right," he said, pleased I wasn't resisting. "Here is your singing Valentine. His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad, his hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine, he's truly divine, the hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Great, I have a creepy stalker. Hopefully they don't know where I live." I deadpanned, to everyone's amusement. I was sure that I saw Ginny sneak away from the group, beginning to cry. Oh well, I didn't care about her feelings. She grew up to be a clingy, stupid, and selfish little bitch. Flashback: I had just defeated that wannabe Dark Lord and his lieutenants and had experienced an epiphany, where I realized that a new wizard needed to step up and act as a deterrent to ward off dark wizards. Given my life experience, I decided that I might as well do it. No one else would volunteer, so I planned and decided that I had to leave Britain. Unfortunately, that involved breaking up with my clingy girlfriend, who kept pressuring me to marry her. I just couldn't bring myself to marry her. I grew as a person and I also grew to dislike her. I had just apparated to the borough. I felt obligated to formally break up with her. When I arrived, the first person I saw was Ginny. "Hey, Harry," she said, with a smile. "Hello, Ginny, we need to talk," I said, nervously. "What about?" she asked in concern, as her family came out to greet me. "I have to break up with you. I'm leaving to train in advanced magic, so that I can fight the next Dark Lord," I said, to her and Molly's outrage. "Why?" Ginny screams. "I'm the logical conclusion. I have experience, the will, and the means to do so. And it's not like people are lining up for the opportunity. I've become numb to the difficulties involved with fighting dark wizards," I said, angering her more. "That's not what I meant, Harry," she screamed, like a banshee. "What did you mean then?" I asked, annoyed by her loudness. "Why are you breaking up with me?" she demanded. "We have grown apart and I no longer feel the same connection with you. I have grown up from the boy I was, and have realized that we have nothing in common, other than Quidditch, and honestly I've outgrown Quidditch and have begun to find it boring," I said, angering everyone, though that's likely because of my comments on Quidditch. "You have wasted years of my life. You can't leave me," Ginny screamed, looking as mad as Bellatrix Lestrange. "I wasted years of our lives, Ginny," I said, coldly. "We gave our relationship a chance and it didn't work out, and yes, I can leave you." Ginny began to shake in rage, before she suddenly reached for her wand. I quickly did the same out of reflex, but Bill stopped Ginny, and I stopped myself. "Perhaps it's best that I leave that now," I said, as Percy and George dragged Ginny inside. "Be careful, Harry. Are Ron and Hermione going with you?" Bill said. "No, this is a solo trip. They have been by my side for years and have done enough for me. I'm going to let them settle down and enjoy their lives. It's the very least I can for them." "What are your plans?" Bill asked. "I'll use my fame and influence to take my newts, and then begin my travels. I've been self-studying and I'm confident that I can pass them without standings," I said, lying without remorse. I certainly had no intentions of telling him that I had Voldemort's knowledge, skill, and experience. Though, I had every intention of taking my newts. "Harry," I heard Ginny scream. "I'm going to go, now," I said, and Bill nodded in understanding. I disapparated away. As I did so, I realized the reason I grew to dislike Ginny was because she became like her mother, overbearing, domineering, and extremely loud, and overly opinionated. I was lucky that I got away from her. End flashback. The rest of the day passed normally, except for one small matter that I had to attend to. Dinner was being enjoyed by the four houses and I was focused on eating my fill. "You have been awfully quiet today, Harry," Daphne said, in concern. "Yeah, I was dreading fangirls sending me a lot of creepy letters. Thankfully, I only received the one, which I'm glad about. Apparently, I'm not as wanted as I had feared," I said, my relief obvious. The rumor is that Ginny Weasley was the sender, Blaise said, in amusement. She was the sender. The stupid little girl appears to be delusional and mentally unstable. I considered sending letters to people as pranks, just to mock the event and Lockhart. I said, to the interest of Blaise and Daphne. Count me in, I'm getting bored and already have my homework done, Blaise said. I discreetly erected a privacy ward. Not interested, Daphne said, though she looked amused by the idea. You sure? It'll be fun, I said, trying to draw her in. Unless we get caught, Daphne said. We won't. I'll use my rights as heir to a founder to prevent that, I said, in reassurance. What's the plan, anyway? Blaise asked, in interest. Fake love letters to trick people into waiting somewhere for hours to meet. Offensive letters that cause self-confidence issues. Copying people's handwriting and framing them for writing said letters, I said, causing Blaise to grow more amused with every word. I like your ideas. Any particular targets? Blaise asked. The other 3 houses, I said, to the shock of Blaise and Daphne. I might spare a few from humiliation, but that's mostly because I sadly still need multiple wives. I added, to the annoyance of Blaise. Poor Harry, he has to shag and impregnate multiple women, Blaise said sarcastically, to my annoyance and Daphne's anger. Maybe he doesn't want to do that, Daphne whispered harshly. Maybe you should ask Harry then, Blaise said, with a smirk. I would be happy with 1 wife and having all the influence contained to 2 people. Sadly, the ministry has idiotic laws and I have to have a wife for every title, I said, to Daphne's approval and Blaise's amusement. He knew I just evaded the question. You're also encouraged to have a few mistresses per title, too, Blaise added unhelpfully, which angered Daphne further. If my plans succeed, that would probably cause me to suffer death by exhaustion, I said, off-handedly. They were both Slytherin enough to not bother asking questions about my plans. I wouldn't have told them anyway. We should target family members of the Light faction, Blaise suggested. I'm okay with targeting Smith, but I'm forming some more interesting plans for the others, I said, to the interest of Blaise and Daphne. Like what? Daphne questioned, after waiting to see if I would volunteer the information. I've been tutoring Neville in transfiguration and potions, as well as helping him where needed in other classes. I'm trying to see if I can eventually persuade him into leaving the Light faction, entirely out of boredom and to amuse myself. Sounds like quite the challenge, Blaise acknowledged. Yes, and if I succeed, I'll reward myself for winning my little game, I said, to their amusement. Dinner seems to be almost over. I think I'll return to the dorm and get to planning, I said, rising from my seat. I'll join you, Daphne said, with a smile. Ah, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, to get my attention. What does that old man want? I need to speak with you, privately. I sighed in annoyance. You can wait up or go on ahead without me, if you want, I said too. Daphne, sadly. She sat back down. I turned back to Dumbledore. We'll talk in your office. You annoying son of a bitch, I left unsaid. I motioned to Snape, who rose from his seat to join us. Brace yourself, my other self said, from the Shadow Realm. I have already handled my part. Reveal your lordships. We arrived at Dumbledore's office. For some reason McGonagall joined us. So, why don't you tell me what the fuck you want? I said, not bothering to be polite. Snape looked amused, at least. 100 points from Slytherin, McGonagall said, angry at my language and behavior. First, as heir to Rowena Ravenclaw and Godric Gryffindor, I remove your right to deduct points, I said, and flash of magic signaled the successful proclamation. Second, 200 points to Slytherin and 150 points from Gryffindor. Now, are you done pissing me off? I gave Dumbledore an impatient look. A marriage contract was recently discovered between yourself and Ginevra Weasley. I thought it best to inform you, Dumbledore said. I have your parents and siblings taken prisoner, as well as the Weasleys, my other self whispered into my ears. Interesting. I checked for contracts first thing on the advice nihilus. There were none. which means this is an illegal contract, likely drawn up by yourself, for the purpose of building back up your allies. Let's not insult each other's intellects any longer, no more facades and secrets," I said with a cruel, predatory smile. Everyone looks unnerved. Nihilus recently told me everything you're hiding from me. The prophecy, Tom's Horcruxes and the truth about my family. Now, you can give me this contract, which I will destroy and render invalid. Because, if you don't, I'll whore Ginny Weasley out on a street corner for pocket change," I said, to their shock and disgust. "She is less than nothing to me. Her life means even less. You cannot beat me, Dumbledore. This meeting ends with your total and complete ruin. He ruined my plans. I had a carefully laid out strategy to get everything I desire." "Well done," my other self said, revealing himself. McGonagall tries to draw her wand, but gets stunned. "Snape, I'm glad you didn't try attacking. Here, have a reward," he said, before pulling Lily Otter from the Shadow Realm and shocking Snape, who looked at her in surprise and shock. "That's right. Dumbles let you and Harry believe she was dead," Snape glared murderously at Dumbles. "You know, James is trapped in the Shadow Realm, watching helplessly. You could do anything to her and he couldn't stop you," Nihilus said. "They tried forcing me to marry a Weasley. I find that unforgivable." Lily looked up at Severus in fear, completely helpless and vulnerable. "I feel nothing for her now. Kill her, if you want," Snape said coldly, shocking Dumbledore. "Well, maybe later. We have other fun events planned," Nihilus said. "Harry, it's time." Sadly, our plans didn't go as well as planned. I stood from my seat. "I, Lord Peverell, declare House Potter in violation of the Preservation of Family Legacy section of the marriage contract for Iolanthe Peverell and reclaim 15 million galleons of the dowry," I said, and a flash of light signaled the ancient magic's success. "I, Lord Peverell, declare House Potter in violation of contract for the crime of entrusting family artifacts to an outsider and reclaim 15 million galleons of the dowry," I said, and a flash of light signaled the ancient magic's success. "I hereby renounce the last name Potter and shall henceforth be known as Hadrian Ignatus Peverell," I said, and a flash of light signaled the ancient magic's success. By this time magic was swirling around me in a storm of raw magical energy and everyone was staring at me in awe and fear. "I hereby reclaim all Peverell artifacts from House Potter." The storm grew further. "I, Lord Peverell, head of the most ancient and noble house of Peverell, hereby disown, banish, and strip of family magic the persons James Fleeman Potter, Rose Lily Potter, and James Remus Potter," I said cruelly. I did this knowing that it would reduce their powers by at least 10%. The storm grew further, as did their fear. "I, Hadrian, Lord of the houses Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Lefay, and Emrys, hereby disown, banish, and strip of family magic the persons Lily Potter Evans, Rose Lily Potter, and James Remus Potter," I said, knowing that I just reduced them all to average power. By that time, my vision was obscured by the magical storm. "I hereby brand the members of House Potter and their descendants. May our bloodlines never be rejoined, under pain of disowning for the guilty party," I said. I quickly used my magical absorption to absorb the storm of magical power. I felt power much greater than Dumbledore's flow into me. I felt pain, but shrugged it off and laughed in true joy. I had my revenge and I could now move on. "Impressive," my other self said. I looked at him and noticed my entire family was looking weak. "I think we should expose them, before we move on to the next phase." "Agreed," I said, before turning to Snape. "Can you use Dumble's fireplace and contact the DMLE and Minister Bones?" "Of course," he said, with a cruel smile. "Now, Severus," Dumbledore said, before getting cut off by my stunning charm. "Go ahead and contact Rita Skeeter too," I said politely. His smile grew even more. They all arrived, several minutes later. By that time Dumbledore was awake and humbled enough to not interfere. As you can all see, Lily and James Potter faked their deaths and abandoned their son. The family has suffered more defeats and humiliations in the last few minutes than they have in the entire family's history. Severus, all those secrets were revealed to you. You were lied to and used by Albus Dumbledore. Now, I just have 2 questions for the Potters. Who was the secret keeper for your cottage? Nihilus asked them. Peter Pettigrew. Lily said, to the shock of everyone there. James glared at her angrily. And they have kept this secret for years, letting Sirius Black rot in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. Now, for the second question, for James Potter. Were you, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew all unregistered animagus? Tell the truth or I'll torture your children. Yes, we were. I swear upon my life and magic that this is the truth, James said fearfully. This explains Dumbledore's betrayal and how he put an innocent man in prison. My other self stunned Snape, who fell to the floor surprised. Minister Bones, you can have Severus Snape taken to Azkaban and have Sirius Black freed. She nodded to Shacklebolt and Dawlish, who stepped forward and bound Snape in magical shackles. They exited through the flow moments later. My promise of Voldemort's and Dumbledore's destruction will be fulfilled very soon, tonight in fact. My other self quickly bound Fawkes with dark magic and restrained Dumbledore with several spells. Harry and I should have returned within 15 minutes at the latest, my other self said, walking over to me. Where are you taking him? Minister Bones asked, reaching for her wand, but suddenly stopping herself. To kill Salazar Slytherin's basilisk and destroy Voldemort's last Horcrux. Dumbledore here certainly won't get off his wrinkly ass and protect the school. He let the Chamber of Secrets go unreported to the Ministry. Nihilus said, angering Bones. He seemed to have just been reminded of Skeeter's invite. Skeeter had been enjoying herself, watching the fall of Albus Dumbledore. Oh, and Rita, omit the word Horcrux. No one needs to know about those. She nodded in agreement and fear. He teleported us away. We arrived, directly in the Chamber of Secrets. You need to kill the basilisk and take a fang. My other self said. I nodded in agreement. I stepped near the statue and activated my magic negation, a powerful skill related to magic manipulation. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, I said, while rolling my eyes. I patiently waited for it to come out, while consciously negating magic directed at me. I saw its yellow eyes and smirked. I quickly snapped its spine in multiple places. When I confirmed its death, I closed its eyes. I couldn't have it killing from beyond the grave after all. I telekinetically ripped a fang from its mouth and aimed it at the diary that Nihilus placed onto the floor. I quickly launched it into it, instantly destroying it. Predatum, I thought, while I aimed my wand at the diary, while I braced myself. I made sure that I used the carefully modified version. Pain. Undeniable, indescribable, and unimaginable pain, yet I remained aware. I was hovering in the air, lightning, heat and fire were rolling off my body in waves. The water in the chamber was boiling and evaporating. I felt the power flow into me, the knowledge of lords of houses poured into my mind. I felt my magic grow by large amounts. The power of over a dozen wizards was added to mine. I couldn't even begin to describe my power level. I pulled the power I was radiating into myself and briefly meditated over it, becoming aware of my full power once more. I quickly used my skill in animancy and healed my body of any unknown injuries. All in all, it only took me 2 minutes to do this. We checked the soul jar and confirmed Tom's death. We stored the Horcrux and teleported back to Dumbledore's office. We arrived and my other self wasted no time. The threat of Voldemort has been resolved. Harry destroyed the last Horcrux with a basilisk fang. How? Dumbledore asked, no doubt prying. Family magic, therefore none of your damn business, I said coldly, unnerving everyone with my hostility. Good news and bad news, though, my other self said, getting everyone's attention. The family magic was Morgana Le Fay's spoils of war spell. There is no more dark faction. Their magic, titles, and assets belong to Harry. This, of course, includes the Slytherin lordship. which means Harry owns 75% of Hogwarts. Everyone looked shocked by this revelation. So, Harry, what is your first act as Lord of Hogwarts? The sacking of Albus Dumbledore on the grounds of incompetence. His crimes are well documented, I said, to the shock of everyone. This is your third defeat by me, and I claim your assets under right of conquest. I added, to everyone's shock. I sensed my other self charging the white conversion spell. You have nothing, now. Your good name, ruined. No titles. No wealth or influence. You're helpless and at the mercy of nihilus. I watched the spell hit Dumbledore, who began his process of being corrupted. Well, I'm tired and I'm going to sleep. Minnie, your temporary headmistress, I said, angering her with the disrespectful nickname. Dumbledore's corruption was completed and my other self teleported them away. I exited the office and began my walk to my dormitory. Praedatum's Spoils of War spell, my version. Any resemblance to other similar spells in incantation is coincidental. Thank you, Google Translator. You may recognize this spell from another work of mine. The modification will be revealed in the next chapters. Chapter 12, February 15, 1993. As soon as I left the headmaster's office, I stopped to collect Daphne, who I escorted back to the dungeon while I explained what happened. She was excited and in awe of my strategizing skills. As soon as I escorted her back to the dungeon, I retrieved Pettigrew's corpse, which I turned over to Minister Bones and Scrimgeour. They were both extremely grateful. After doing that, I met with my other self who still had the Weasleys alive. I decided that it was time for my revenge. Flashback: I had just left the meeting with my other self, and it was time to take the Weasleys to the Acromantula colony. We arrived minutes later, and I then broke Ron's arms and legs and pushed him outside the Shadow Realm. Dinner is served, I said, and the Acromantula swarmed Ron's body as he gazed at them in horror. I calmly watched as they began biting him, only smirking when he screamed. I continued watching, even as his family screamed, cried, and begged me to save him. I only sneered at them in reply. I fed Ginny to the Acromantula. Next, she screamed so much more, and I was beginning to regret not saving Ron for last. Please, don't, Arthur begged, before I served Ginny to the Acromantula. I rolled my eyes and pushed her out of the Shadow Realm. The Acromantula killed her so much more slowly. In hindsight, yes, I should have fed Ron to them last. Oh well. I snapped Arthur's neck and threw him to the Acromantula. Then I teleported away, to the dark mirror of Gringotts. When I arrived, I exited the Shadow Realm and walked inside. I was greeted by several goblins and I realized that my other self came here to ensure that I was shown the proper respect. Greetings, Lord Lefay. How may we help you? King Ragnick said, in his deep and gravelly voice. I wish to tour my vaults and cut off any others from accessing them. I also wish to confirm that the 30 million galleons as well as Peverell family artifacts were transferred into the Peverell vault, I said, while analyzing his actions. It was possible that he knew I was king of Avalon and wanted to have a Gringotts branch there. Of course, Lord Lefay, your wish is our command, King Ragnick said, respectfully. Excellent, and thank you. Could you inform Narcissa Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, Pansy Parkinson, and the Caro sisters that they are spoils of war? I asked, politely. Of course, we will send them letters immediately, he informed me. Great, thank you. I need to begin my tour. I hope to be back at Hogwarts by sunrise. Ragnick motioned to Griphook, who went to the cart. I followed him. We spent the next hour visiting my new vaults. I emptied them all into special bags that I prepared. I emptied the Peverell vault and exited Gringotts. When I was outside, I teleported away to the newly created Bank of Avalon. End flashback: when I finished the wealth transfer, I met up with my other self, who liberated Bellatrix from Azkaban and began healing her. He gave me his knowledge and memories and then went back to his time. I decided that it was time to send a letter to Lord Greengrass, informing him of my success, which was earlier than originally intended. Lord Greengrass, my plans were completed sooner, rather than later, due to attempts by Albus Dumbledore and my recently discovered to be alive parents. I had to speed up my plans and use Lefay family magic to essentially destroy the dark faction and seize their titles, wealth, and assets, as spoils of war. I had to disown, banish, and strip of family magic my entire surviving family and renounce my middle and last name. I would like to begin discussions of that alliance and marriage contract. Sincerely, Lord Hadrian Ignatus Peverell Lefay Emrys Ravenclaw Gryffindor Slytherin. I sealed the letter and sent it off with Hedwig. I decided to study until breakfast time. Hours later, and after I confirmed that I had permanently retained the required knowledge to pass my owls, my dorm mates came downstairs. "Hey, Harry, what did Dumbles want last night?" Blaise asked. He was obviously curious and trying to get information, but didn't feel like playing games to get it. "Have a seat, it's a long story," I said, setting my textbook down. "So?" Blaise asked impatiently. I saw Draco and not pretending to not pay attention. "It all started with Dumbles and my secretly still living parents, trying to force me to marry Ginny Weasley. I began recounting the events last night, only lying about certain things, such as claiming Nihilus fed the Weasleys to the Acromantula." "That was very well played." Not acknowledged in awe. I raised an eyebrow. "You do realize my spoils of war spell turned most of the Death Eaters into squibs, right? And that's if they survive. If they do, they will have no money, assets, or lordships," I said, to the shock of their children. "Also, I seized several women as spoils of war. They are Narcissa Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, Pansy Parkinson, the Caro sisters. Those are only the ones I know by name, of course." Draco looked downright murderous. "If you keep glaring at me like that, you're grounded, son," I added, making Blaise laugh. Draco and Nott went for their wands, but I stunned them in mere seconds. "I'll put away my books and then we can go to breakfast," I said, before grabbing my books and running to my dormitory. When I returned, we left for breakfast with smiles on our faces. For 30 minutes we enjoyed eating breakfast, and then the Hogwarts Board of Governors came in. I walked over to greet them. "Hello, gentlemen. How can I help you?" I asked, amusing Lord Greengrass. "They're here to oppose you and to even try having you expelled," he informed me, to the outrage of the other governors. "Well, I can't have that, so I, Lord Gryffindor Ravenclaw Slytherin, do hereby disband the Board of Governors," I said, and a flash of light signaled my success. "Have I made my point? Or should I banish all but one of you from Hogwarts grounds?" "You have no business running a school, boy," Augusta Longbottom said, angrily. "Given how it hasn't improved under the board's control, neither do you. Just leave. It's not like any of you do anything useful apart from giving yourselves huge salaries, while the school only gets worse. At least I'm willing to try improving the school," I said to their anger. Surprisingly, Lord Greengrass wasn't angry. "I just banished the idiots from the grounds, only letting Lord Greengrass stay." "Did you receive my letter, Lord Greengrass?" I asked, politely. "Yes. I thought we might discuss it while I was here." "Great. I'll want Daphne to be a part of the discussion, of course," I said, before getting her attention, not waiting for her father's approval. When I turned back to face him, he looked amused, but didn't oppose it. I led them to a private room and motioned them inside. When they were both in, I commanded Hogwarts to disable any eavesdropping spells and to protect our privacy completely. "I suppose we should begin by selecting which house Daphne will be lady of," Lord Greengrass began. "Well, I was intending to save House Lefay for someone with French citizenship so that I can extend my power there. It has a seat on their version of the Wizengamot, but the person has to have French citizenship. That still leaves the Emrys and Slytherin houses. I would personally prefer Daphne choose to be Lady Slytherin," Lord Greengrass said, before giving Daphne a look. "I actually do want to be lady of that house," Daphne said, and I confirmed that she was being honest. "Excellent. I've taken the liberty of preparing a marriage contract, Just to see if we can speed this up, I said, handing them copies. They began reading them. This is well written. And unbreakable, Lord Greengrass said, in observation. It's extremely reasonable. I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I'll sign it, but I want you to remove the blood. Malediction curse from me first. Just to prove that you can remove it from my entire family, as promised. Happily, I said, with a smile. I placed my hand on his shoulder and pulled on the magic from the curse. My hand began to glow a sick purple as I pulled the magic from him. When I finished, I contained the magic and began to break it down into pure and neutral magic, which I then absorbed. I made sure that he couldn't see just how much my power grew from that. The magic of the curse had built up over the centuries and my power just grew a lot. I certainly didn't do it out of the goodness of my heart. Well, I'm satisfied with your ability to fulfill your contractual obligations, he said, before taking the contract and signing it. I signed my copy and handed it to him and then signed his. If you would like, you may get wed this summer. That would solidify the alliance and then you can begin acquiring ladies for your other houses. I observed Daphne nodding in agreement, so I did the same. Excellent. If you need help planning the wedding, consult Daphne's mother. I need to go inform her of the good news. Goodbye, Daphne, Lord Peverell, he said before quickly leaving. He seemed like an older version of Percy Weasley to me, but more rude. I was hoping to start calling him by his first name. All this formality was annoying. Oh well, at least I had Daphne now. I pulled Daphne into a kiss, to her surprise. It was nothing inappropriate, no tongue or anything, but it was sweet and romantic. If you overlooked the fact that I was over 500 years old. The moment was interrupted by someone clearing their throat. We separated, Daphne blushing and I glared at the person standing there. Sirius Black, with Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks near him. Yes? I asked, in annoyance. Sirius was poorly concealing a smirk. That'll be detention, Mr. Potter, he said, in an impressive McGonagall impression. No thanks, and I use the last name Peverell now. I'd rather spend my time with Daphne here. You just don't do it for me. Give your boyfriend there a chance and let the young be with the young. You're both the right age too. Enjoy your elderly years together, I said, with a falsely polite voice. Nymphadora and Remus were fighting smirks. Sirius looked torn between disapproval and joy. You do realize that I know who you all are, right? I asked, in amusement. How? Remus asked, in shock. Nihilus informed me of your identities, in case Dumbledore abandoned his light facade and ordered members of the Order to try taking me prisoner. Why would he have you taken prisoner? Sirius asked. You're a 12-year-old and in second year. Daphne snorted derisively. I have removed him from his position as Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, and Headmaster of Hogwarts. I stripped the Weasleys of the Weasley and Pruitt lordships. I am Lord of the houses Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Peverell, LeFay and Emrys. I destroyed the Dark faction, dealt major damage to the Light faction and destroyed Voldemort's Horcruxes. Oh, and I own 75% of Hogwarts and have disbanded the Board of Governors. I'm my own faction in the Wizengamot. My parents, who faked their death and abandoned me, are ruined, financially, politically, and magically. They, along with Dumbledore, tried forcing me to marry Ginny Weasley. And Dumbledore is dead. I did all of this before age 13. I have amassed a lot of power and influence, that's why. I said, to the shock of Sirius. You killed Dumbledore? Sirius asked, skeptically. No, I just stood aside and let someone else. When he tried forcing me into a marriage, he crossed a line. Sorry, I wasn't clear about that. Sirius remained silent for a while. Why did you ruin your parents, Harry? Remus asked, in concern. Revenge, I said, as if it were obvious. They let me live like a slave, while they lived like royalty, so I ruined House Potter. The house used to be worth 40 million galleons, now it's worth 4.2 million. They used to be able to draw on the family magic of their ancestors, and now they can't. I claimed all those lordships and then disowned, banished and stripped them of family magic. They're all average power now. It serves them right, Sirius said, angrily. To my surprise, I was just shocked and surprised. He explained. Anyway, I came here to visit you. I wanted to get to know you and fulfill my duties as your godfather. I would like that. Do you have a place to stay? I'm staying with my cousin Andromeda. How would you like to stay in Avalon, after my term's over? I asked, nervously. That'd be great, Sirius said, excitedly. I'm glad, I said, before realizing I forgot about Daphne. I gave her an apologetic look. This my fiancée Daphne, by the way, I said, to the shock of Sirius, Remus, and Nymphadora. Daphne. This is my godfather, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Nymphadora Tonks, I said, gesturing to each of them. Nymphadora looked like she was going to protest being called by her name, but Remus stopped her. Pleased to meet you all, Daphne said, politely. Fiancé? Sirius asked. Alarm bells were no doubt going off in his head. Yes, I wrote the contract myself. I wasn't willing to risk someone else marrying her before I could, I said, causing Daphne to smile. Can I see that contract? Sirius asked in concern. I sighed and gave him a non-magical copy. He and Remus began carefully inspecting it. Minutes later and they handed it back to me. That was very well written, Harry, Sirius said, not bothering to hide how impressed he was. Thank you, I said, and everyone remained silent for about a minute. Want to see me fire a teacher? I asked, after seeing Lockhart walk by. Yeah, I do, Sirius said, in amusement. Disillusion and silence yourselves and follow me, I said, and they quickly did so. I silenced Daphne and gave her my invisibility cloak. When they were ready, I walked after Lockhart. I found him a minute later. Oi, Lockhart, I said, rudely to get his attention. It worked. Yes, Harry? He asked with a smile, no doubt glad that I was talking with him. I know you're a fraud who memory-charmed people to take credit for their achievements. Lockhart reached for his wand, but got stunned by Sirius, Remus, and Tonks. I didn't get to fire him yet. I quickly took his wand and renovated him, while pouring enough power into to revive him. Oh, and Lockhart, you're fired. I stunned him. Now I'm happy, I said, to the amusement of everyone. I guess I had better take Lockhart in, Tonks said, sadly. Daphne handed me my cloak, which I stored in my pocket. Be sure to add attempted assault of a Wizengamot lord to his list of crimes, I added, helpfully. I will, Tonks said in amusement. As she led him away, we began following them out. The Hogwarts just warned me about all my new spoils of war coming here for a confrontation. Oh good. I was just warned of even more drama, I said sarcastically, getting several confused looks. Hogwarts just informed me that some of the women that I seized as spoils of war are here. So, let's hope I don't hexed, jinxed, or cursed. How many women are there? Sirius asked. Narcissa Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, Pansy Parkinson, and the Caro sisters. Those are just the ones I know of. Nihilus transferred Bellatrix to a secret prison. Why? Remus asked in concern, suspicion clear in his voice. He's trying to convince me to create noble houses on Avalon, using my spoils of war, I explained. I said, using in a believable tone of disgust. You're not going to do that, are you? Sirius asked, in concern. I don't have any immediate plans to. Nihilus keeps using more persuasive arguments, though, and makes good points. I took my wealth out of Gringotts and put it in the Bank of Avalon. I deemed Gringotts untrustworthy and put my wealth in an institution loyal to me. Eventually the Ministry will try asserting influence on Avalon and will be easily repulsed. The only person to successfully besiege Avalon was Merlin himself, and he died at the hands of Morgana along with his invading army. Combating these future threats will be far easier with more power fighting on behalf of Avalon. I'm okay with it, Harry, Daphne said, to the surprise of everyone, including me. which seemed to be obvious. I always expected to be a trophy wife and be cheated on. Also some entitled pureblood arsehole can enjoy himself. You're none of those things, and at least you're doing it to rebuild family lines in a kingdom. I'm not thrilled about it, but it's necessary to achieve your goals. Are you having me on? I asked, to everyone's amusement. No, she said, with a smile. I leaned in, so that I could whisper to her. I am so going to reward you for this. All those girls will be practice and you can reap the benefits of their service. I will shower you with pleasure and affection and turn our bed into your personal paradise. I said, making her blush. I was so lucky. I don't know what you said to her, but, somehow, I'm still proud of you. Sirius said, with a smile. I couldn't help but laugh and everyone joined in. We arrived near the entrance hall and saw my new lady friends. Ladies, come to see the new man in your life? I asked, with a pleased smile, amusing Sirius, Remus, and Daphne. They all glared murderously at me. I saw several pure-blood MILFs with their daughters and a couple old ladies. Okay, old ladies, you're free to go and hereby free. They left, not wanting me to change my mind. The rest of you are going to have trouble walking. I'll be a teenager soon and begin experiencing urges, which I'm told are natural and should all be acted on, within reason, I said, to the amusement of my newly assembled audience. Ah, I wanted to give you the talk, Sirius said in disappointment, which made everyone laugh. Who gave you the talk at age 12 anyway? Nihilus, he was very detail-oriented. I said, willing myself to blush. I'm gonna kill him, he shouldn't have done that. He would kill you, Sirius, very easily. Anyway, we're getting distracted. Ladies, if you will follow me, we will discuss this new arrangement. I walked towards the room where my marriage contract was signed. I heard them following me. We were all settled in and comfortable a minute later. Now you're all probably wondering why I claimed you as spoils of wars. The answer is simple. I'm the Lord of House Lefay, and King of Avalon, and Avalon has no citizens, including nobility. The strongest of our offspring will become the nobility of the new Avalon. The weak of them shall be the commoners. I said, to everyone's surprise. I will, of course, be the judge and test them to my satisfaction. The purpose of this is to produce witches and wizards of power and skill comparable to that of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort, at minimum. Now, the question is, who will willingly take part? I asked, while bracing myself for insults and other unpleasantness. They began talking with each other, to my surprise. Them not outright refusing, insulting, or attacking me was a good sign. If I agree, will you spare my daughter Pansy? The former Lady Parkinson asked. I won't use her to rebuild Avalon, but I do have control of House Parkinson now. If she wants to wield her family's power, then I will provide her with her heir, which will be our child, I said, to her outrage. That would reduce the child's pure-blooded options for marriage. You're already taking up most pure-blood women and intending to sire a lot of offspring, she said in outrage. Of course, that's the point. The strongest wizards born this century and the last were half-blood. Voldemort himself was a half-blood born by the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle, to a Muggle Tom Riddle and near Squib Merope Gaunt, and your family bowed and scraped on their knees for him. In fact, his birth name is an anagram for the words, I am Lord Voldemort. I said, mocking her and her idiotic ideals. Besides, mine and Pansy's child wouldn't even be pure blood. We spent the next hour talking things over and eventually, they all agreed, them having no other options helped things along. As is the pattern, I got what I wanted. Chapter 13 Post-Hogwarts Term, August 1, 1993. It had been a busy last few months. I made myself familiar with my new assets and then discovered that I now owned 70% of the daily profit. I was quite pleased with that. I also owned several publishing companies, apothecaries, farms, and other useful properties. I had been discreetly staffing the Bank of Avalon with undead yet tangible spirits. I worked incredibly powerful magic on abducted muggles, making them appear and seem like they died during the time of Morgana and Merlin. I also emptied several banks of tangible assets like gold, silver, and like. I also used undead farmers to harvest and store crops, which were stored in stasis. I employed my magic to erase signs of recent Muggle occupation, which involved a lot of fun and destructive magic. I did preserve certain worthy buildings, but Muggle features were removed. I, of course, passed my 4th year exams and my owls with outstandings. The corporeal Patronus helped a lot, and my knowledge of history of magic was mastery level, so my success was to be expected. I had already impregnated 17 women and rapidly built up my sexual stamina. Having centuries of experience helped, too. Daphne and I got married and consummated our marriage. Sirius moved in as planned, though we haven't exactly had fun. I'm so mature, and he so isn't. I also cured Remus of his lycanthropy, for which he was extremely grateful. I also managed to convince him to become the Dada teacher. Sirius and I were currently nearing the meeting chamber for a Wizengamot meeting. I had managed to get him to support the Grey faction, at least for now. We entered and found we were early, along with most of the Grey faction. Unfortunately, my former father was also there early, and he smirked in my direction, and I rolled my eyes in return. He just gave away that he had a plot against me. I went to join my faction, followed by Sirius. "Hello, gentlemen," I said politely, as I sat down. "Hello, Lord Peverell. I suppose you have gathered by your father's smirk that he is plotting against you," Lord Greengrass said, in clear disapproval of James's stupidity. He just gave his intentions away, like a complete amateur. I have, and I've been expecting it. I humiliated him far too severely for him to forgive and forget. I gather the plot is impressive for him to be so pleased with himself, though he is an idiot, so I'm naturally skeptical. I said, to my faction's amusement. Oh well, all of his options involve combat or taking the heirs test, and those would both end badly for him. The houses I'm lord of are all family-oriented and would deem him unworthy, I said, getting raised eyebrows from my faction. The Light faction entered, and I noticed that most of them weren't exactly pleased with James's presence there. My other self confirmed his presence, by rendering himself visible to only me. When Crouch took his position as Chief Warlock, I saw Sirius get angry. "He's only there because I own him, Sirius. That, and he doesn't even know that I own him. Just calm down, perhaps you can get revenge another time," I said. He thankfully obeyed. This meeting of the Wizengamot is now in session. We are here in regards to complaints by the Goblin Nation about several families withdrawing their wealth from Gringotts and Lord Peverell Le Fay Emrys Ravenclaw Gryffindor Slytherin withdrawing all of his spoils and wealth from Gringotts, in violation of treaty. Lord Peverell, perhaps you could explain your actions, Crouch said. Thank you, Chief Warlock. First, let me put to rest any allegations that I have violated the treaty. The treaty in question grants the goblins a monopoly for banking in the United Kingdom. I simply put my wealth outside said nation and convinced Sirius and several other people to do the same. That is a legal loophole in the treaty, and I exploited it, no different than what the goblins have been doing for centuries, I said, to the approval of the more cunning of the Wizengamot. Where is this bank that you placed your wealth in? Minister Bones questioned me. I am not legally obligated to answer that question. I don't ask you all where you hide your family treasures, I said, to the ire of everyone. You would dare obstruct this body's functions? Augusta Longbottom questioned angrily. No, and I am not. I do not have to tell you where I store my wealth. Oh, and if you're going to try intimidation, you might want to attempt it from a position of strength, I said, coolly. I have enough power and influence to outright squash this body like a bug. I could ruin the ministry in a day and make it entirely your fault. Because I am truly beginning to wonder if you have gone senile in your old age, Madam Longbottom. And your slander would cause its destruction. You, as well as every other member of this body, knows that I do not have to answer that question, I said, my anger at her behavior causing me to emit an aura. Was that really the best James could do? That was a horrible plot, it barely counted as a plot. I see your father was right about you, boy, she said, to be rewarded with a smug smile from myself. Really? And what did he say? I asked in a predatory tone of voice that made everyone but her nervous. He said you've gone dark. She was oblivious to my tone of voice, apparently. Would you be willing to testify that he said that? I asked, in amusement. I love Gryffindors. They're so idiotic and predictable. She seemed to have just realized the impact of her actions and decided to be silent. Well, Lord Potter, Madame Longbottom and I will be discussing an out-of-court settlement after this meeting, I said, making the light faction nervous. Any other concerns or business? Crouch asked. I am concerned about the level of power and influence Lord Peverell wields. Minister Bones said. I raised an eyebrow. I'm not trying to make an enemy of you. I've witnessed what you are capable of and know better, she said to the anger and embarrassment of James and Augusta. But, traditionally, when someone has that many lordships they pass them on to allies. And I plan to do so. I'm carefully evaluating whether or not they can be trusted and even searching for future allies. In fact, if you're willing, I would be willing to discuss further dilution of my power. After I deal with Lord Potter and Madame Longbottom, of course. I said, to the surprise of my faction and the approval of the Light faction. I would be happy to do so, tonight. Yes, if possible, I said, politely. That is doable, she said. Good, hopefully my plan would work. Anything else? Crouch asked. No one said anything. This meeting is adjourned. Most of the Wizengamot began exiting and James and I glared at each other. Careful, Lord Potter, the last guy that looked at me like that got his heart broke when I rejected him. I said, making serious and Minister Bones laugh. Now, let's get your next huge embarrassing failure out of the way. My demands in exchange for not pursuing further legal action are thus. The sum of 3 million galleons from Lord Potter and the resignation of Madame Longbottom. In favor of Neville Longbottom taking up his rightful place as Lord Longbottom, which is long overdue, I said, as Neville and Susan entered the chamber. That's outrageous. You've already taken nearly 32 million galleons from me, James said, hatefully. You violated an old marriage contract for Iolanthe Peverell and paid the crippling penalties. I corrected. There is a set precedence for this penalty. Several families have paid this to avoid complete ruin in a legal battle with a greater power in the Wizengamot. He is correct, Lord Potter. Minister Bones said. He has offered you mercy and a light punishment. I advise you to accept them. How would he even collect the galleons? He doesn't even have a Gringotts vault, James said, angrily. I would go to Gringotts to retrieve them, I said as if he were an idiot. I knew the goblins would likely try killing me, and if the look in everyone's eyes was any indication, so did they. I agree, so long as you personally go retrieve them, James said, poorly concealing his intentions. Everyone looked shocked by the lengths to which he was willing to go. I had to discreetly cast Calming Charm, a spell on Sirius. I will, I said, in annoyance. Madame Longbottom, your answer? No, Neville isn't ready, she said coldly. I noticed Neville looked angry at the insult. Are you sure that's the real reason? I asked, in a predatory tone. After all, he should have been trained to take up his duties since birth and should have taken them up at 11. He also should have been provided with a compatible wand, but he was given his father's and his grades and ability to perform magic suffered. I just find all of these things quite suspicious, I said to her outrage. How dare you? She screamed, angrily. All I asked was if you were sure that was the real reason, I said, not bothering to hide my amusement. She looked even more angry. You were implying that I intentionally sabotaged my grandson, so it was unintentional? Yes. Then you clearly haven't done a good job as regent, I said, coldly. You have obviously harmed House Longbottom. Instead of keeping it strong. She seemed to have realized that I was right. You're right. I will pass on my duties to Neville, she said sadly, but she still wasn't pleased with me. She knew exactly what I did and despised me for it. I, for all intents and purposes, acquired influence over House Longbottom. Excellent, I said, pleased with myself. She glared at me, and then she led Neville out as she left the chamber. James gave me a hateful look before leaving. "That was awesome, Harry," Sirius said with a smile, amusing both Bones women. "Awesome is a part of my everyday life, Sirius," I said, amusing them even more. "Minister Bones, can we have that talk now?" "Yes, we can talk in my office," she said, before rising from her seat. We followed her outside the chamber. We arrived at her office minutes later. "So, how did you want to dilute your power?" she asked, after I politely refused her offer of tea. "Well, I was advised to consider negotiating a marriage contract with a member of the Light faction. Something about having a wife who won't murder me in my sleep," I said. To their surprise, I saw Susan blush momentarily. "I suppose you already have the contract written up?" the elder Bones asked, realizing my game already. I had no intention of actually diluting my power, and she knew it. She wanted insight into my true goal and to see if her house could benefit from it. "I have," I said, withdrawing 2 copies from my pocket. I handed them to Susan and her aunt. They began reading them. They finished minutes later. "I see your contract writing skills weren't exaggerated after all," Minister Bones said, not bothering to hide how impressed she was. "The contract itself is not the problem. You want essentially nothing but my niece's companionship and offer vague promises of further power, in addition to essentially promising to provide House Bones with heirs for each title and spares, and only wanting to be a father to the children. I'm also not doubting your ability to fulfill the promises in the contract. Loss of magic for breaking it would be instantaneous death. The decision about whom Susan marries is hers to make. If she decides that she wants to marry you, then I will sign the contract." They both returned the copies to me. I turned my attention to Susan, who was blushing even more. Can we date some flirt?" Susan asked, nervously. "Of course, I would be happy to do so. Part of my goal with the contract was to make sure that you weren't already promised to someone." "Clever," Minister Bones said. "I am curious about where the women you claimed as spoils of war are. They were found to have disappeared and the DMLA has been discreetly looking for them. I, of course, have my suspicions, and if proven true will not deter me from signing the marriage contract. All I know is that they agreed to leave willingly and without duress. We heard that much from them talking in public before disappearing." "Well, I suppose the story truly started with when Merlin enabled King Uther to rape her mother, but I'm sure everyone here all knows that story. So I'll skip to after the death of King Arthur. Merlin, seeking revenge against Morgana, my ancestor, assembled an army and invaded Avalon. This war lasted a month and caused the death of both armies and all Avalon civilians, and culminated in Merlin and Morgana fighting to the death. She cut off his hands and cast the Spoils of War spell, seizing House Emrys and achieving her long-sought revenge. She died days later due to injuries sustained in battle, but Avalon was a mass grave with no life left on it. My Spoils of War consented to giving birth to new noble houses and citizens in general," I said, to the shock of Susan. I was surprised too. I was going to let them go free, but they agreed without coercion. "Is this unacceptable to you, Susan?" I asked, with genuine sadness. "No, it's weird and more than a little gross, but I've always had a crush on you and I still want to date you," she said, with a blush. "Really?" I asked, in a slightly teasing tone, and caused her to blush. "I recently developed a crush on you, too." "Ah," Sirius said teasingly. I hit him with a silencing charm. "So, when is a good time for us to begin dating?" I asked, posing the question both to Susan and her aunt. "Whenever you're both ready," Minister Bones replied. "Great, I should have plenty of time for the rest of the summer. I've already made fixes to Hogwarts in general and just have to oversee the resolution of some security issues." "What fixes?" Minister Bones asked. "The removal of bins. I verified the removal of the curse on the Dada position and convinced Horace Slughorn to come out of retirement to teach potions again. I replaced the outdated school brooms. I've had my excess house elves clean up Hogwarts, and I'm considering reinstituting the apprenticeship program. I hired an American to teach a Native American method of becoming an animagus, for 5th years and above. It takes 6 months on average to master the transformation. Most become talented. Amateurs in 2 months, they can even have multiple forms, I said, to their shared shock. I was surprised too, but I saw evidence. That all sounds good, but it's getting late. You and Susan may owl each other to arrange dates. Great, thank you, Minister Bones. Call me Amelia for unofficial matters. I will, and feel free to call me Harry or Hadrian, I said, as I rose from my seat. Goodbye, Susan, I said, kissing her hand and causing her to blush. Again. Goodbye, Amelia, I said, also kissing her hand. She just looked amused. Sirius and I exited her office, and we exited the ministry itself minutes later. I'll come home, after I go acquire my 3 million, I said, before forcibly teleporting him to Avalon. I quickly entered the Shadow Realm, finding my other self already there, and teleported to the dark mirror of Gringotts. When I arrived, I waited and my other self arrived there moments later. We entered the bank and found dozens of goblin guards waiting. We walked past them and to an available teller. I exited the Shadow Realm once I was in front of him. Hello, I said, getting his attention. He looked shocked and surprised by my presence. Lord Potter agreed to give me 3 million galleons as a settlement to avoid crippling legal action. I'm here to collect that, I said, with a polite smile. You are either incredibly daring or incredibly stupid, Lord Lefay, I heard King Ragnarok's distinctive voice say. It's the first one, King Ragnak. Now, do you have the 3 million galleons ready? I asked politely. No need for things to get ugly just yet. The goblins had ugliness covered already. I have no intention of letting you leave this bank alive. In that case, perhaps, I should open the Bank of Avalon to non-citizens, I said, with an undertone of threat. Might as well try the carrot approach, before the stick approach. You won't get the chance. Attack. Oh well. I summoned the sword of Gryffindor and attacked. I blasted the goblins back with wandless magic and rushed them. I dodged a spear and beheaded its wielder and then restrained a dozen goblins in enchanted ice. I shattered it and sent the pieces into the exposed flesh. I parried a spear. Attack and cut off the spear point and kicked the goblin into a pillar, which cracked from the force that I used. I picked up a dozen goblins and snapped their necks, before launching the bodies into other goblins. Over 24 goblins killed, effortlessly. Give up, Ragnak. Me removing my assets from Gringotts was entirely legal. Avalon is a separate nation and your monopoly is preserved, I said coldly. Remove 3 million galleons from the Potter Vault, and store it in an enchanted box. Ragnak ordered a goblin, angrily. Good, perhaps he was willing to be reasonable. Lord Lefay, when this business is concluded you are no longer welcome at Gringotts. You may send house elves or servants here in your stead. Their protection will be guaranteed. I nodded in agreement. If whoever I sent was injured, there would be severe consequences. The goblin returned minutes later and kicked the box over to me. I levitated it off the floor and checked it for curses, before confirming all 3 million are in there. Thank you. I wish we could have done this before the attempt on my life, I said, while pocketing the box. I exited Gringotts and teleported away. I arrived in the Avalon throne room and was greeted by an angry Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, and Daphne Slytherin. Hi? I asked, fighting the urge to laugh at them. They didn't intimidate me. Are you okay? Daphne asked, in concern, glancing at the blood my robes in concern and disgust. Of course. I had to kill over 24 goblins, before Ragnak finally gave me the 3 million galleons. I'm also banned from Gringotts for life, and I have to send servants there to handle my business for me. You shouldn't have done that, Harry. What if they attacked Avalon? Sirius asked, in concern. They would be destroyed by its wards or other defenses. Avalon isn't as defenseless as I let people think. Sirius. Any further conversation was cut off by my other self revealing himself. I have been spying on the goblins from the Shadow Realm. They're angry at Lord Potter for him using them as soldiers to hurt you. They will likely demand compensation from him. Thank you for informing me, Nihilus. That should hopefully deter him from further attacks, though I doubt it. If not, then I have so far dealt him 2 defeats which count. Arguably 3 if you count the events in the Wizengamot meeting. They looked confused, so I explained. Make no mistake, if they quit trying to seek revenge, then I won't completely destroy their family legacy, I said, after explaining. So if they stop, you will? Remus asked, for clarification. Of course. I'm quite pleased with my revenge and wish to move on, I said truthfully, knowing Remus was going to pass the information on to James. You have all verified that Harry is okay. I need to talk with him regarding another matter, my other self said. They all glared at him, but left without a word. We entered the Shadow Realm. The goblins are planning to eventually remove the Bank of Avalon as a threat to reacquire their complete monopoly. I believe their exact words were, "It's just good business." Then we will need to remove Gringotts as a threat, which means expansion and speeding up a couple of other plans, I said, in observation. Yes, and dealing damage to Gringotts' goblin armies. This is also a rare chance to expand Avalon's armies with undead goblins. That and adding more goblin-made objects to the vaults. I agree, but I really need to stop talking to myself, I said, in amusement. He didn't look amused, but he transferred his knowledge to me and went back to his time. I exited the Shadow Realm and went to join Daphne in bed. Chapter 14, September 1st, 1993. It was a busy August for me. I wiped out the acromantula and sold the venom all over the world and saved myself 50 pints and placed the bodies in stasis. Some could be used for potions and wand lore. I had the basilisk corpse collected and parts of it were sold, excluding and overcharging the goblins as an insult. I attacked Gringotts' operations and looted them, leaving no witnesses to identify who did it and collecting their bodies for undead minions. I also restored some destroyed buildings partially for my plan involving medical tourism. I had the cures and the resources, why should I give it away for free and to the entire world no less? I'm a businessman, not a philanthropist. I also spent several days in the time chamber to speed up my goals. I had to de-age myself though. The life force I took from the Dursleys was put to good use. I am sitting in the Great Hall, waiting for the sorting to begin. This year my sister will be sorted, along with Daphne's sister Astoria. So what are your plans for this year, Harry? Blaise asked. I may go ahead and take my 6th year exams and newts in defense against the dark arts and history of magic, just to free up some time, I said, causing him to raise an eyebrow. That's ambitious, Blaise said neutrally, and necessary to free up time for other projects. I might even test out of other annoying or easy classes. Ruling Avalon and breeding women keeping you busy? Blaise asked, in amusement. Yes, I said, in annoyance. How many are pregnant? He asked, teasingly. 22. Have I ever told you that you're my hero and inspiration? Blaise said completely seriously. No, you haven't, I said, in amusement. I discovered the fact just now, he said, making me laugh. Here the first years come, Daphne said, somewhat coldly. I took her hand and quietly apologized for my actions. She seemed to have accepted it. I watched the sorting with detachment. Astoria was sorted into Slytherin. Remilda Vane went to Gryffindor, and Rose Potter joined her in Gryffindor. So what electives did you choose? Blaise asked, after finishing eating. Care of magical creatures and ancient runes, I said, my disdain for those classes obvious to all. They were the least useless classes, at least to me. None of the classes were all that appealing, and I intend to remove the idiotic practice of selecting classes that are useless to our career plans. That time could be spent undertaking advanced studies in core subjects. We certainly don't need Muggle studies. It's taking up space for a useful class that could teach actual magic. Everyone looked impressed by my rant and ideas. The Great Hall suddenly quieted down and I saw McGonagall had stood to make announcements. A few start-of-term announcements, before you're dismissed. First, I'd like to welcome back Professor Horace Slughorn, who came out of retirement to take up his old post as Potions Master and head of Slytherin House. Professor Remus Lupin will be taking up the post as Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor and head of Gryffindor, and finally Sirius Black will be taking the now vacant position of Transfiguration Professor, she said to my surprise. I quickly looked up at the table and saw him smirking at me. I rolled my eyes, while fighting off amusement. He seemed to be pleased by his little prank. Mr. Filch's list of forbidden items has been updated. You can find the full list in his office. You are all dismissed. Everyone rose from their seats to leave. Daphne and I began our walk to our private rooms. We arrived minutes later and began getting ready for bed, finishing several minutes later. I waited until she fell asleep, before I placed her into an even deeper sleep and got out of bed. I quickly shape-shifted to an older form, put on my nihilus disguise and teleported away. Post-Hogwarts term, 1994. The year passed in much the same way as last time. Draco was attacked by Buckbeak, but this time Buckbeak wasn't sentenced to death, but was barred from contact with students below OWL level. Draco was severely punished with detention and was advised to not behave in such a way again, under pain of expulsion and having his wand snapped. Hagrid didn't escape unscathed though. His entire curriculum was evaluated and corrected by Newt and Rolf Scamander. When they were done, it was as safe as possible, while not compromising the quality of education. I even persuaded them to create a mastery-level course, in the event I restored apprenticeships. They agreed and even thought it was a great idea, but suggested that I recruit another teacher to handle students pursuing masteries, and I agreed wholeheartedly. Hagrid was next to useless as a teacher anyway. I also had Slughorn brew a potion that identified seer talent. It was offered to all second years considering divination as a class and all students considering dropping the class. It was also offered to all current students taking it. I made it clear that they were merely discouraged from continuing a class that was of no use them. I also took that time to announce the phasing out process of Muggle studies, Muggle art, and Muggle music. They were outraged. I told them this is a school of magic and that it was time that Hogwarts reclaimed its former glory as the best school of magic in the world. I then announced a new, optional class, Wandless Magic. I then announced that they can transfer into the class whenever and that given the difficulty all they have to do is put in effort for a passing. More success equals better grades. They ditched those Muggle-related classes in moments, which made the process instant. I then announced that 35 people successfully became animagus because of the new class and were registered. They all applauded for them and me. My dates with Susan had went well and we had gotten close. I was certain that she would consent to marriage soon. I had also been maintaining my relationship with Daphne, who actually befriended Susan too and seems to genuinely like her. I took them both as dates to a slug club meeting that got some raised eyebrows. I've also been considering options for ladies for my other houses. Susan and I convinced Neville and Hannah to date, which we were both pleased about. In my spare time, I wiped out the undesirable species in the Forbidden Forest, specifically forest trolls, which I sacrificed to enhance my strength and durability further. I destroyed the Weasley Fort Anglia and then warded the forest. Back when Hogwarts was established, it was originally part of the grounds and was used for classes, harvesting potions ingredients and wand materials and even fighting creatures there for the original Defense Against the Dark Arts. A then up-and-coming Dark Lord attacked Hogwarts and permanently damaged the wards and the founders never got around to restoring them. When I finished with that, I began wiping out the hags and vampires. Sadly, that would likely take years, but I did manage to kill over 700. Minister Bones wasn't too pleased when I revealed proof of my ownership of the Forbidden Forest. After doing so, I tried negotiating a new treaty with the Centaurs. They would protect students who venture into the forest, regardless of age, and heal any potentially fatal injuries. They refused. They claimed to like the current arrangement. I considered banishing them from the forest for the insult, but stopped myself. They helped in the future and Hogwarts may need them one day. Last, but certainly not least, I passed my 6th-year exams and newts in defense against the dark arts and history of magic ith outstandings. The days I spent in the time chamber on Avalon paid off. Inside days became years. That freed up a lot of time to focus on my other goals, one of which were my recently born children, though it would mostly be the women and house elves that would be tending to them, at least until they could walk and could begin their training. My goals for medical tourism have worked, and I had made over 400,000 galleons. I was offering cures for spattergroit, lycanthropy, dragon pox, mumblemumps, and several other minor problems. People from all over the world were traveling here for cures and provided with lodging and food. July 1, 1993. Sirius, Daphne, and I were all invited to Bones Manor, and we had just finished eating. Naturally, we all suspected that it was in regards to the marriage contract, and I brought the contracts, after rereading them, to check for alterations. Paranoia can be highly beneficial after all. I learned that the hard way. As you all may have guessed, I invited you all over to sign the marriage contract. I have recently been pressured by others who disapprove of your relationship, including James Potter, who suggested his son James Jr. rather insistently. Lords Smith and Macmillan also tried, but I told them all it's her choice. She sighed. Susan has already been informed of this and has agreed to marriage with you, Harry. Amelia said, to my happiness, though I sensed she was withholding unpleasant information. That's great. I take it their insistence would include opposing the union, to even force you to consider marriage inside the Light faction. Or even force Susan into marriage under threat of feud or dismantling the faction. I said. Her eyes widened briefly in surprise, but she schooled her expression. Just not fast enough. Yes, I think we should sign the contract now. I removed the contracts and handed her a copy. I signed my copy, while she signed hers. We then swapped and signed the other. As you know, marriage contracts can be used as a substitute for a wedding ceremony. If you have a ceremony, they still won't be able to break you both apart, though they can still leave the faction. I'll make sure my former father is sufficiently cowed into submission. The Smith family can be humiliated severely. I never liked them anyway, so I plan to do so. Amelia, when I first proposed this contract, you realized I was up to something and played along to gain insight into said plot, yes? I asked, already knowing the answer. I did. She said in amusement. The Smith family are descendants of a bastard grandson of Helga Hufflepuff. One of her sons slept around. The Bones family, however, are descendants of the first and eldest son and rightful heirs of Helga Hufflepuff. I said, to the shock of everyone there. House Hufflepuff has 3 votes and 25% ownership of Hogwarts. Its influence can save your faction. Of course, one of you has to claim the title. You truly are good at strategy, Harry. I'll let Susan claim the title, that way she can have greater legal protection. I assume that you know how she can claim it. Yes. I know the general location of Hufflepuff Castle. Once I take her near it, she should feel a pull towards the castle. I said, as a brief though uninformative explanation. I think you should take her to claim it tonight, before you both enjoy your wedding night, Amelia said, causing Susan to blush and the rest of us to smirk at her in amusement. That can be done. We can leave immediately, in fact. Eager to deflower my niece, Amelia asked teasingly, making Sirius and Daphne laugh. Yes, is she on a contraceptive potion? I asked, unaffected and playing along. Yes, she is, she said, disappointed at the lack of effect her teasing had. And that will be fine. We already have Susan's things prepared and shrunk down. I just want to make sure she has plenty of protection, and being a lady of a house offers that. Most of her time is spent at Hogwarts, and it should protect her from harm. Susan rose from her seat and gave Amelia a hug. Oh yes, I'll teach my new enemies a lesson. Trying to force such a wonderful girl into a marriage, against her will. Susan and I were outside and about to leave minutes later. I offered her my hand and she took it. I teleported us away. We arrived near Hufflepuff Castle. I sensed it yards from here. You okay, Susan? I asked, in concern. Yes, I feel myself being pulled forward, she said, Beginning to walk there, I followed her and thankfully the wards let us both inside. "You'll need to let the badger take a blood sample, it will hurt some," I said, gesturing to the badger. She placed her hand near it and was slightly bitten. She removed her hand and I healed it. We were allowed into the castle grounds. We arrived at the castle door minutes later and were greeted by the essence of Helga Hufflepuff. Her eyes locked onto Susan and I stepped back to let them have privacy. They began talking. Susan explained her reasons for claiming her inheritance and her ancestor approved. The ring appeared on Susan's finger and Hufflepuff faded away. She looked ready to go, so I teleported us away. We arrived in the master bedroom of Castle Lefay and I unstored Susan's things before I began kissing her. Hours later, I climbed out of bed, carefully avoiding the naked bodies of Daphne and Susan, and placed them both into a deeper sleep. I quickly shape-shifted to an older form, put on my nihilus disguise and teleported away. I arrived near the harbor, where James' yacht was docked. Why was I here? I learned that he didn't get it insured. The idiot made a huge mistake and I was going to take advantage to punish him for his recent actions. I tried focusing on the yacht, but my focus was interrupted by noise from a party. I disillusioned myself and walked towards the noise. Minutes later and I had several drunk muggles on James' yacht, along with a lot of alcohol and cigars. I teleported it and myself out to sea, near an island. When that was done, I renovated them and placed them under the Imperious Curse and modified their memories. I quickly had them sabotage it and essentially commit suicide. I flew back a safe distance and gleefully watched it explode. I teleported back to the dock and entered the Shadow Realm. I want to see the next part of my entertainment. Hours later and a sleepy James and Lily Potter were brought to the dock, where the girlfriends of the dead muggles were crying. "So they got drunk and blew up my yacht? How?" James questioned in a rage. Ash from a cigar ignited the gas tank according to a survivor. "They were all really intoxicated, Mr. Potter." "Whoa, is that the rich git who owned the boat?" one of the drunk girls asked. "'Cause I'm totally willing to make it up to him and his wife." "Shut up, you slag," James said angrily. She kicked him in the groin and kissed Lily, and to my surprise Lily kissed her back, but then suddenly pushed her away. "Your wife didn't seem opposed to it. I guess you're not able to satisfy her." "Not surprising," she said mockingly, angering James. "Arrest her," James bellowed. The police obeyed, while poorly concealing their amusement. "Now I've lost my yacht and I can't afford to buy another," James said angrily. "You don't have insurance?" the policeman asked. "No, I never got around to getting it," James said, causing Lily to look at him like he was a complete idiot. "I'll have to sail my private plane." "We should probably sail the castle too and buy a smaller house," Lily advised. "Not yet," James said, to Lily's anger. He really should have taken her advice, it was sound. "Mr. Potter, we will have to fine you for not having insurance." "Fine. Now much?" James asked in annoyance, withdrawing thousands of pounds. "You will have to come into the station to pay. You giving it to me could be construed as a bribe." James nodded in both agreement and annoyance. I decided my work was done here and teleported to the dark mirror of my master bedroom. When I arrived, I found my wives still asleep and exited the Shadow Realm. I removed my disguise and climbed back in bed, with a pleased smile on my face. I would just keep damaging my enemies until they learned. I just needed a way to damage the Macmillan family, even though I was certain the damage to the Smith and Potter families would be sufficient warning to avoid angering me. We were awoken hours later by a banging on the bedroom door. I covered my wives up, to preserve their modesty, and went to see who it was. I opened the door to see Sirius in pajamas, with his animagus form on them. "Emergency summons to the Wizengamot, meeting is in 1 hour," he said, before walking away. I closed the door and turned around to find my wives wide awake. "Do you both want to attend?" "I have to exercise my new influence," Susan said, and Daphne nodded in agreement. "Well, get dressed. We leave in 35 minutes and can have breakfast when we return." They quickly got out of bed, to get dressed, treating me to a wonderful view. We entered the meeting chamber 40 minutes later and saw most of the Grey and Light factions there. We all sat with the Grey faction, including Susan. This naturally succeeded in irritating the Light faction, especially Lords Potter, Smith, and Macmillan and their spawn, who realized what this meant and hated me even more. "I take it you're aware of why the meeting was called?" Lord Greengrass asked. "No, I just have my suspicions. Susan and I recently became husband and wife via contract, cutting off attempts by Lords Potter, Smith, and Macmillan to interfere in our relationship. Naturally, retaliations must occur if they continue to cause trouble. I just need a way to inflict damage to the Macmillan family if they misbehave. The Macmillan family's interests are sadly unassailable, all entirely family-owned," Lord Davis informed me. Any further conversation was cut off by Crouch bringing the meeting to order. "This meeting of the Wizengamot will now begin. We are due to complaints from Lords Potter, Smith, and Macmillan. The Hufflepuff votes were recently activated and Lord Smith alleges theft. They all have complaints against House Bones for refusing their offers for the hand of Susan Bones and will leave the Light faction and declare feud on House Bones should the offer continue to be refused. Would you like me to handle this?" I quietly asked Susan and she nodded yes. "I can solve this issue quickly for everyone," I said, getting their attention. If the Hufflepuff votes rightfully belonged to House Smith, they would have been using them centuries. They can easily trace their lineage back to Hufflepuff. That's true, however, it's through her younger son who had an historically infamous habit of using his family name to sleep with many women. Quite simply, House Smith has no claim, but the rightful heirs do," I said, angering the Smiths into attempting an attack. They were held back, sparing me the joy of ending their lives. "Lord Peverell, I take it you know who the rightful heirs are?" Neville asked, well aware of the games that I enjoyed playing. "Yes, my newest in-laws, Housebones," I said, to the outrage of the Light faction, but Neville just looked impressed. Crouch quickly silenced the chamber. "Now as for your intent to declare feud and leave the faction, well, House Hufflepuff has 3 votes, so you're all easily replaceable. If you declare a feud, you will be destroyed. Dumbledore and my parents put me in an abusive Muggle household and House Potter is ruined. Dumbledore died impoverished, with no influence, and his good name tarnished. If you continue to annoy me, you will join House Potter in ruin, and if you truly piss me off, you will join Dumbledore in hell," I said to the outrage of the targeted parties. "You think you can ruin all 3 of us, boy?" Lord Smith questioned angrily. I smirked in response, conveying my absolute and unwavering confidence in my ability to do so. 2 actually. "Lord Potter, this is your 3rd defeat, you just had to keep pushing me and now you have nothing," I said, and a blank lordship ring appeared on my hand. "Is my point made, Lord Smith?" I asked, knowing I was about to get what I really wanted. The thing about Lord Smith, he's an older, immensely more arrogant version of his son. "I challenge you to a wizard's duel, boy. When I win, my son will enjoy your wives till his dying day. He may even whore them out to his friends and allies," Lord Smith said cruelly, angering most of the room with his barbarity. "I accept," I said, with a pleased smile, "but when I'm done, I'll end your bloodline and give your women to half-breeds to be used as broodmares. They're far too unappealing for my use and they deserve someone worthy," I said, making the entire Grey faction laugh and several others snicker. I just won the insult contest. He was shaking in rage, realizing I just severely insulted his wife and daughter by putting them on the same level as centaurs. He began with a barrage of spells, which I easily shielded against. I used my ritual-enhanced speed and cut him across the chest and shoulder with Sectum Sempra. I took advantage of his shock and beheaded him with the same spell, showering his allies in his blood as his body fell onto the floor. A blank lordship ring appeared on my hand. That was easy. "Now," I said, reacquiring the chamber's attention. "Lord Macmillan, since you're the last one, is my point made?" He nodded in fear. "Good," I said. Coldly, I beheaded Zachariah Smith and sat back down, between Susan and Daphne. Any other business? Crouch asked. No one said anything. This meeting is adjourned. After I escorted Daphne, Susan and Sirius home, I went to collect Lord Smith's wife and daughter and stored them in the dungeon. I then disguised myself as Nihilus and retrieved the Potter and Smith assets from Gringotts. They weren't happy, but surrendered them without a fight. I decided to leave my former family their home and plane in the Muggle world, as one final act of mercy. Truthfully, I pitied my mother for marrying James. Chapter 15, August 18, 1994. The last month and a half was very productive. I arranged for greater protections for the Goblet of Fire, preventing events from repeating themselves. I had lots of sex and got regular reports that my medical tourism was still going strong. I continued wiping out vampires and hags, successfully cleansing Great Britain of the filth. My future self warned me of the Dark Lord that originally first appeared in 2001. He had decided to attack the Quidditch World Cup and begin his attempt at conquest earlier, arrogantly believing he will succeed. After I learned of this, I purchased tickets to the World Cup, for all of my family. Which brings me to now. I was patiently waiting for the attack to begin, in the Shadow Realm, with my other self by my side and my family safely back on Avalon. Minutes later and we began hearing the screams. We went on the attack. I went directly after the wannabe Dark Lord. My other self went directly after his minions, the scum who eventually became the Snatchers. I appeared in front of him moments later, shielding 10 people with my extremely powerful shields. He looked at me in shock and surprise that someone was opposing him. I rolled my eyes and sent a spear of fire at him, which he barely dodged, while discreetly casting a spell to prevent him from disapparating. I followed up with Disintegration Curse, which he attempted to shield himself from, but was knocked back. I tried binding him in chains, but he managed to dodge. I wandlessly summoned his shoes, causing him to trip, and then I hit him with a piercing curse to the chest. I destroyed his body with a Disintegration Curse and quickly entered the Shadow Realm, not willing to be caught near a dead dark wizard. I regrouped with my other self and then returned to Avalon, while he went back to the future, weeks into it. Apparently he got caught being a vigilante, and then came back to prevent being caught. The next morning, I was just rudely awoken by a house elf. Yes? I asked, in a forced polite tone. There is a meeting of the Wizengamot in 1 hour. Your godfather has already been informed, it said to myself, and my now awake wives. All right. Thank you, I said, sitting up. The 3 of us climbed out of bed and began getting ready. We entered the Wizengamot meeting chamber 30 minutes later and found most of the Grey and Light factions there. We all walked over to sit with the Grey faction. Good morning, gentlemen. Do any of you happen to know why the meeting was called? I asked, in interest. Likely in regards to events at the World Cup and the Triwizard Tournament that's occurring at Hogwarts. Lord Slughorn informed me. Yes, I need to declare protections for the part humans coming from those schools, I said, reminding myself. Part humans? Lord Davis asked in concern. Vila and the like. We really need to get those absurd and bigoted laws repealed now that the dark faction is gone. Vampires, werewolves, and other threats have been heavily reduced in population, I said, easing Lord Davis's mind and getting the faction's interest. The others won't be interested in protecting half-breeds, Lord Greengrass said, to my anger. Their term and definition, not mine. Most of the so-called light families even secretly despise part humans, they just hide it better to preserve their appearance of righteousness. He continued and angered Susan this time. I'm not saying that all do, just a few that I'm personally aware of, he said, placating and calming her. I might be able to swing their repeal with my 22 votes, the Grey faction and commoner support, I said, though the Grey faction didn't look the least bit interested. Well, I know I can count on the support of Lords Greengrass and Crouch, I said, with an undertone of threat. They were both smart enough to agree, even without knowing exactly what I was threatening. I noticed Rita Skeeter entering. I'm suddenly very confident about my success. That's fortunate. Lord Davis acknowledged. Once again fate submits herself to your will. If my good luck ends because you offended fate, I will extremely annoyed, I said, making the entire group laugh. Any plans to add more wives? Lord Davis asked. I still need wives for the Lefay, Peverell, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw titles. I replied, suspecting he wanted to offer me Tracy. He nodded, but didn't mention anything further. I wasn't really interested in her anyway. And the House of Black, Harry. I'm sterile, so that falls to you also, Sirius said, causing me to raise an eyebrow. Okay, but make sure you try fathering a child at least a few times, I said, causing him to smirk in amusement. Deal. The remainder of the Wizengamot entered at the last minute. This meeting of the Wizengamot is now in session. We are here due to complaints against the DMLE and Ministry for their failure to adequately protect the World Cup site. Oh joy! I have to listen to a bunch of whiners. We spent the next 30 minutes listening to complaints from foreign delegates. The Wizengamot just took it all in silence. This is yet another example of British incompetence, this pest said. Well, I was at my limit. If you hate Britain so badly, you're welcome to leave, I said, angering the idiot and amusing the Wizengamot. Honestly, I find the whole International Confederacy of Wizards to be completely worthless. Did someone decide we should all unite and hide like cowards? Honestly, you annoying imbeciles are bitching and moaning about a minor and contained incident. Do you really enjoy the sound of your own voices that much? Because, I assure you, they're all quite unpleasant, I said, making a lot of people laugh. The delegation was taking it in shocked silence, not believing my audacity. We get it, you're displeased. Please go away, and preferably don't return if you're going to whine, I said, and most of the Wizengamot nodded in agreement. How dare you? The Confederation keeps the world safe and is protected, Supreme Mugwump, Babajide Ackingbade said angrily. Seriously? All a Muggle leader has to do is launch a nuclear missile and everyone else will launch theirs, killing millions. Or even billions. They can eradicate all life on Earth, including all magical life. We aren't safe or protected. We're waiting for death. Most are unaware that their lives are even in danger. If you want to delude yourself with your lies, that's fine, but don't try being a soothsayer or outright liar. Your Confederation is a joke, and I'll explain why. Its solution for avoiding Muggle persecution. Hiding. We could have placed Muggle leaders under the Imperius and forced them all to kill each other or grant magicals legal protection. This is better than spending centuries in fear wondering if we will be destroyed by Muggles, hunted, dissected, being tortured for names and locations of magical sites. Muggles consider magic a sin, an abomination, and they would do all these things, I said, making everyone uncomfortable. Your Confederation is worthless and destined to fail. Eventually, we will be exposed and attempts to eradicate us will ensue and we'll have to fight at a disadvantage. The Grindelwald War, the Confederation was useless. Bottom line. Albus Dumbledore stepped in, did what several of your nations couldn't. Voldemort War. The idiot made the mistake of attacking a baby and had his body destroyed. The point of my lecture? The Confederation is ultimately worthless and little more than bandage on a fatal wound. I see no reason to be chastised by such a waste of unifying effort, that will ultimately be useless once we are exposed, and we will be, I said, winning a lot of support with my logic and explanations. Now as for your keeping track of schools. I had to claim my ancestral rights of 75 ownership of Hogwarts and exorcise a ghost, have a curse removed from position, and get rid of useless classes that have no place at a school of magic. All of which your worthless Confederation should have done and should have been aware of said problems, and no, your interference won't be tolerated now. It's far too late, the problems are already fixed, and if need be, I can turn Hogwarts into a private institution once more, I said, angering the Supreme Mugwump. Yes, that is well within my power to do. I could activate all kinds of fun defenses to keep your unwanted presence out of my school. Hogwarts is back on its way to being the best school in the world again. All without the help of the Confederation. I paused to catch my breath. You're dismissed, Supreme Mugwump, as are the delegates, I said, angering them and amusing the Wizengamot. They exited, though I could tell they weren't happy to do so. About time someone told them off, Lord Abbot said in approval. Yeah, I got tired of dealing with those idiots. Hopefully my actions will discourage future incidents of stupidity from them, I said, to everyone's amusement. No one was even seriously injured, except the dark wizards terrorizing the event, and they're all dead, Rufus Scrimgeour said, in annoyance. Is there any other business? Crouch asked. Yes, I said, getting the room's attention. I'd like to repeal the laws against so-called half-breeds. I also declare my protection for any so-called half-breeds arriving with the foreign schools, including and especially Vila. I second this motion, Neville said in support, before he gave me a nod. Universal repeal of all laws? Lord Abbot asked in slight concern. Except the ones forbidding attacks and feeding on others. There are very few actual so-called half-breeds. Centaurs, merpeople, werewolves are not actual half-breeds. The laws calling them that are pure stupidity and only anger them, making peace with them more difficult, I said, to the approval of most of the Wizengamot. All in favor? Lord Crouch asked. I voted with all of my 22 votes. 48 votes in favor of the repeal of said laws. Is there any other business? Crouch asked. Yes, Neville said, standing. I'd like to announce my engagement to Hannah Abbott. Almost everyone applauded. Susan and I were among the first to do so. I noticed Lord Macmillan and his son Ernie aren't clapping or looking especially pleased. Am I to understand the contract is already signed and the wedding is being planned? Lord Macmillan asked angrily, making Ernie look nervous. Yes, it is, Neville said nervously. Lord Macmillan didn't look pleased, but remained silent. He seemed to have realized that took most viable wife options for Ernie. I managed to prevent him from acquiring the influence of Houses Bones and Hufflepuff this time, so that was something at least. Any other business? Crouch asked. No one said anything. This meeting of the Wizengamot is now adjourned, Crouch said. We all rose to leave and were surprisingly not stopped for conversation, which I was glad of. We returned to Avalon an hour later, having decided to get school books for the upcoming year. When we entered the throne room, we found uninvited guests there. The Pottle twins among them, and their parents. May I help you? I asked, not bothering to conceal my annoyance. I really do hate uninvited guests. That and they once tried bribing me into marrying Parvati, after she had Horde around. I mean, I was quite well endowed, but she was still loose. Yes, I'd like to discuss a marriage contract with you for my daughters. Both of which are virgins, intelligent, and very beautiful, Mr. Pottle said. The magic of the throne room informed me of his partial lie. I began projecting my power as a visible aura, immediately intimidating his entire family. By which, you mean one of them is a virgin, I said, making him nervous. You know, you should be more careful. I could have had curses in place for people who lied to me, I added, coldly. One of which is a virgin, but the other has only been with 3 boys. And you know what they say about the correlation between magical power and penis size, and you are very powerful. Surely Parvati's lack of virginity wouldn't be an issue, Mr. Pottle said nervously, making his daughters blush. And several others laugh. Personally, I smirked in amusement. Blatant flattery, he really wanted them married off. Well, since you seem to be desperate and know you're in a position of weakness, I'll agree to discuss it with you, I said, to his very surprising relief. I would like you to take Parvati as your Lady Gryffindor and Padma as your Lady Ravenclaw. Yes, I suspected that. I wonder what you want in exchange, other than sparing your family's reputation? I'm guessing that you promised them to an ally as a set, and since Parvati isn't a virgin, you have to marry them off to someone else so you have an excuse for not following through and to cover up her actions, I said, carefully observing his facial expressions. I guessed right. Having future knowledge helps. I felt something get placed into my pocket. A pre-drawn marriage contract. My other self whispered into my ear. Fortunately, I happen to have a marriage contract in my pocket, I said, withdrawing it. That revelation raised some eyebrows. It was for another sister set. I levitated it over to Mr. Pottle, who began reading it. I discreetly read mine. He finished minutes later. I find this contract very reasonable. Parvati, when was the last time you had sex with a male? He asked, to her shock. Before I left Hogwarts, she said, in embarrassment. The magic of the throne room informed me that it was the truth. She's telling the truth, I said, in confirmation. That satisfied one clause of the contract. You can cast your spells to check for pregnancy, he said, to her outrage. She began to speak, but he silenced her with a murderous glare. Such an obsession with purity. I could tell he would actually murder her, because of her actions. I heard he even tried giving her to an Indian ally as a harem member in the other timeline, but she avoided it by never returning to India. I cast my spell on Parvati and confirmed that she wasn't pregnant. You can't be too cautious about that, though. Okay, I'm satisfied, I'll agree to sign the contract, I said, summoning 2 quills and ink. I quickly signed my copy and then handed it to him. I signed the other copy. Thank you, Lord Peverell, he said gratefully. You're welcome. By the way, who let you all onto my island? Remus Lupin. I told him why I wanted to meet in person and he let us onto it. I didn't want you to reject the offer, he said nervously. Such flawed logic, but I didn't detect a lie. All right then. I'll have to talk with Remus. I have their things here, Mr. Pottle said, nervously, withdrawing said property. I silently summoned my house elves to take it to the master bedroom. I'll leave now, he said, before he quickly did so without saying goodbye or anything. When he and his wife exited and the doors closed, Sirius began laughing. Is something funny, or is this a side effect of advanced age? I asked, making everyone laugh. You scared him, Harry. He looked like he was about to wet his knickers, he said. This time everyone laughs at his joke, including his daughters. He knew that I was aware of his plans and intentions and angry at him. I said to Parvati's confusion, which Padma and I both noticed. He was probably going to put you in an ally's harem, Padma informed Parvati, to her horror, and possibly me too, she added, somewhat coldly. I'm so sorry, Parvati said, before hugging her sister. It's fine, Parv, she said, somewhat insincerely. On the plus side, we're both ladies of a most ancient and noble houses and get to shag Harry Potter, Parvati said, to the amusement of several people. I don't use the last name Potter anymore, but yes you do. On that subject, are you both on contraceptive potions? I'm not a supporter of teen pregnancy and I'm sure you both have dream careers. I am and I can give Pad 1 my extras, Parvati said, excitedly. Excellent, she'll need to go first since it's her first time, I said, making Parvati pout. I can last hours, but I don't want to hurt your sister more than necessary. I noticed my wives and Sirius were looking suspicious. Anyway, I'll have some house elves show you both to the master bedroom, I said, and 2 suddenly appeared. They lead them out and I sealed the throne room against eavesdropping. You all have questions, I said, in observation. You were planning on marrying others, without discussing it with us? Susan asked. I could tell she was hurt by this belief, though it was entirely correct. No nihilus gave me a contract written in the near future and placed it into my pocket. I just didn't trust them enough to tell them that, so I lied to them. Harry, I'm not crazy about you associating with nihilus. He's done a lot of bad things. I raised an eyebrow in amusement. He made sure people were punished for their crimes and even helped you be freed from Azkaban. I responded coldly, making him nervous. He mentored me and because of that, I am better off, as is Great Britain itself. Voldemort is gone and another war that would have reduced our population by 30% is prevented. He killed Dumbledore, though, Sirius said, angrily. Oh well, time for the reveal of my project for controlling public opinion. I just wished there were more people here. Dumbledore deserved to die, for what he did to me, I said hatefully, partially beginning my transformation. I felt the power flow into my eyes, and enjoyed their shock. I allowed myself to become intangible and shadowy. I saw the horror in their eyes, as they gazed at my synthetic obscurus. "Harry, calm down," Daphne pleaded. I willingly restrained the obscurus and became tangible again. "I'm sorry, Harry, I had no idea," Sirius said, beginning to cry. "It's fine, Sirius. I just despise Dumbledore and hate it when people defend his reputation." "I'm sorry, Harry. I'll let you get to your new wives," Sirius said. "Are you all okay, though?" I asked in concern. "Yeah. I just felt hurt by the secrecy, but there was no secrecy after all," Susan said. "I was fine with it, anyway," Daphne said dismissively. "Besides, you almost have the required amount of wives. You still need a Lady Peverell and Lady Lafay. And a Lady Black, which also ha a seat on the French Wizengamot," Sirius added. "That makes things more difficult. I'll need 2 wives with French citizenship," I said, in concern. "Yup. Have fun. Good night, Harry," he said, before exiting the throne room. My wives exited too, poorly concealing their amusement. Oh well. I had 2 new wives to shag anyway. Chapter 16. September 1st, 1998. These last few years were amazing and peaceful, though surprisingly boring. The Triwizard Tournament occurred without incident and Cedric Diggory was the winner. He and Cho later married. I managed to charm Fleur Delacour and acquired her as my Lady Lafay and Queen of Avalon. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I hadn't decided yet. Her sister wished to become my Lady Black when she was older. I eventually required more time and tested out of wandless magic, charms, and potions. All of this occurred while I began damaging the Muggle world, including emptying their banks, vaults, and treasuries, terrorist attacks, and placing women under stasis. I spent a summer in the time chamber, training my children, which I carefully aged and matured mentally and physically. In that time, I managed to meet my quota of 8 powerful, skilled and intelligent offspring. All of my children were rewarded with wives to begin their lines. This ensured Avalon would have a bright future. I managed to get approval to round up and destroy the Dementors, Lethofolds, and Quintaped. Executions would now be done by throwing people through the veil. I also cleansed Great Britain of all troll species, which I used in a large-scale ritual of sacrifice to enhance my strength and durability even further. I later repeated this process on the giant colony. After my wives and I graduated, most of us opted to work towards our career goals before starting a family. 1 month ago, I used a powerful dark ritual to annihilate Muggle kind and divided its life force among all magicals. I did all of this as my alter ego, Nihilus, and then challenged myself. Yes, you read that right. Flashback: I had just appeared before the Wizengamot, in my Nihilus disguise, and noticed them all looking disoriented. "I see you all received my present. I hope you like it. I picked it out for all of you," I said, to their concern. I used a ritual to wipe out Muggle kind and divided their life force among all magicals. I'm not here to brag though, I'm just bored and it's time for the climactic end of my game. Nihilus, the greatest dark wizard of all time, versus Hadrian Peverell, who became the undisputed greatest wizard of all time, in the future. If he wins, I stop with Muggle kind. If he loses, I continue my entertainment with magical kind, I said, gleefully, enjoying everyone's shock. "Why?" Crouch asked, in shock. "To see who is stronger," I said, as if it were obvious. He didn't look satisfied with my answer. "I am centuries old and so bored, I need amusement and haven't had a good fight in decades. Now, as for the battlefield, it will be the entire planet, including the atmosphere. The rules: if you die, you lose. The battle will begin on September 1st, after the Hogwarts Express departs, and the safety of students and citizens will be guaranteed." "Are there any other obligatory stupid questions?" I asked, snidely. No one said anything, so I teleported out. End flashback: I was currently looking at my other self in the Nihilus disguise. We were beginning on top of a mountain near Hogwarts. I wanted to start it off in semi-public for great press. Begin whenever you're ready, my other self said calmly. Terra Contramo, I thought, causing an earthquake. I used this and my telekinetic power to tear the mountain apart and launched the pieces at him, forcing him to dodge the powerful attack and retaliate with a lightning curse that I dodged. I barraged him with a variety of lethal curses, which he shielded himself from. He shape-shifted into a horntail and flew away. I did the same. I quickly caught up and breathed fire at him. It hit and he let out a scream of agony that caused the beginnings of an unpleasant headache. He aimed for a nearby village and shape-shifted back to his human form and propelled himself to it with telekinesis. I did the same, as he landed and disillusioned himself. He was trying to buy himself time to heal. I realized I needed a strategy. I needed Fiendfire. I landed and quickly conjured Fiendfire and then let it loose on the village and turned on my magic absorption. Moments later his shock affected his magic, revealing him prematurely. I began barraging him with blasting curses, which he survived by absorbing the magic. I quickly sent a wandless Trip Jinx, which hit and sent a Cruciatus curse. He screamed in agony. Before negating it and blasting me backwards, I teleported out of the blast wave. I arrived directly in the center of my own Fiendfire, my magic absorption still active and pulling all the magic into me. I loved Fiendfire, it just kept expanding and increasing without a drain on the caster's magic. That made for an easy way to recharge the metaphorical batteries. I finished absorbing it moments later and was back at full strength. My other self stood, observing me for several moments before he cast a powerful spell on the village's undead, which I placed into stasis. They appeared between us and began their slow walk towards me. I conjured more Fiendfire and began walking towards my other self, while carefully manipulating it in a vortex around me. I stored my wand as I neared him, sent the Fiendfire at the Inferi, and then punched him into the remains of a jaguar car. I used a combination of earth and fire elemental magic and blasted molten rock onto him, then hit him with a wandless blasting curse, which shredded his battle robes. He teleported away and I followed. I arrived and was hit with a Cruciatus curse, which I absorbed. I took in my surroundings and saw we were in Little Whinging, Surrey, on Privet Drive no less. I hated this place. Induco Kylum Neknon Terrasimul, I said, angrily, while glaring at my other self. I observed the meteors falling from the heavens and molded my immense telekinetic power around me as a protective dome. Nihilus did the same. The meteors hit mere moments later and we both watched the destruction with joy. I personally enjoyed the destruction of the Dursley home. I pulled my shield closer to myself and flew into the air. It had all been reduced to flaming ruins. All the places where I had unpleasant memories were burned away. I used my telekinesis to knock the dust back to the ground and removed my protective barrier. I knew that I was competitive enough that neither of me would give up, so I would have to beat my other self. I willed myself to transform into my Obscurus and my other self did the same. I could tell we had the same idea: destroy Surrey. Our immense, Merlin-level powers, combined with a synthetic Obscurus. And our absolute hatred for Surrey rendered our Obscurus forms as massive amorphous blobs. We began tearing buildings apart with our raw power. The walls began to crack and tremble, before beginning to collapse. We spent the next 10 minutes trying to injure each other, before we both realized it was too inefficient for combat. The only positive was that Surrey was destroyed. I quickly transformed back into my natural state and he did the same moments later. I began barraging him, as soon as he was tangible and he was quickly defeated. I drained knowledge from his mind and found out he was from days into the future. I pulled us both into the Shadow Realm. I restrained him and then renovated him. I win, I said, with a smug smile. Obviously. I'll return to my time. Our goal was achieved. Hopefully no one will cross us due to fear. Hopefully, I said, before removing the restraints. He quickly teleported away. I opted to do the same. I arrived in the dark mirror of Avalon's throne room and found my family, including Amelia, waiting on me. I exited the Shadow Realm and appeared in front of them. You're alive, Daphne said, jumping into my arms. Was there any doubt? Whatsoever? I asked, in amusement. They all became suddenly silent. The silence spoke volumes. I trained for a month in the time chamber, the equivalent of 30 years. That, combined with a gray ritual to remove my need for sleep, and allowed me to get more training in, enabled me to fight on equal footing with Nihilus. Our battle did a lot of damage, but he's beaten and his body was destroyed. He actually tricked me towards the end of the battle, but it didn't work to his favor. What kind of damage? Amelia asked in concern. A mountain and village near Hogwarts and Surrey were all destroyed. I said to her, shocked. I decided to start big, and tearing a mountain apart and throwing the pieces at him allowed me to take control and keep him in a fighting retreat. I said to her approval. I summoned a meteor storm in Surrey to bombard him with, but he broke the jinx that I used to immobilize him with and threw up an immensely powerful shielding spell. I need to call an emergency Wizengamot meeting and you will need to be attendance, Amelia said, urgently. I nodded in agreement. She suddenly left, without saying goodbye. I think that I'll attend in my battle robes. The power that I showed places a large target on my back, I said, to everyone's approval. Everyone will get to the meeting quick. They've all been waiting for information. I think we should go ahead and leave, Sirius said, and we all agreed and left to get ready. We entered the Wizengamot meeting chamber 30 minutes later, and found we were the last ones there for once. We quickly went to sit with the Grey faction, while taking notice of a delegation from the ICW. Now, as you all may guessed by Lord Peverell's presence, he won the battle, Amelia said, and the entire room broke into applause. When it died down, she continued. This climactic battle destroyed Surrey and ended with the destruction of Nihilus, she said, to the outrage of the ICW delegation. That is a breach of the statute of secrecy, Babajide Akingbade said, angrily. That idiotic statute died with most of Muggle kind, Supreme Mugwump, I said coldly. There are still Muggles, therefore the statute applies, he argued. Wow, he is stupid. Subjugated Muggles in stasis, which Nihilus intended to be used a breeding stock, he destroyed the statute and there is no way to undo this damage. And I sure as hell see no reason for us to go back into hiding, when this is our world now. We deserve this world. Hell, Muggles used to worship our kind as gods and some still do, I said, to the approval of the Wizengamot. No one wanted to go back into hiding. The statute stands, boy. We will allow Mugglekind to be rebuilt. He just said the wrong thing, judging by the looks being directed his way. Then perhaps the ICW has outlived its purpose and overstepped its bounds. I, for one, refuse to hide any longer. They lost, we won. It's over. And the world is ours. You are under arrest, for being an obvious threat to the statute of secrecy, he said. I disintegrated him a moment later, and then immobilized the delegation. That Muggle-loving waste of magic deserved to die. He was stupid enough to threaten a lord of 6 houses. The question is, where do your countries stand? Magicals or Muggles? We've been forced into hiding for centuries. We finally have an opportunity to be free and not have to hide ourselves, I said, winning the support of at least 10 delegation members. Do you really want your children to live in fear while hiding what they are? I'm certain that most countries will agree with you, the American member of the delegation said, and several others nodded in agreement. Excellent. September 1, 2008. It had been 10 amazing years. Most of the world agreed that we should keep our control over the world and pardoned me for my murder of a supreme mugwump. The world praised me for avenging the mass murder of Mugglekind, and the idiots even created a world holiday in my honor. My life was great. My enemies were conquered and unable to retaliate. I used my fame to isolate Goblinkind and then had the entire race annihilated. Gringotts was replaced by a human bank, with all kinds of fail-safes against corruption, theft, and economic manipulation. My family was going strong. All my wives gave birth at least once. Daphne gave birth twice. They all achieved the requirements for their careers and opted to start a family. My children by my concubines were all artificially aged in the time chamber and have now began building up their bloodlines. All in all, I was pleased with my life and had done all that I set out to do, and then some. Terra Contramo was created by Nodawit of the Dark Lord Potter fansite. Induco Kylum Nek Non Terra Simul was created by Gullible on the DLP fansite. The end.